Chapter 20. Ian. May 1950. Vienna. On the 1st of May, Ian jogged down the stairs from his tiny apartment to the center office below, only to find his wife already sitting in his chair. He stopped, still doing up the buttons on his shirt.
I locked the door.
Nina made jimmying motions, lowering the paperback she was reading. Something lurid called Regency Buck. Ian looked at the open door, handle now dangling loose. She reads romance novels and breaks locks, he thought. Just what every man wants in a wife.
What are you doing here?
He asked, turning back his cuffs and going to work on the door. It had been a few weeks since she and Tony stormed out, and Ian hadn't heard from either.
Tony is sorry, Nina said. He wants to apologize. The things he said.
So why are you here and not him?
He says you are Achilles in your tent, and he waits till you come out. I tell him he's a stupid mudak, and I will come instead, and he says Agamemnon sends Bracius, and maybe that does it. I don't know any of these people.
He's off his bloody head. I'm not Achilles, he's not Agamemnon, and you're nobody's prize getting sent anywhere.
Ian jiggled the door handle back into place.
If Homer gave Briseus a razor, Achilles would have died a good deal sooner.
Who is this Homer?
He didn't write Regency Buck.
Why do you read that tosh? Ian wondered, diverted. Razors didn't seem to go with romances.
I come to library my first month in Manchester. Need books to learn about England, practice my reading. The librarian, she says Georgette Heyer is England. He's not much like the England I see, but maybe is the war.
Nina tucked Regency Buck back into her jacket.
Anyway, I come because Tony is sorry.
We both said things I imagine we regretted.
Ian wasn't surprised at the relief that loosened in his chest. He and Tony had worked together for years, after all, had been friends as well as partners. Perhaps we still are.
I notice you aren't offering any apologies,
Ian couldn't help but observe. Nina merely gave a long blink. I kill her, his wife had said of Lorelei Vogt, so matter-of-factly. She meant it. She wasn't sorry, and he'd be damned if he apologized either for throwing her out of his office because of it. Her eyes glinted as if she was reading his mind, and the hostility of their last encounter sparked the air for a moment. It wouldn't take much to get it going again. But Nina changed the subject.
Tony and I, we went to Heidelberg for a week. We look for the Yegren's old university friends, student records.
A shake of the head.
Dead ends.
Ian had managed to put Die Jägerin out of his head, mostly by working 20-hour days. He was the only one in the office now. He had to take up Tony's share of the load.
Do you believe me now, that pursuing her is hopeless?
We go to Boston anyway, Nina said. Tony and me. Come with us.
I meant what I said.
Ian leaned against the desk, looking down at her.
I won't work with a vengeance squad. I won't work beside you as you plan to kill her.
Bouge moi, don't be dramatic, Nina glared. I want her caught, punished, dead. I don't care which. Tony, he says you are good at finding them. Tony and I try alone. Maybe we fail. I don't know America. I hunt seals and deer, not Nazis. If you come, I promise now, we find her. I don't try to kill her.
How do I know I can trust you?
Ian asked quietly.
Pushol now, governor.
Nina seized Ian by the collar and yanked him down to eye level, her blue eyes all but spitting knives.
I am not just a savage from the taiga, she hissed. I am Lieutenant N.B. Markova of the Red Air Force. I make a promise and I keep it. Blyats.
She spat for good measure, shoving him back so hard he staggered.
Fuck you.
She reads romance novels, she breaks locks,
And she's a lieutenant in the Red Air Force, Ian thought. Just what every man wants in a wife. He felt the strangest urge to laugh, not because he thought she was lying, but because... Bloody hell, Nina! When are you going to stop turning my world on its ear? She planted hands on hips, glaring. You come with us. I promise I do things like you want. Carrot, stick, no razor. How boring, her eyes said. Ian didn't bother quoting the odds against their succeeding. Nina clearly didn't care what the odds of extraditing Lorelei Focht were, and neither did Tony. I know how much this case pulls at you, he said instead. It does me too. Tony said that Lorelei Focht was my white whale, and he's not wrong. But in Moby Dick, everyone who hunts the white whale dies. I'm hard to kill. So are you. Tony tells me about the places you go in the war. Come to Boston. I have other cases. They are just as important as... Ian, his wife said, his name and her voice bringing him up short. You want the Huntress. For Seb and for the children. You want her. I want her for Seb and for the children and for me. Is not just vengeance. Is also justice. Can be both. Is not wrong if it's both. She put out her hand, and the burning chill of recklessness raced across Ian's nerves again. Throw everything down because the bombs were coming closer, and who knew what the odds were? Throw it all on the line. You bring this out in me, he thought, looking at his wife. The reckless side that had made him go to war with a typewriter instead of a gun, that risked everything for the right story, the right column, the right hunt. This hunt goes on whether you join it or not, the voice of reason said. The one that refused to beat suspects or be party to vigilante justice. One way or another, she'll follow Die Jägerin. If you don't go with her, who knows how the chase could end. Nina certainly wasn't going to be held by any promise of clean dealing if he wasn't there. He couldn't tell what this hungry swoop in his stomach was, if he was talking himself onto the right path, or onto the wrong one. But with a coppery hunger, it was whispering, Call me Ishmael. Boston. Nina's small hand was still extended. In or out? Part 2. Chapter 21. Nina. September 1942. North Caucasus Front. Night had fallen, and with it, the chase. Ahead of Nina, Yelena was sprinting, arms pumping, legs flashing, head lowered as she poured every last drop of strength into getting ahead of the crowd behind. One boot hit the Ryselka's lower wing, and Nina's pilot vaulted straight up to the side of the cockpit, fist punching up toward the sliver of moon. Too slow, rabbits! Ryselka claims first place on the runway. She was utter magnificence, crouched atop their plane on boot toes and fingertips like a cat. Nina's heart squeezed, even as a chorus of groans rose up from the other pilots running to their own U-2s in Yelena's wake. God rot you, Yelena Vasilovna, Dusha Nozal gasped, reaching her own plane. Long-legged cow. I love you too, Dushenka, Yelena cooed, blowing a kiss as she dropped into the Ryselka's cockpit, and Nina grinned, jogging behind with the navigators. First pilot to her plane every night earned the right of first takeoff, and Yelena had the longest legs in the regiment. Unless someone tripped her off the line, Dusha wasn't above sticking a boot out. The Ryselka had first takeoff 5 nights out of 7. By the time Nina threw herself down into the rear cockpit, Yelena was already belted in and running checks. Start up! The call came from the ground. Starting up! Swing prop! Their propeller swung, caught, bit. The noisy little radial engine started up, sneezing smoke. The Ryselka rumbled out, even as Nina was checking her compass and map. They'd only been in the mountainous region a few weeks, but this was a world different from the summer nights they'd flown at the southern front. Here in the Caucasus, the winds would come screaming out between the steep mountain peaks and fling a U-2 into a cliff face in a heartbeat. And if the winds didn't get you, the heavy glue-like mists might. 2 U-2s had collided in one of those lethal mists last week. Only one survivor. The lights along the field flickered on, marking a makeshift runway. So close to the front line, Nina could hear the crackle of not-so-distant ground fire and tracer fire. Yet as soon as they lifted off, there would only be the midnight blue horizon stretching ahead, the endless blanket of stars. No clouds tonight, just a sliver of moon, a perfect night for flying. Not for sleeping, Nina thought with a wolverine flash of teeth as the Rusalka began to pick up speed under Yelena's hands. Their target was troop bunkers, every one packed full of German soldiers freshly arrived at the front. "Let's give the new boys a warm welcome, ladies," Major Bershanskaya had said in briefing that afternoon. Nina had looked around to see every sestra wearing the same feral grin. No one sleeps tonight. The U-2's undercarriage lifted off the crushed grass, and the Rusalka soared. Nina's heart soared with it. No matter how many dozens of times she'd done this, it was always the same liquid sweet catch at her throat. She took a moment to savor the icy rush of the air, and then it was back to business. Yelena was waiting. "East ahead. Aim for the southwest pass." The Rusalka twitched to each of Nina's directions as she scanned the surrounding mountains. Some navigators relied on flares, pitching them over the side and setting course by the falling red glow. But Nina scorned flares. Map and compass, moon and stars were enough for her. The first bombing run always passed in a flash. It was 30 minutes flying before reaching the target. But it seemed like only seconds passed before they were descending through a wisp of cloud like silver veiling. "1 minute," Yelena called, leveling out, and Nina went marble still. It was teeth-chatteringly cold up so high, autumn winds biting cruel and sear in the open cockpit. But whenever they lined up for a run, Nina flushed as warm as though she stood before a roaring fire. The Rusalka hit an updraft, steadied. Then the world fell away into stillness as Yelena cut the engine. That was the moment Nina loved best, when the U-2's nose dropped and she began her weightless glide downward, like a Rusalka plunging down into the glassy dark of her lake, Nina thought, webbed fingers catching the currents of the water as Nina's gloved fingers caught the currents of the air. Silent, invisible, undetectable, until far, far too late. Those yawning German soldiers below had no idea what slid toward them out of the night. "You're on our ground now, you stupid little boys," Nina thought. "You have your Führer and your fatherland, but we have the motherland, and she has us." 600 meters, Yelena called. Nina poised her hand. A buzzing drone filled the wind as Yelena kicked the engine back to life. They were low enough Nina could see lights below, dark shapes of dugouts, German trucks. The instant they began to rise, Nina flicked the release. Their payload of bombs dropped into the black velvet night, Yelena already veering away from the searchlight that stabbed the sky seconds after the bloom of explosions below. The light hunted for them like a blind white finger, but Yelena had already jinked out of reach, finding the new altitude. Not 3 minutes behind them, the next U-2 would be lining up. Dusha Nozal, with her hatred-tautened face relaxing as she dropped her load in turn. And the next, and the next. And by the time every U-2 in the regiment had finished its first run, Nina and Yelena would be back on their second. "First away!" Yelena called through the interphones, satisfaction in every word. "Well done, Rabbit." The Rusalka had barely touched down on the flattened grass before the first wave of ground crew came swarming out to service her. Girls in overalls jogged over with cans of fuel. Armorers staggered under the weight of 32-kilo bombs. Mechanics crawled over propeller and engine by flashlight. Yelena twisted in her cockpit, reaching a hand back to Nina. "No ground fire," she said. but they'll be wide awake next time."
Nina shrugged.
"We've been holed before."
There had been fierce nights on the southern front when the Ruzelka had been so peppered by bullets that her linen-covered wings looked like a cheese after the mice got at it. Yet she was always ready to fly by the following twilight.
"Bullets won't bring down a U-2 unless they hit both of us. Even then, this bird could probably land herself."
Nina squeezed Yelena's fingertips, a stand-in for the kiss they couldn't exchange in public, and swung out of the cockpit to the ground. A pair of armorers hunched over a bomb, one girl holding a flashlight for the other, who squatted with gloves clamped between her teeth as she attached the fuse with fingers gone blue-marbled with cold. And Nina veered around them to go make her report inside. Major Bershenskaya always heard the first round of reports herself.
"Good, Comrade Lieutenant Markova. Carry on."
Nina saluted, gulped some tea that tasted of engine grease, and hurried back with a cup for Yelena.
"Drink up,"
she ordered, stepping onto the wing over the armorer lugging a bomb along on her knees toward the rack. Yelena drained the cup in one gulp, scribbling her signature on the release form a petite mechanic was thrusting under her nose, and in minutes they were circling for takeoff again. Behind them, the mechanics and armorers were already clustered around Dusha's U-2, like worker bees around a hive queen, as Dusha slumped back in her cockpit and her navigator went trotting inside to make her report and bring her pilot some tea.
"Let's break our record tonight,"
Nina said as the mechanic gave the prop a swing.
10 runs.
10, Yelena agreed as the engine's drone rose, and Nina could hear the elation in her voice. By the 6th, 7th, 8th run, her voice would be blurry with exhaustion. But for the first few runs, everyone was still bright-eyed. Once again, the Ruzelka leaped up into the diamond-sown night, heading for the front line.
Will anyone die tonight? Nina wondered.
The 588th had already suffered losses, 3 just last week in that mid-air collision. But it was no use thinking of tracer fire ripping up through the cockpit or the spiraling terror of a crash. There was a job to do. The first week of flying back in June, Nina and Yelena had managed 4 bombing runs per night. Now, with the nights getting longer, Nina reckoned 10 would be possible. And when the endless white nights of deep winter arrived, the nights when dark fell greedily on the day and gobbled it up like Baba Yaga eating unwary children, who knew what they might accomplish?
"How long has it been?"
Yelena wondered on their 6th touchdown, gnawing on the cold biscuit Nina had grabbed inside.
"Since we first started on the southern front."
Nina had to think. The nights blurred together, the days even more.
3 months?
Yelena gave a jaw-cracking yawn.
"Feels longer."
Those early weeks had felt like being flung into the deepest part of the old man, with rocks tied to their feet. They took off for the evening's first run with the fascist line so close that Nina wondered if the airfield would be in German hands by the time they landed. Bombing the rolling columns of German tanks as they advanced, the pilots flew over fields of grain ripe to be harvested, and saw flames leap along the golden rows instead of scythes, as billows of wheat were converted into billows of fire rather than be left to feed a single German soldier. Black clouds roiled into the sky, and the regiment's U-2s touched down with smoke-blackened wings and red-eyed pilots to the news that the Fritzes had seized another town, another river, another city, one after another gone under the swastika. Hearing Major Bershenskaya's grim voice reading aloud from Order Number 227, direct from Moscow.
"It is time to finish retreating. Not one step back."
Not one step back, Nina thought, weighed down by exhaustion as heavy as a lead blanket. Try that for yourself, Comrade Stalin. See how much you feel like advancing through those fields of burning grain, or through those piercing searchlights surrounding the anti-aircraft guns, that feeling of being pinned and exposed like a butterfly tacked to a board. The first time they had been caught in a searchlight, the Ruzelka had sheared sideways, falling into a stall, and for a dizzying moment, Nina had not known where the horizon was, only that she was blind and shells were exploding all around them.
When her internal compass righted itself, she found herself screaming, "Flip, Yelena! We're inverted! Flip!" And blindly, Yelena rolled them right side up, and they were out of the searchlights and lurching toward home. Nina hadn't been able to get out of the cockpit when they landed. Her legs simply refused to work. She sat there until they worked again, not really knowing what else to do, and then dropped out of the cockpit like a sack of turnips to stagger out, vomit matter-of-factly beside the runway, then make her report. "Face a barrage of anti-aircraft guns, Comrade Stalin," Nina had thought, when she heard order number 227, when it was read aloud that soldiers caught retreating were to be shot. "Then we'll talk about not one step back." Yes, it felt like a great deal longer than 3 months. Every night you came back, you thought of the ones who hadn't, like the 3 who had died last week when their U-2s collided in a muffling mist, and 2 planes had shredded apart and spiraled to earth in pieces, petals of burning flowers drifting through the air. And yet, Nina thought, every twilight the pilots and navigators gathered bright-eyed, bouncing on their toes as they waited to take to their planes, all of them tugging for the sky. By the time the Ruzelka returned from its 10th run, pink streaks of dawn showed, and Major Bershenskaya called the halt. "Back to base aerodrome, ladies." The U-2s lifted off again in a tired line, wagging wingtips at one another, heading like a row of geese for home. Anisovskaya was home for now, a tiny Caucasus village in the Grozny region, where the local secondary school had been commandeered and crammed with fold-out cots. The local village women looked at them warily at first, but they were used to female pilots now, and a squat babushka lifted her gnarled hands as Nina and the rest trudged past. "Kill many Germans, Dusha?" she asked Nina, as she did every night, showing near toothless gums in a merciless grin. And Nina called back, "Almost enough, grandmother." They trooped into the canteen, groaning at the sight of breakfast. "Stale biscuits and beets," Yelena said with a sigh, grabbing a plate. "Someday they'll feed us something different, and we'll all fall over dead from shock before we get a mouthful." "Hot kasha with mushrooms," Dusha said mournfully. "That's what I miss most. Borscht, absolutely heaped with sour cream." "Raw cabbage," Nina said, making little nibbling noises like a rabbit, and they all laughed. "Someone wake up Zoya. She's face down in her beets again." No one, Nina had observed, was able to fall asleep right away after a night of bombing runs. It didn't matter if you were so tired that you'd been dozing off over the stick on your last run. As soon as you returned from the canteen to your cot, eyelids that had been stone-heavy flew up like untied window shades, and girls who had trudged off the airfield in yawning silence were chattering like magpies. "Fell into a stall. I swear my wing clipped a shrub before I pulled up. Updraft tossed us halfway to Stalingrad before Irushka got us leveled out." Nina skinned out of her overalls, flinging herself down on her cot. "Boots, rabbit," she called to Yelena, sticking her feet out. "I can't bend over." "Certainly," Yelena curtsied, taking hold of Nina's right boot. "Does the Tsaritsa require anything else?" Nina wriggled her toes as first one boot and then the other came off. "A bucket of vodka." "At once, Tsaritsa." Yelena sank down on the bed next to Nina's and held out her own feet. "Wordies will be staying at Anisovskaya a few months. Till the new year, even." "Good. I'm tired of moving around, sleeping in dugouts." Nina folded her star-embroidered flying scarf over the end of the cot, the same scarf Yelena had been embroidering the night of the first sortie. Nina's pilot was working on another now, getting out her needles and thread. On the next cot over, a brunette from Stalingrad was mending her stockings. Another girl was scraping mud off her boots. At the other end of the schoolhouse, 4 pilots had lined up for a turn at the only sink. Someone was softly humming. Someone else was crying, almost soundlessly. There they go again. Yelena contemplated her long, slender feet in their wool socks, jittering as though they were being run through by electric current. Her knees jittered too. I wish I knew why they did that. Nina shrugged. After a night of bombing runs, everyone showed different effects. Yelena jittered for hours. Dusha went totally silent, curling up on her side and staring at the wall. Some of the girls chattered until they fell asleep mid-syllable. Some cried, some paced, some jumped at the slightest noise. Night to night, it was always different. You're made of rock, Ninochka. Yelena flexed her twitching feet. You don't get any effects. I do. Tapping her forehead. Always a headache behind my left eye. But you never get moody or weepy or snappish. Because I'm not afraid. A curious glance came from the girl polishing her boots. Never? Nina shook her head, matter of fact. Only of drowning. You see any lakes around? You're crazy, Yelena admired. A little Siberian lunatic. Probably. Nina sank back on her pillow. Markovs are all crazy. It's in the blood. But it makes me good at this. So I don't mind being crazy. Whether jitters or pacing or headaches were the post-flight reaction of the day, everyone spent their morning working it off. It was always like that, Nina thought, massaging her own forehead till the faint ache receded. Gradually, the shakers stopped shaking and the talkers stopped talking, until the room filled with the sound of sleep. For maybe as long as 3 hours, before sheer exhaustion wore away and everyone began tossing and turning, because the other constant that Nina noticed was that they all slept like shit. Even Nina. Being a little bit crazy and mostly fearless does not help with sleep. It was in that sweet spot of dead, pure slumber when the entire room lay still as corpses that Nina swung out of bed and padded for the door, tugging her boots back on. She sauntered off toward a storage shed at the edge of the village and slipped inside, waiting. Brilliant sunlight made fingers of light through cracks in the boards, as though a dozen tiny searchlights were trying to find a dozen tiny planes. Nina watched motes of dust dancing in the light, half hypnotized, half dozing. Dust motes dancing like yak ones. The shed door creaked open, then shut. There was the rattle of a board dropping down, blocking the door. And then Yelena's arms slipped about her waist from behind, and in a second's notice, Nina was wide awake. Hello, Rabbit. She tipped her head back against Yelena's shoulder. Nice flying tonight. I hate getting caught in those searchlights. A shiver went through Yelena, and she pressed her cheek against Nina's hair. That instant when I don't know which is sky and which is ground. Just listen to your trusty navigator. Nina raised Yelena's oil-smeared knuckles to her lips. I can always find the sky. You're wasted as a navigator, Ninochka. Nerves like yours, you should be flying your own plane. Then who's going to keep you out of trouble, Miss Moscow goody? I'm not such a goody anymore. Then say I hate those shit searchlights. Nina could hear Yelena blush. Say it, Yelena Vasilovna. I dislike those searchlights very much, Yelena said primly, and they both shook with silent laughter. They stood still a moment, Nina's head tipped back against Yelena's shoulder, Yelena's arms about Nina's waist. Nina felt the weightless, floating sensation she felt when the engines cut out, and she was gliding free and silent through still, pure air. You're still trembling, she said, running her fingers back and forth over Yelena's twitching ones. It'll wear off in another hour. It always does. I can make it wear off sooner. Nina turned, tugging Yelena's head down for a kiss, pushing her back toward the shadowed back wall, where she'd already tossed down her coat. Some days they were too exhausted to trade anything but a few drowsy kisses, but this morning their hands were eager, Nina's fingers helping Yelena's shaky ones with buttons, stray shafts of sunlight painting Yelena's ivory skin that flushed pink as the inside of a shell as soon as Nina's hand slid over it. Yelena's head tipped back as Nina's lips traveled the insides of her elbows, the space behind her earlobes, the skin over her hip bones, the inside of her knee up toward her thigh. All the tender places that took her to pieces. Nina felt her pilot shatter quietly, biting down hard on the side of her own hand to keep silent. And the last tremor went through Yelena, leaving those jittering fingers peaceful and still. "There," Nina said softly, and Yelena sat up and caught her in fierce arms. "Come here." Yelena kissed as fiercely as she flew, but at first she'd been shy. Under the Rusalka's wing that first night, she'd blushed so hard she nearly glowed in the dark. "I didn't know girls..." She trailed off. "Did you?" Nina shrugged. "You hear things." Mostly it was about men who used each other if there were no women. There had been some like that where Nina grew up. Pretty young women weren't that common by the old man, at least not in a village so tiny. Men made other arrangements. Looking at things from a new angle, it seemed reasonable to assume sometimes women did too. Not that anyone would talk about it, men or women. For men, Nina knew getting caught buggering meant prison. For women, well, she wasn't quite so sure, but it wouldn't be good. An asylum, maybe. Getting booted out of the 588th, certainly. "Have you..." Yelena's cheek had burned like a brand against Nina's shoulder when she asked that first time. "Before me, I mean. Did you ever..." "Sure," Nina said. "A few men at the air club." "I never wanted to. I guess now I know why." A sigh. "Men wanted me, and I never wanted them. Was it like that with you?" "No, I like men fine." She remembered Vladimir Ilyich back in Irkutsk. He was a bonehead, but between the blankets he had made her toes curl. "There were one or two I liked a lot." "Better than me?" Yelena had sounded anxious. "No." Kissing her soundly. "Because no one flies better than you." "Is that all you think about, Ninochka?" Yelena laughed, still blushing. "You don't bother even looking at someone until you know if they can fly or not?" "Until I see they can fly, and that they're brave." Nina had paused, considering. Was there anything else, any quality that could possibly be packaged in human flesh, that was worth falling head over heels for? Courage, flying skill, those were the things that made her weak in the knees. Those were the things she'd been pulled toward every time she made a move at someone else. It had always been men before, because most of the pilots in the Irkutsk Air Club had been men. There hadn't been another woman in the air with verve and skill and guts to match Nina's own, so she hadn't even looked at them. So maybe falling for Yelena wasn't hard to understand after all. She was fine and fierce, keen and courageous, the best flyer in the regiment. With a roll call of qualities like that, Nina would have lost her head over Yelena whether she was a woman, man, or plant. To Nina it was exactly that simple, and not worthy of any further thought. But Yelena tended to worry even now, the why of what had pulled them toward each other. "It isn't natural. It can't be," she sometimes brooded, quoting some speech or book Nina had never read. "Women, as fully fledged citizens of the freest country in the world, have received from nature the gift of being mothers. Let them take care of this precious gift in order to bring Soviet heroes into the world. We're supposed to marry and be mothers and workers. Above all, have children. So this can't be right, what we do. Is it just the war, turning our heads inside out?" "Maybe," Nina had yawned. "Who cares?" It was war. Day was night, life was death, sorrow was joy. Who cared about anything but the now? When they'd been on the southern front, they'd met at the back of the shop where mechanics stashed spare tools, and it had been warm enough to laze afterwards, skin against skin. Here in Anisovskaya, it was cold enough for their breath to puff in clouds inside the shed, and they dived quickly back into trousers and coats. "We won't be able to meet outside much longer," Yelena said. She sighed, wincing as her shirt went over her shoulders. "You scratch worse than any rabbit. I should call you Kitten instead." "Something more dangerous than a kitten," Nina retorted. "And I'll find someplace warmer to meet." It was easier to steal time together than either of them had anticipated. Everyone was too tired after a night's flight to care if a fellow pilot sneaked out. No one raised an eyebrow if Nina and Yelena clasped hands as they walked to the airfield together, or if Yelena embroidered Nina's scarves, or Nina dozed with her head in Yelena's lap. The entire regiment traded kisses and hugs whenever off duty, gave each other presents and pet names. Time was too short not to show your sisters in arms that you loved them. Nina had seen other pilots sneaking off discreetly, who knew where to. Perhaps private rendezvous with fellow pilots, or with the male ground crew from neighboring regiments. Still, the two of them were very careful. "You slip out first," Nina told Yelena. "I'll wait 3 minutes and come after." "Nag," Yelena teased. "You're as bad as a mother." "I'm worse, because your mother told you to find a nice boy and get married, not go to war and become a pilot, and you didn't listen. But I'm your navigator, Comrade Lieutenant Vetsina, and unlike your mother, you have to listen to me." Yelena snapped a mock salute. Her short curls were rumpled, and her cheeks as rosy as the little pink orchids that bloomed wild around the old man, poking their slippered heads up when the snow melted. Nina could hardly breathe, looking at her. "I want to hold you," she thought. "I would fight the world off for you, Yelena Vasilovna." It was something new, this tremendous wave of protectiveness. It wasn't like anything Nina had ever felt in her life. It clutched at her with something almost like fear. Maybe she was afraid of two things now. Yelena blew her a kiss, slipping out. Nina waited 3 minutes and then sauntered after. When she slipped back into the dormitory, she could hear Yelena's soft breath already slowing toward a deeper rhythm. She'd sleep like a baby now, maybe as much as 4 hours. Nina wasn't far behind, dropping off the edge of wakefulness like a stone falling off a cliff. "Up, rabbits! The Hitlerites aren't going to bomb themselves!" Major Bershanskaya's voice, obscenely cheerful. "Up, up, up!" "Fuck your mother," Nina mumbled. "Fuck your mother through 7 gates." Peeling open eyelids that had apparently been glued together with cement. "Fuck your mother through 7 gates, whistling." Bershanskaya was already gone to the next building, waking the next round of pilots. "One of these days I will cut her throat for being so damn cheerful, and then I will be stood up against a wall and shot, and it will have been worth it," Nina announced, tugging her blankets to her chin. "Don't get shot, Ninochka." Yelena was already up and halfway into her overalls, as the room filled with yawns and rustles, the rake of combs through sleep-tangled hair. "I don't want to break in a new navigator, not when you know exactly how I like my tea. Stone cold and tasting like motor oil." "Exactly." Yelena yanked up the blankets, making Nina yelp and fly out of bed. "Up, up, up!" "I'll cut your throat too, Yelenushka," Nina warned, yanking her shirt over her head and tucking her razor's cord around her wrist. Yelena had a pistol in her cockpit like most pilots, but Nina never went into the sky without her razor. Another monotonous meal, the sun tilting toward the ground. As they headed for briefing, Nina saw trucks being loaded with armament and cans of fuel. The trucks would rumble out toward the auxiliary airfield, closer to the front lines, the U-2s following by air. The ladies of the 588th crammed together to hear Major Bershanskaya give the daily update. Tonight's target was a bridge used by the Germans to ferry supplies and wounded. Maps were passed out. Nina's fingers flew over the sketched terrain. "Comrade Major," one of the pilots called when the briefing wrapped. "I stalled last night in the fourth run and practically scraped grass by the time the engine kicked in. I was low enough I heard shouts coming from the Germans as they ran for cover." "What did they shout?" Nothing to Bershanskaya was unimportant. Her eyes were the sharpest Nina had ever seen. Their stocky, no-nonsense commander might not have Marina Raskova's heroic glitter. But Nina was fairly sure she'd cut off a leg for Bershanskaya, too, even if she did want to slit her throat every day for being so damned cheery in her wake-up calls. "What did they shout, Comrade Lieutenant?" "Nachthexen," the pilot quoted. "I heard it clear before the engine drowned them out." Bershanskaya pronounced the word silently. So did Nina. Nachthexen. One of the other pilots spoke up, the one who had been a language teacher before the war. "Night witches," she translated. They were all still for a heartbeat. Night witches. For some reason, Nina thought of her father, drunk and furious out on the frozen banks of the old man. "What's a Rusalka, Papa?" a little girl had asked him, never dreaming that one day she'd be flying through the sky in a plane called by the same name. "A lake witch," her father had answered. And later on the streets of Irkutsk, "I can track Wolverine's girl. You think I can track my lake witch of a daughter?" "Sky witch now," Nina had retorted. Maybe not. Not quite a sky witch, or even a water-bound lake witch. Something else. Something new. Nina looked around at the ladies of the 588th, all of them that made up something the world had never seen before, and saw smiles tugging lips, flashes of teeth showing in private, pleased grins. Night witches. "Well," one of the navigators said at last, "I like it." A burst of laughter, and Major Bershanskaya clapped her hands. "To the field, ladies!" A line of U-2s took off into the darkening sky for the new airfield, little better than an old turnip patch. The pilots hopped out, making way for armorers and mechanics. Everyone bounced on their toes, eyes on the sky. Exhaustion forgotten, hunger forgotten, shakes and shivers and bad dreams forgotten. The moon was rising, a plumper crescent than last night. Nina sniffed the night wind, heady and mountain-scented, setting her blood on fire like a river of gasoline. Yelena tensed, ready to run, eyeing the Rusalka across the field. Bershanskaya gave the chop of her hand that silenced all conversation. "Ladies, to your planes," she usually said. But tonight it was, "Nachthexen, to your planes." And they were all sprinting for their lives, sprinting for their planes, laughter crossing the lines in a fierce ripple. Yelena rode the crest in front, and Nina was bursting along somewhere in the middle of the pack. 24 hours had turned like a wheel, and here they were, back on the conveyor belt. Somewhere up ahead, Yelena cried, "Too slow, rabbits! Rusalka first!" A few heartbeats later, Nina caught the wing and went flying into her cockpit. And one by one, the night witches took to the air. Chapter 22. Jordan. May 1950. Boston. "Jesus, Jor!" Garrett laughed as he jumped down from the cockpit of the little biplane. "I thought you were going to try and climb out." "I can't believe you trained for war in a plane like this. It's cloth and plywood." Jordan swung a leg carefully over the edge of her own cockpit. "I wonder if any of my shots will turn out. Trying to focus through goggles and wind shear, I haven't seen you snapping away like that in a while." Garrett lifted her down from the wing. "I've been busy. It's not like I'm going to make a career of it." That used to be a bitter thought. But Jordan supposed all dreams hurt when they finally withered up in the glare of real life. What was the point in toting a camera everywhere, taking classes, sinking hours into photo essays that no one would buy? She had a shop to work in, a sister to help look after, a wedding to plan.
"Mom wants to talk to you about flowers for the church,"
Garrett said, as though reading her mind, chalking the biplane's wheels.
"She wondered what you thought about orchids."
Jordan didn't have any opinion about orchids, but as a bride-to-be, she supposed she'd have to acquire one. Last Christmas, Garrett had replaced his college ring with the expected diamond, a pear-shaped stone on a gold band, dainty and pretty. The thought of a fall wedding after Garrett graduated had seemed safely distant. But the ring had been the first pebble in a landslide as plans started falling into place with alarming speed. A September ceremony, a honeymoon in New York, Ruth in pale pink gauze as flower girl. Jordan's little sister was ecstatic. Everyone was ecstatic. Jordan pushed off thoughts of orchids and centerpieces and raised the Leica, snapping Garrett beside the plane. "We'd better get back. I'm opening up the shop at 1. The little airfield sat northeast of Boston, a crumbling business that hung on, Garrett said, by renting out its small collection of outdated biplanes for flight instruction, crop dusting, and joyrides. Jordan returned to the car, and as Garrett squared things away with the mechanic, she tried fluffing her hair in the rearview mirror. When she had turned 21 last June, she decided it was time to swap the schoolgirl ponytail for something more adult. But now she wasn't sure the hairdresser had done her any favors. "We'll take some of the length off," the woman enthused. "Then curl the back. You'll look just like Rita Hayworth in The Loves of Carmen. Did you see that one, honey?" But the Rita Hayworth effect required a lot of pins and curlers, and however much Jordan twirled and tugged in the morning, a good breeze had the whole dark blonde mess lying limp as a dish rag. "Whack it all off and top it with a beret like Gerda Taro," the long smothered voice of Jay Bride whispered. The part of Jordan that still had silly daydreams about trading her pin curlers and crinolines for a sleek leather trench and heading for New York with the Leica over one shoulder. But Jordan put that thought back where it belonged, turning to Garrett as he jogged over. "When can we come back? This was fun."
"Whenever you want."
He hopped in over the driver's side door.
"I've been working here every other Saturday. Pat, Mr. Haddison, he owns the place. He's on the ropes. I put in a couple days a month, gives the weekend joyriders a few loops and spins, and Pat pays me in flying time."
A quick glance.
"It doesn't scare you, me flying?" "Mom says it gives her the shivers now that I have my license. She keeps saying I already broke one leg flying, and a man who's going to be married soon needs to think of his family."
"Fly all you want when we're married," Jordan proclaimed, using the word she usually managed to avoid. "It doesn't bother me a bit." Garrett leaned over and gave her a good, long kiss.
"You're quite a girl. You know that?"
"I do know that." Jordan leaned forward, murmuring into his ear. "Do you still have that blanket in your trunk?" She could feel him grin against her cheek.
"Yep."
"Anywhere around here a girl and her fella could get lost?"
"Yep."
Shortly after the college ring had been traded in for its half-carat cousin, Jordan had decided a different kind of trade-in was in order. You once wanted to travel the world with a string of European lovers in tow, she thought. At the very least, you can graduate from making out in the back seat of a Chevrolet coupe. It was with a certain amount of snickering now that they drove off in a spin of tires and dust, not back toward Boston, but farther past the airfield, down a smaller dead-end road. Garrett got the blanket out of the truck, bowing elaborately toward the trees.
"After you, miss."
"Do you have—" Jordan tried her best to be a woman of the world, but she wasn't quite past euphemisms when it came to what her girlfriends in school had always just called those things. "You know." Garrett patted his wallet.
"I was a Boy Scout, remember? Be prepared."
"I hope this wasn't in the Scout's manual. If it had been, I would have paid a lot more attention to my scoutmaster.
They found a thick stand of trees and brush, well out of sight of the car, then spread out the blanket and tumbled onto it. The first time they'd ever done this, 4 months ago, in an apartment borrowed from a friend of Garrett's, Jordan had expended considerable thought on exactly how one got from fully dressed and kissing to naked. Given all the fastenings on everything that the new look required for a woman to look fashionable, there didn't seem to be any graceful way to take everything off. "Here's my sister's copy of Forever Amber," her friend Ginny had advised, handing over a dog-eared volume. "I took it from under her mattress. 10 descriptions of women undressing in front of men, according to the Attorney General of Massachusetts." He was paying awfully close attention considering he said the book was obscene, Jordan had observed. He also noted there were 70 references to sexual intercourse. I only found 62, but I was reading in a hurry before my sister missed it. In the end, Forever Amber hadn't been terribly useful. Undressing hadn't been problematic after all. There hadn't turned out to be any art to it, as long as the clothes hit the floor as fast as possible. It had all been awkward, but even if there weren't any waves of bliss, there had been lots of laughing, enough to ease them both past anything uncomfortable. And it hadn't hurt horribly, which some of her girlfriends said was the case. Maybe neither books nor girlfriends should be relied on for sex advice, Jordan reflected now, squirming away from a twig poking her back through the blanket, as Garrett stripped his shirt off. Girlfriends, if they knew more than you, said completely conflicting things. "Men just like it better than us," or "It's wonderful when you're in love." And books either said nothing at all, the hero and heroine disappeared into some all-encompassing ellipses, or promised automatic, vaguely worded ecstasy. Still, this had to be the 7th or 8th time, and she and Garrett had things nicely worked out. A lot of pleasant rolling about on the blanket, sunlight dappling Garrett's hair as he lowered his head to kiss along her collarbone. Then a brief, fierce tangle of limbs and gasps and sweat, and they broke apart smiling. Jordan sat up, reaching for her blouse. "Garrett," she said, laughing as she looked over one shoulder, "do not fall asleep." "I won't," he said, eyes closed, stretched out on the blanket. "You are." She planted a kiss on his ear. "Put some clothes on. I've got to open up the shop." He sat up, yawning. "Anything you say, Mrs. Byrne." "Don't say that till September. It's bad luck." Jordan straightened the diamond ring on her knuckle, watching it sparkle in the tree-filtered sunshine. It looked so dainty, but it was a heavy bit of rock. Who knew a half-carat ring could weigh down a hand like a boulder? The bell over the shop door tinkled not 10 minutes after Jordan flipped the sign to open, ushering in a harried-looking woman, blotting her forehead. "Welcome to McBride's Antiques, ma'am. May I offer you some refreshment?" She poured ice water into a long-stemmed Murano goblet, proffering lemon wafers on an Edwardian calling card slaver. During winter it was peppermint wafers and hot tea in flowered Minton cups. "Customers like to feel welcomed," Annalisa had said. One of her quiet notions that had made its way into the shop to good effect, or at least Jordan assumed it was to good effect, considering how much more stock her dad had been buying. "There's no reason you can't be the most prosperous antiques dealer in Boston," Jordan's stepmother often said. "We do well enough as it is," he pointed out. But Annalisa kept quietly making suggestions, and neither Jordan nor her father could deny her instinct for the little things that turned a profit. She never took shifts behind the counter. Jordan's father was proud that his wife didn't have to work, but she had her own ways of helping. The first customer walked out with a japanned tray and a Georgian table clock, and the bell tinkled again almost before the door closed behind her. Jordan's welcoming expression became a smile as Ruth raced in, blonde plait bouncing on the back of her school jumper. "Hello, Cricket." Ruth flung her arms around Jordan in a hug. 8 years old now and a little chatterbox, not the silent, big-eyed scrap she'd been at 4. My sister, Jordan thought with a squeeze of love. And it was true now.
Ruth Weber had become Ruth McBride. "Can I look around?" The shop was Ruth's treasure box, her favorite place in the world. "May I look around?" Annalise's voice sounded. "And yes, you may." Jordan greeted her stepmother with a smile. The smiles between them had been awkward ones for a while. This Thanksgiving after that first horrible one had not exactly been a tension-free evening, everyone knowing exactly what everyone else was thinking as they chewed on their turkey. But thank goodness that was all in the past. Jordan hugged Annalisa now, inhaling her sweet lilac scent. "How do you always look so cool and collected?" she demanded, taking in the spotless gloves and the crisp cream linen suit that looked like it had come from the pages of Vogue and not Annalisa's singer. "I'm as rumpled as an old mop. A young girl looks all the better for a little déshabille. Middle-aged matrons like me have to settle for being tidy and presentable." Annalisa fished in her pocketbook, producing a fabric sample. "Look at this lovely yellow cotton. I was thinking a sundress for you. Better for you. I look like a cheese in yellow." "You do not. When am I ever wrong about clothes?" Annalisa smiled. 3.5 years ago, she'd received Jordan's flame-faced apology, only to offer a teary one of her own. They'd cried a little on each other's shoulders, and never referred to it again. These days, whenever Jordan thought about that Thanksgiving, she gave a deep, sincere flinch at her own stupidity, and wondered, what was I thinking? "What brings you in?" Jordan went on. "You never come to the shop during business hours." Dan wanted the auction catalog for his trip tomorrow. He marked a set of Hope chairs. Maybe this will be the last buying trip for a while. Jordan's dad seemed to be whisking out the door every other week these days, off to New York or Connecticut in one of the crisp herringbone suits Annalisa had chosen for him. He didn't put in many hours behind the shop counter anymore, or in the back room where the restoration work was done. Jordan now managed the counter on most days, and in the back room, "Is Mr. Kolb working today?" Annalisa tucked the auction catalog into her pocket. "Here, Frau McBride." The door to the back room opened, and a frail-looking man with puffs of gray hair above his ears popped out. He always came in early, well before Jordan opened up. "I was expecting you." Mr. Kolb's English was so thickly accented, it had taken Jordan weeks to understand him. "The Hepplewhite table. She needs varnish." He launched into technicalities, mixing German and English. He'd come to the shop a year or so ago, another refugee with the waves arriving from Europe after the Displaced Persons Act, badly rumpled in a cheap suit and flinching visibly whenever a stranger addressed him. "You won't find anyone better to help with restoration," Annalisa had told Jordan's father when she proposed they sponsor Kolb's entry to the United States. "Old books, old documents, those are his specialty. He had a shop in Salzburg when I was a child. I'm so glad I had the thought of looking him up. He can't take the counter with his English so poor, and he's very jumpy. He had a bad time during the war, Dan. One of the camps." Annalisa's voice had faded to a discreet murmur, and the little German had been ensconced in the back room ever since, always with a peppermint in his pocket for Ruth and a shy smile for Jordan. "English, Mr. Kolb," Annalisa reminded him as he lapsed into German. "That dealer you told me about, the one who decided to settle in Ames." "Yes, Frau McBride. A final payment made." "Excellent. Did he pass that letter along for me to Salzburg?" "Yes, Frau McBride." "For a woman I used to know there," Annalisa told Jordan. "I'm hoping she might consider coming to Boston. I was so lucky to get here, make a new life. I'd like to help others like me do the same." Her English was perfect now, no trace of German accent. If anything, she'd begun to drop her R's like a real Bostonian. She looked so delighted whenever anyone assumed she was born and raised here, she never corrected them. She'd even lopped the second syllable off Annalisa when she took American citizenship. Anna McBride was how she introduced herself now. Jordan's father came in, looking cross. "New Yorkers," he muttered. clogging up the street, not knowing how to park.
How is it that all tourists who can't park are automatically New Yorkers? Jordan teased.
I know Yankee fans when I see them.
He dropped his hat on the counter, looking dapper in the suit he'd wear to the train station this afternoon.
Anna, did you tell Jordan about...
I knew you'd want to. Annalisa smiled. Ruth, come into the back while I talk to Mr. Kolb. Jordan's little sister ignored her, standing transfixed by a brooch in the display cabinet. A little wrought silver violin to be worn on some music-loving woman's lapel.
Can I have it?
She whispered. Certainly not, Ruth. It's far too old and valuable. But don't be greedy. It's an unattractive quality in children. Annalisa bore Ruth off to the back, and Jordan looked back at her father. What is it, Dad?
Just some wedding plans. Anna wanted to take you shopping for a dress.
Jordan adjusted the diamond over her finger again. Picking a wedding dress, that seemed like a very large step, very final. She blew out a breath. I put myself entirely in her hands. We'll even take pictures at the fitting.
Get a picture of her while you're at it. You know how she's always ducking the camera.
Jordan said. Unfortunately, the best picture she'd ever taken of Annalisa was still that first one, the shot in the kitchen with her head half turned and her eyes as sharp as razors.
I wanted to talk to you about a wedding present.
He fished a little box out of his pocket, turning pink around the ears.
To wear on the big day. Something old, you know.
Oh, Dad! Jordan touched the earrings with a fingertip, gold-feathered Art Deco wings with big pearls swinging below.
A Lalique, 1932. Rose gold settings, freshwater pearls.
He shuffled a bit.
Your birthstone. A good, smart girl like you, who picked yourself out a good, smart man and a good, smart future. A daughter like that deserves pearls.
Jordan hugged him, throat thick as she inhaled his aftershave. Thank you. He squeezed her back.
All this wedding talk, flowers and dresses. We haven't talked about afterward, the important things. If you want to keep house for Garrett, or if you want to keep your hand in here at the shop.
Thinking about after the wedding was almost impossible, like the crest of a hill she couldn't see beyond. She knew Garrett's father had spoken to Garrett about helping them with an apartment, and then a house. She knew her father had probably been part of that discussion too, though no one had talked to her. But exactly how life alongside Garrett was going to continue after the honeymoon was still in many ways a question mark. I know I want to work, she said firmly.
Well, take some time after the honeymoon. I'll put up a help wanted sign this week. Look for another clerk. Some suave fellow or pretty girl to work the counter. Mr. Kolb hasn't got the English for that.
Jordan's father hesitated, fingering his suit's lapel.
Anything ever strike you about Kolb, Missy?
Well, like what?
I don't know. He always looks furtive any time I come in to check on the restoration work. And with his English so patchy, I can't ask him anything but the simplest questions. Of course, Anna translates anything tricky.
A pause, looking toward the backroom door where Annalisa and Ruth and Mr. Kolb had vanished.
I just wondered what you thought, working around him more than I do.
The last thing Jordan was going to do was make wild speculations about anyone's past. I'm sure it's just his nerves, Dad. The war, you know.
Does he bring people into the shop? Not customers, I mean bringing people into the back.
Not that I've noticed. Why? The afternoon sun was coming through the window strong and golden, highlighting her father beautifully. Jordan moved for her camera, stashed behind the door. Stay right there.
I came up here one day, and Kolb had another German fellow in the back room. Older, a Berliner. Didn't speak a word of English. Kolb went off in a babble. I could just about get that it was a rare books expert he'd brought in to consult.
He has experts in sometimes.
Jordan checked her film, lifted the Leica. Anna gave him permission. Click.
That's what she said. I just wondered. You have to be careful in a business that attracts swindlers.
A shrug.
Well, Kolb does free me up, even if he makes me twitch sometimes. I want to tell him to relax before he frets himself into a heart attack.
You're the one who never relaxes. Jordan lowered her camera. You promised you'd take an afternoon's fishing at the lake this spring, and you haven't been once. He laughed.
I'll go soon, Missy, I promise.
The backroom door opened then, and Annalise's dark head reappeared. Does she like the earrings? She does, Jordan grinned. Did you help pick them?
Not a bit.
Annalisa shut the door on Mr. Kolb in the back room, Ruth peering at the broken-spined book he was repairing. I thought next Saturday we might shop for a wedding dress. I may be able to stitch up a chic sundress, but wedding gowns are beyond me. I saw one in the window at Priscilla of Boston. Empire princess silhouette, seed pearls.
I think I've picked which weekend I'm going to the lake, Jordan's father decided. Suddenly I fancied tramping after some spring turkey. You hunt turkey.
Annalisa gave Jordan a woman-to-woman smile. We ladies shall hunt French Chantilly and petal-drop caps. I for one know which hunt will be the more ruthless. A week later, Jordan was standing in the lavish fitting room at Priscilla of Boston on Boylston Street, when the news came. Swathed in ivory satin, exploding into a huge bell of a skirt, turning her head to feel the lilac pearls swinging, as Annalisa waved away the salesgirl trying to suggest ruffles. My stepdaughter is not a ruffles sort of bride. Turning to tease Annalisa with some mother-of-the-bride joke, thinking how glad she was that the two of them could laugh and tease each other now. That was when Jordan saw Annalisa's eyes go toward the door, where a man in a dark suit stepped forward.
Mrs. Daniel McBride.
Waiting for Annalisa's nod.
The clerk at your shop said you could be found here. It's about your husband.
Jordan stepped off the dressmaker's dais, feeling ivory satin pool around her feet. Her eye was taking pictures in jerky little snaps. The man in the suit, looking uncomfortable. Click. Annalisa, frozen still, face draining of color, a Chantilly wedding veil dropping from her hands. Click. The man cleared his throat.
I'm afraid there's been an accident.
Chapter 23. Ian. May 1950. Aboard the SS Conte Biancamano. It was the first leisure Ian had known in years. Sitting in the cinema lounge of the great ocean liner, nothing to do but watch the parade of passengers in dinner jackets and sequined evening gowns, cigarette smoke and jazz swirling together in idle seduction, dark water of the Atlantic sliding past outside. Enjoy it, the ship seemed to whisper. A little lotus-eating time before the chase begins in Boston.
I'm so bloody bored I could jump over the rail,
he said to his companion. She grinned, a tall, lanky woman in her 50s, loose trousers and boar-tusk ivory bracelets, a faint stammer and mangled-looking hands that drew stares.
Another drink?
Ian inspected his tumbler.
No, thank you. What happened to the stories I heard about you drinking Hemingway under the table? It got rather old.
So will you, and then what will you have to show for it?
Fewer hangovers, Eve. Fewer hangovers.
Ian frequently reflected that the greatest advantage from a life spent hopping all over the map trying to catch the next war was that he never knew where he'd meet an old friend, last seen in a Spanish airdrome or a Tunisian bar or the deck of a French troop ship. His last encounter with Eve Gardiner had been during the Blitz in London, seeing her shake glass slivers out of her hair in the middle of a bombed-out pub. Everyone else ran for the air raid shelter when the alarm went off. But Eve kept right on reading the Dispatches from London column.
It's their good humor that surprises me,
she read aloud as Ian trailed back in after the raid. How this city can paste a smile on its collective face and still get to work more or less on time. Miss Ruby Sutton writes a good column. You've got your work cut out for you, Graham. Try to live up to all this good press and trundle off to work with a smile, won't you? And now here they were drinking scotch in idle luxury, bound for the United States. Behind him was bleak, bombed Vienna, with the temporarily closed-down center. Ahead was the new chase. Here there was limbo, and an old friend met by chance. It's been good bumping into you, Graham. Eve finished her drink, rising. I'd stay, but I've got a tall colonel in my cabin who keeps me from getting bored on ocean crossings. Is that the secret of surviving shipboard travel? Ian rose, gave her a kiss on the cheek. I should have packed an army officer. You packed a Russian anarchist. Eve nodded across the cinema lounge, where Nina's blonde head was coming through the crowd. Is she a pilot? I have no idea. Why? I saw her check the sky the moment she went on deck. All flyers do that. How do you not know if your wife is a pilot? It's complicated. Would you like an escort back to your cabin? I'd hate to think of you running into a drunken passenger on a dark deck. I have a Luger P08 at the small of my back, Graham. If a drunken passenger gives me any trouble on a dark deck, I'll just shoot him. Eve disappeared into the throng. Who is that? Nina said, throwing herself into the chair Eve had vacated. An old friend. Ian looked at his wife, speculative. She says you're a pilot, Lieutenant Markova. Yes. Nina's brows rose. In her patched trousers and boots, she stuck out from the sleekly dressed crowd like a barnacle, but she didn't seem to care. How does she know? She used to do something unbelievably vague in British intelligence, and people like that are rather good at observing things. Tell them good morning, and they know your occupation, your birthday, your favorite novel, and how you take your tea. What is your birthday? Why? Because I know your occupation, Comrade Lieutenant Markova, and I know your vile predilection for jam and tea and historical romances, but I have no idea what your birthday is. On the marriage certificate, I believe I made something up. March 22nd. Born a year after the revolution. She'd have turned 32 not long ago then. I owe you a birthday present, comrade. The Jägeren's heart on the stick? I've heard marriage meant the surrender of hearts, but I didn't think quite so literally. And no, Ian added. Nina snorted. Is Antochka coming to join us? That Milanese divorcee he cozied up to 2 nights ago still hasn't let him out of her cabin. It had made for easier sleeping arrangements. Nina kept the tiny cabin assigned to Mr. and Mrs. Graham, while Ian bunked with Tony. Ian had wondered at first if that would be awkward, given the quarrel they'd had in the Vienna office. But Tony made no reference to it, and they'd fallen back into the old camaraderie. Ian was still grateful when Tony began staying with the Italian blonde, with her mink and her scarlet fingernails. The cabin class reservations that were all they were able to afford on the May installment of Ian's annuity were not roomy. It's your fault we waste time on this boat, you know, Nina was complaining. If not for your damned fear of heights, we fly this distance much shorter time. I fear water, but you hear me complain about this boat? Yes, Ian said. You've been complaining about this boat since Cannes. I still got on it. You can't get on a plane. You're too sensitive? Western milksop. No one in Soviet Union is sensitive. Clearly, Ian answered, grinning. What does that mean? Fuck your mother through 7 gates whistling. Bloody hell, woman, the mouth on you. They gave up their table and wandered out on deck. A cool night, faint light on the ocean from a waning quarter moon. Nina looked at it, glaring.
I hate quarter moon. That's rather random, Ian observed.
Silence. Her face had grown taut.
Did you see the ceiling freeze in the great hall on this ship? He asked, watching her. Jason and the Argonauts, setting off for the Golden Fleece. The original No Chance We'll Find It hunt, but they found it. Perhaps we'll find our Golden Fleece too. I don't want to talk, Nina said abruptly. All right.
Ian lit a cigarette and leaned on the rail, looking over the water. Slowly the crowd thinned, trailing off to bed. Nina's profile was bright against the darkness, rather lovely. She's designed to be looked at by moonlight. The thought went through his head. Normally he'd have brushed that bit of whimsy aside, but now he stood at the rail of the vast ship, thinking that he had never kissed his wife, and realizing in a sudden visceral tug that he wanted to. She was a Russian whirlwind who stole his shirts and put her boots on his desk, but under the stars she looked like she was made of silver. God damn it, Ian thought, half angry, half amused. He had no wish to be attracted to a woman he would soon be divorcing. Yet here he was, flicking his cigarette into the water below and saying, "Would you slit my throat if I were to kiss you?" Nina's eyes came down from the quarter moon overhead, dark with some old remembered pain. It took her a moment to focus on Ian. "Never mind," he said quietly and began to turn away, but she reached up, yanked him down to eye level, and nailed her mouth against his. It wasn't a kiss, it was a hurricane. Her strong fingers laced around the back of his neck, her ankle hooked his knee, and Ian found himself burying his hands in her hair and yanking her hard up against him. He felt her compact form almost climbing up his as her teeth scored his lip. He bit her right back, drinking the taste of her like ice and salt and violence. His wife kissed like she was trying to drink his heart through his throat. "Bloody hell, woman," he managed to say, heart pounding. "The mouth on you." She regarded him coolly, as if they hadn't just nearly ravaged each other against a deck railing. "I don't want to talk." He could still taste her, like the icy burn of vodka electric in his throat. "I don't either." They dragged each other back to the tiny cabin booked in the name of Mr. and Mrs. Graham, which Ian hadn't set foot in. Is this a good idea? He thought. No, he answered himself promptly, but I don't give a damn. Banging the door shut, he picked up his wife and kissed her again. "Shirt," she muttered, wrenching at his shirt as they toppled onto the bed. "What are you doing?" "Confiscating your weaponry." Ian tugged the razor out of her boot top. "I know better than to take an armed woman to bed." "You'll have to fight me for it." She gave a mock snarl like a wolverine, her strong limbs coiling and twisting through his. She was half laughing and half angry, at herself or at him, he didn't know. But she was nearly throwing off sparks of heat and fury as they kissed and struggled and clawed to get closer. There were enough buried sparks of his own anger to meet hers, the banked antagonism of the quarrel in his office flaring into a different kind of fire as he roped her hair around his hand and pulled it tight. And she left the marks of her teeth in his shoulder, even as she wrapped her legs around his waist. The razor came partly unfolded and nicked Ian's arm before he got it away from her. "I know how to fight, you red menace." Ian hurled the razor across the cabin and kissed her again, drinking down her bone-buckling taste of ice and Arctic wind, blood and sweetness. Her nails raked his back, and he sank into her like he was sinking into a headwind, blown and tossed and dizzied by chaos. The first thing she said afterward was, "We still get divorce." Ian burst out laughing. They were both still breathing hard, sweating, sheets and skin lightly dappled with blood from the cut on his arm, which he still didn't feel even remotely. "I'd say this rules out non-consummation as grounds." "This is—" Nina hunted for a word, muttered something in Russian. Squirming away from his side, she set her back against the foot of the bed facing him, scowling. Ian's flare of anger had burned out, but she was still crackling and sparkling, all wary prickles in the dark.
We're on the hunt. We search, we fight, the blood is up, we screw. Is all it is.
Ian leaned forward to run a hand over the smooth curve of her leg, still tangled with his, down the strong arch of her calf. She had a tattoo on the sole of her foot, he saw with fascination, some spiky Cyrillic lettering. The visceral tug toward his wife that he'd felt at the deck railing hadn't gone out. It had only gone deeper. He curved a hand around her ankle.
If that's how you want it, comrade.
Is. She looked fierce, and he wondered what she was remembering, what memory she'd pushed down when she dragged her eyes away from that quarter moon and dragged him down for a kiss instead.
Who were you thinking of when you kissed me?
He asked, running his thumb over the Cyrillic on her small foot. She looked him in the eye.
No one.
Liar, Ian thought, even as he tugged her back toward him and kissed her scowling mouth.
What's going on in that head of yours, Nina? Who are you?
He still had no idea, only that the answer was growing more complicated, rather than less. Chapter 24. Nina. January 1943. North Caucasus Front.
This makes 13,
Yelena called on assent. By now they were accustomed to deciphering each other's words through the tinny interphones.
Take the stick.
Nina took over, shivering even in furred overalls and mole fur flight mask. Nothing kept you warm in an open cockpit under a frozen moon. Better than the armorers, Nina told herself. They worked barehanded even in the dead of winter. They couldn't attach bomb fuses through bulky gloves. They were losing fingertips, laboring with blank, stoic faces and bandaged hands as blue as wild violets. But they weren't slowing down. With more than 6 months' practice under their belts, the regiment had turnaround down to an art. A U-2 could land, fuel, rearm, and take off again in less than 10 minutes.
It's counter to regulations,
Vershanskaya had admitted.
But it's our way, and it works.
Nina saw Yelena's head loll in sleep, up in the front cockpit. In these long winter shifts, where 8 runs per night stretched to 12 or more, all the pilots and navigators had started sleeping in shifts. Generally, Yelena dozed on the way out, and Nina on the way back.
Better that than risk us both dozing off at once.
Sleep was the enemy on the long winter nights. Sleep, the seducer, luring you to doze off and fall out of the sky. Nina battled yawns until the target showed below.
Wake up, rabbits,
she called to Yelena, rapping gloved knuckles on her pilot's head.
Dusha's lining up.
Bombing headquarter-designated buildings was always hell. The searchlights and the ground fire were twice as fierce.
I'm awake.
Yelena shook her head to clear the cobwebs, then took control again and dropped them neatly down beside Dusha's U-2. Nights like tonight, they flew in pairs. Dusha would blaze through first, flinging herself sideways as shells ribboned into the sky in pursuit, and the Rusalka came floating silently behind, while searchlights and guns were busy. Yelena slid the Rusalka neatly under the one questing searchlight that didn't dive after Dusha's U-2, lining them up in perfect darkness. Nina triggered the bombs, and Yelena looped around.
Nod off, Ninochka,
she called through the interphones.
I'll wake you on the descent.
But she broke off as the plane rolled left, fighting her efforts to level out. Nina swore, leaning out over her cockpit, and suddenly very, very awake.
Bring us around. There's still a 25 kilo on the rack.
All traces of weariness bottomed out of Yelena's voice.
Can you see it? Yes. Last bomb didn't drop.
Yelena was already taking them back out wide, past the target into the darkness. Nina caught a flash glimpse of the next U-2 lining up to descend, pilot probably wondering if they'd lost their bearings. No time to worry about that. Nina toggled the bomb's release, but nothing dropped. "Stuck fast. Level out on the straight and throttle back." "Why?" Yelena called, even as she fought the plane's left-leaning roll, applying opposite aileron and stick to take them flat and steady. Nina unclipped her safety harness. "Ninochka, what are you doing?" "Giving it a push," Nina said reasonably and stood up. "Nina Borisovna, get back in the plane!" "Keep just over stall speed," Nina overrode her. "And steady." Then she slung a leg over the side. The airstream was rigid and icy as a current of water, knifing down her sides as she put one boot and then the other on the lower wing. Her body locked in the chill of the wind, and her teeth set up a chatter. Nina clung, gloved fingers clamped around the lip of the cockpit, for a moment utterly unable to move. It wasn't fear, she was just frozen as though swallowed in ice. The wind was a malevolent bitch, wanting to scoop her off toward the ground, floating past 800 meters below. She'd spin, turning and turning through the wisps of clouds, and Yelena wouldn't be able to do anything but watch. "Move, night witch." Her father's voice. Nina clamped her clattering teeth, then slithered her body along the lower wing between the wires. The Rusalka wobbled, and for a moment Nina wondered if she was going to slide into the void, but Yelena steadied them. Inching along the wing, feeling the slipstream's icy, lingering hands run across her back. Nina swatted blindly below, but couldn't feel anything. Peeling one glove off with her teeth, she fumbled at the bomb rack, bare fingers sticking painfully to the frozen metal. Naked skin at this altitude felt like it had been set on fire, not dipped in ice. How long before her fingers stopped working altogether? Nina yanked at the unseen rack, more imagining the bomb's release than feeling it, the wing shuddering beneath her. If they hit a mountain updraft while she was clinging here one-handed, she'd get flung off like a fishing line sailing into a lake. Something pinched in her fingers and gave way. Nina saw the bomb drop silently into the dark. Pity to waste it on what was probably a barren hillside. She slid back along the wing, then levered herself upright and tipped almost head first into her own cockpit. The wind seemed to give a spiteful, cheated hiss when she dropped out of reach. Yelena's voice squawked out of the interphones, and Nina clawed hers back in place. "We can turn around," she told her pilot through chattering teeth. And then, "Damn it!" "What?" Yelena shouted. "I dropped my glove." "Is that all you have to say? Climb out on my wing again, and I will tip you fucking off, you little Siberian lunatic." "You swore." "What?" Yelena was bringing the plane around now. "You swore, Miss Moscow Goody." Nina tucked her ungloved hand under her armpit. Her teeth were clacking, but she still managed to grin. "Yelena Vasilovna, you swore." "Go to hell," Yelena said. A second later, through the interphones, a stifled laugh. Nina leaned back, sleep already cooing in her ear again, telling her to close her eyes. "Where are we?" "South of target." "Right." The sky was already lightening. It was nearly dawn. "Just northeast, and we—" The shots came from nowhere, ripping down through the U-2's wing with a flat, brutal sound like steel punching cardboard. The dark shape zipped overhead, even as Yelena called, "Messerschmitt!" and hurled the plane down. Nina twisted in the cockpit, staring wildly past the Rusalka's tail, mouth paper dry. They had never tangled with German fighters, only anti-aircraft guns. It had disappeared into the dark, but the Messers was so fast, too fast to match a U-2, which sailed along so slowly that any fighter would stall out trying to match speed. It would have to keep making strafing runs. Another screaming pass, another line of fire tearing down one wing. If Nina had been lying along that wing trying to pry a bomb off the rack, she realized, she would have been stitched the length of her spine. The Rusalka lurched as Yelena took her into a straight dive. Not enough cloud to hide in, Nina knew, and evasive maneuvering took fuel. At this point, they'd burned too much while circling to drop the final bomb. Land and scatter. Those were Bershanskaya's orders for such occasions. Land and scatter, ladies. They won't pursue you on the ground. Already the Rusalka was careening downward at 200 meters. Shot down, Nina thought with curious clarity. We are being shot down. Better than burning in the air as the fuel line ignited. Better than crashing with so many broken bones that it was nothing but a slow death hanging in your cockpit. Having to land and scatter left you a chance. Field! Nina heard herself shouting into the interphones. Where was the messer? Field! 30 degrees right! Yelena saw it and brought the nose around. Shot down. The others would set Nina's and Yelena's breakfast dishes out at their usual places, waiting for their return. It was what the 588th always did when a U-2 failed to come back. 2 days, maybe 3, and only then did the plates stop being set, when no one could pretend it was still likely you'd come limping in alive. The messer swept overhead like a dark kite, firing another burst. Yelena dropped the U-2 from 200 meters to 100 to 50, the fastest, roughest landing Nina had ever seen her pull off. Another heartbeat, and wheels bounced on frozen winter earth. Out! Nina bellowed, kicking free of her safety harness for the second time this flight. Yelena was already clawing free of her cockpit, cheeks burning crimson. Their boots hit the earth at the same time. Some kind of rough field, shadowed scrub all around. The day was coming cruelly fast, pale light flinging their shadows in front of them. A flat chopping sound rose, and the Messerschmitt came back around, painted swastikas flashing like spiders. They reversed and bolted for the scrub, Nina never feeling more like a rabbit sprinting for cover. Lines of bullets crossed the field, and Nina wasn't even aware she'd flung herself flat. She just found herself on the ground, arms clamped around her head as puffs of soil jumped around her. She had no idea if she'd been hit or not. She felt nothing but the roar in her blood. The plane passed overhead. Nina's ears rang. She dragged herself up, heart flipping in sudden panic as she saw Yelena's long arms stretched on the ground ahead of her. But then Yelena's head turned. "Ninochka!" she gasped. And they were both up, stumbling for the scrub. They crawled in, and when the sound of the Messer's engines droned overhead again, they froze, clamped together, Nina's face buried in Yelena's shoulder, Yelena's in hers. The Messer made another pass over the field. "Wait," Nina breathed. They muffled the cold cloud of their breath in star-covered scarves. Another droning pass, another stipple of bullets. "If the Germans capture us," Yelena whispered, "promise you'll kill me." "They are not going to capture us. If they do, stop." A third pass. "You know what they do to women pilots. They'll rape us and murder us." Yelena's whisper rattled faster like hailstones on a roof. "And we'll be branded traitors for allowing ourselves to be taken." "We aren't traitors. We followed orders. No one sees it that way if you're caught." Yelena's breath hitched. "I left my pistol in the cockpit." "Shh! If they catch us, cut my throat with that razor, Ninochka. Promise." Yelena's face, white as frost now with terror, the most precious thing in the world. "I love you," Nina whispered. She cupped her bare hand and her gloved hand around Yelena's cheeks. "I love you, and I will kill you before letting the Fritzes get you, if that is what you want. Anything you want. I love you enough for anything, even that." Yelena squeezed her eyes shut, gulping. Nina pulled her closer. The drone of the Messerschmitt's engine retreated. They waited. "Your heart's beating steady as a drum," Yelena whispered. "You aren't even afraid, are you?" "No, because we're safe. No one ever catches a Rusalka, much less a pair. We slip through their hands like water." Yelena buried her face in Nina's fur overalls. Nina stroked her hair, looking at the sky overhead. icy stars winking out with the coming day. So cold. She closed her eyes and saw the turquoise water of the old man rising up to meet her, and then her eyes flew open with a jerk. "You started to doze," Yelena whispered. "Waiting to see if you would be strafed to death by a Messerschmitt, you actually dozed off." "It's been a long night." Nina stretched her hearing out as far as she could listen. No buzz of engines, no thump of bullets. "Can we risk it?" "We'll have to. It's almost day." "They could be lying in wait. We'd have heard them land." They made their way out of the brush. So strange to be on the ground, snow crunching underfoot, strange hills and jagged trees unfamiliar against the horizon. Up in a plane, you forgot what it looked like down in the middle of things. Life was either a cockpit or a set of interchangeable aerodromes and runways. Yelena let out a long breath. "If the Rusalka's wrecked, we'll have to walk back." "Then we will walk back. Like Larissa Radjikova and their pilot last month." They'd bailed out in the neutral zone and made it back walking through the active line, both of them sliced head to toe by shrapnel. Nina and Yelena held their breath as they came back to the Rusalka, canted drunkenly in the middle of the field. The wings were so whole they looked like a screen. Yelena went to inspect the engine, while Nina hopped up to look into the cockpits. "Well, we still have an engine." Yelena's voice floated up as she poked her head among the wires. "And the propeller, most of it." Nina surveyed the massive splinters where the instrument panels used to be. "We have controls, not much else, but we each have a stick. All a U2 really needs is a stick, an engine, and a pilot." Yelena reclaimed her pistol, standing back. "I'd rather trust the Rusalka to get us home than try to walk it." They had no way of knowing if this was German territory or not. They could walk into their own troops, or into a nest of Fritz's. Nina joined her in staring at the propeller. A third of the blade was missing on one side. "Knock a third off the opposing blade to equalize it," Nina said at last. "It's already bullet-riddled. We could break the end off without tools." Yelena looked a little white, but nodded. Nina tugged her down to eye level. "Yelenushka, are you all right?" Her pilot managed another nod. Nina wasn't sure she believed her, but nodded back. They worked as fast as they could, bashing at the propeller blade until they could get it evened up with the shortened one. Nina gave the prop a swing to get it going as Yelena coaxed the engine to life, and 15 minutes later they were airborne, rising sluggishly after a takeoff twice as long as their nimble little plane normally needed. "We need height," Nina called as they wobbled along. She felt naked, flying in daylight. At least it was deep winter, when dawn looked more like deep blue twilight. Yelena brought the Rusalka up, the engine groaning as though mortally wounded. "It's just a flesh wound," Nina told her plane. "A few days in repairs and you'll be as good as new." "I meant what I said." Yelena's voice sounded tinny, and Nina didn't think it was the interphones. "If we ever get shot down, I'd rather you kill me than be taken captive." "No one's getting shot down. We're almost home." 20 minutes at most. "He could still be back there. The Messerschmitt." "He's not back there." "He might have lain in wait till we got back in the air." "He's not there." No reply. Nina could see Yelena's shoulders moving as she breathed in unsteady gulps. The Rusalka wobbled along, jolting Nina back and forth in her cockpit like a nut jumping in a frying pan. A frying pan full of hot oil, she thought. And then thought at least the nut would be warm. She could still feel sleep hissing in her ear, that terrible urge to close her eyes and drift. "Go away, you dense night slut," Nina told sleep. "We're a hair from going down in a ball of flame." The dense fog of night was thinning. "Airdrome should be below," Nina called. "Correct 15 degrees east." The night's flying would long be over, but the girls would still be there, eyes on the sky. They always waited when a plane was late. A flare blossomed, red and welcome. Here is the runway. Nina let out a long, shaky breath in relief. And that was when Yelena shouted and threw the U2 sideways. The Ryszalka shrieked as though she'd been gored. She shook so violently, Nina thought the wings were going to shear off. "Yelena! He's lining us up!" Yelena's voice came through the interphones, rising higher and higher. "I see him ahead! It's just landing flares!" Nina clawed free of her safety harness, the third time in the last hour. "No one's firing! He's firing on us!" The Ryszalka gave a sickening shudder, nose dropping. "We're hit!" "We're not hit! You're hallucinating!" It had happened to other pilots, overstrain conjuring danger from nowhere, landing flares becoming enemy fire. Lunging forward over the broken remnants of windscreen, Nina grabbed for Yelena's hair where it escaped her flying cap. She yanked Yelena off the controls, bringing her head slamming back against her seat. "Stop!" Nina roared, grabbing with the other hand for her own stick. Her ungloved fingers were so numb she couldn't feel it. She gave a blind yank, and the engine sputtered. The Ryszalka flattened out from her lurching spiral, fighting Nina with everything it had. She didn't dare let Yelena go. If her pilot clawed the stick back and sent them into one more spin, this poor wounded bird would stall out. Nina muscled the nose down, still standing in an awkward crouch, half in and half out of her cockpit, one hand anchoring her pilot and one gripping the stick for dear life. Her entire shoulders screamed with the effort of bracing the descent. The Ryszalka dived toward the ground, bounced hard enough to rattle every tooth in Nina's head, then flung her forward over the shattered windscreen. A white-hot sliver of agony bolted through her forearm, but Nina didn't care. They were on the ground, rolling safe across frozen earth, and Yelena was all right. She was crying out, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," and she wouldn't be saying that if she were still hallucinating in panic. Nina sagged back in her seat, pain stabbing her arm, drenched in sweat, shivering all over because the sweat droplets were already freezing on her damp skin. She couldn't feel her right hand, and it wouldn't come loose from the stick, but that didn't matter. They were on the ground. Muzzily, Nina patted the U2's shattered instrument panel. "Good girl." The world tilted. In the 30 seconds it took for the flood of waiting pilots to reach the Ryszalka, Nina was unconscious. "Who are they giving you to navigate?" "Zoya Buzina," Yelena answered. "Her pilot's down with a bullet to the knee. Ground fire." "Zoya Buzina?" Nina glowered up from her bed. "The redhead from Kiev with the buck teeth?" "Don't sulk. She's good." "Not as good as me." Jealousy pricked Nina, seeing Yelena head off to fly with someone else while she lay in bed. 2 weeks grounded, just because a shard of windscreen went through her forearm. "If she doesn't bring you back without a scratch, I'll knock her buck teeth down her throat." That got a laugh from Yelena. The dormitory was empty besides the two of them, Nina fuming on her cot, arm in a sling. Yelena perched on the other end in her fur overalls. The others had trooped out for the evening's briefing. "Keep the hole in your arm warm," Dusha had said, ruffling Nina's hair. "Matches the hole in your head, you crazy rabbit." They all made jokes, but over sympathetic eyes. They all understood how much it hurt to be forbidden in the air. Yelena took a deep breath, and Nina braced herself. "I nearly killed us both." Nina leaned forward and kissed her, warm lips lingering in a cold room. "Stop that, Yelena Vasilovna." For an instant, I thought the landing flares were lights from a messer. I knew they weren't, but it looked so real for a moment. I couldn't stop. A shudder went through her. "If I'd thrown us into one more spin—" "You didn't." "Because you banged my head off the seat." Yelena tried to smile, but her eyes were more shadowed than ever in her narrow face. When did you get so thin? Nina wondered, a lurch in her stomach. You had a panic, Yanushka, a hallucination. Everyone has them. even the best pilots, the best navigators. It was just a question of whether a moment's panic was fatal or not. Yesterday, for them, it was not. As far as Nina was concerned, that was an end to it.
"You didn't tell Bershanskaya," Yelena said. "If she'd known, she might have grounded me too."
"You need to get back in the air." Nina knew her pilot down to her fingertips, every last doubt and worry. "You stay on the ground even one night, you'll brood. Get in the air, fly 10 good runs with no mishaps, and you'll be right as rain. Now go join the others, before Bershanskaya notices." Another kiss, butterfly light across Nina's lips, and Yelena was gone. Nina thumped back against the pillow, staring up at the ceiling. She closed her eyes, but all she saw was Yelena in a borrowed U-2, taking off into the night sky without her. "Are you sure she's all right to fly?" the thought whispered. Nina struggled out of her cot at dawn, making her way to the airfield, past a notice for a Komsomol meeting. Mutual help in combat is the Komsomol members' law. The U-2 had returned. They were already being covered over with camouflage drapes. Nina grabbed the nearest of the ground crew. "Where's Yelena Vetsina?" The girl turned, red-eyed, her lips trembling. Nina suddenly realized that the entire field was hushed, ground crew working with hunched shoulders. From somewhere she heard the choked sound of someone weeping. The quarter moon above was disappearing into a beautiful dawn, but the world had telescoped into something nightmarish. Nina heard her own voice and couldn't tell if it was a roar or a whisper. "What happened?" Chapter 25. Jordan. May 1950. Boston.
To you, O Lord, we commend the soul of Daniel, your servant.
Dan McBride's coffin was covered with lilacs and roses. It was the lilacs that smelled strongest, wafting up into the warm spring day, like someone had smashed a bottle of perfume. Jordan's throat tightened in nausea. Who ordered a huge wreath of lilacs for a coffin, like a hoop of sickly purple tissue paper?
In the sight of this world, he is now dead. In your sight, may he live forever.
In fact, Jordan thought, eyes roving blankly over the flower-heaped coffin, over the bowed and black-hatted heads around the graveside. Who decided flowers had to be heaped on a coffin in the first place? Her father's coffin should have been heaped with fishing lures, scorecards from Red Sox games, flasks of his favorite scotch. Jordan should have dragged down the Minton dishes that they had used for Sunday lunch as long as she could remember, and lobbed each plate one by one to go smash on the coffin's lid.
Forgive whatever sins he committed through human weakness, and in your goodness, grant him everlasting peace.
Peace, Jordan thought. Peace. What good was that to her dad when she didn't have it, when Ruth and Annalisa didn't have it? He was the hub of the family, the one who brought peace. They were still standing grouped together around the place where he should have stood. Annalisa a step away as though standing on his right arm, a slender column in black, a swath of netting descending over her face from the brim of her black hat. Ruth trembling on what should have been his left side, hand in Jordan's. "It's almost over, Cricket," she managed to whisper as the priest intoned,
"We ask this through Christ our Lord."
And a ripple of amens echoed, followed by a ripple of another kind as the coffin was lowered down into the earth. "I lied, Ruth," Jordan thought of telling her sister. "It's never going to be over. This day is going to last forever." After this would be the graveside condolences, then the somber drive back to the house where cake and casseroles, whiskey and coffee would be served. More condolences and reminiscences and dabbing of handkerchiefs. Everyone wanting to know what happened, everyone wanting the details. Such a tragedy. How many times today were Jordan and Annalisa between them going to say it? A hunting accident. No one's fault. His shotgun exploded.
Did your father look after his own weapon, miss?
The policeman had asked Jordan that day in the hospital corridor. Annalisa had been too upset for questions, frozen beside her husband's bed, listening to the rasp of his breath. Yes. As long as she'd gone to the lake with him, Jordan could remember him wiping down his shotgun, cleaning it carefully before hanging it back on the wall. It was my grandfather's. He treasured it. He never let it go back on the wall in less than pristine condition. How did it...
The problem wasn't the shotgun, miss. It was the ammunition. It looks like he bought smokeless powder shells, with an old L.C. Smith 12-gauge like he had, Damascus barrels. That soft old steel shreds apart if you use the newer ammunition. There are plenty who don't know that, I'm afraid. The rounds look alike, and people just don't realize. Did he buy his ammunition himself?
Always. Jordan fiddled with a crooked hook and eye at her waist. She'd torn herself out of that ivory bridal gown at the boutique and back into her summer dress so quickly, all the fastenings were crooked. I don't shoot, and Anna doesn't either.
Then he either bought the wrong variety or didn't realize the newer kind wouldn't suit his shotgun. I've certainly seen it happen before.
A sympathetic glance.
I'm very sorry, miss.
Everyone was very sorry.
Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord.
Father Harris finished at last. Jordan joined the unison reply. May his soul and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. Such a tragedy, Jordan, dear. In the prime of his life, too. Yes. Jordan maintained her polite expression, her grip tight on the plate of German chocolate cake she hadn't touched. The woman was some distant cousin of her dad's. Funerals always brought cousins out in hordes. How exactly did it happen, dear? A hunting accident. No one's fault, Jordan recited. His shotgun exploded when he was out at the lake hunting turkey. He was using the wrong ammunition. I've told my husband once, if I've told him 100 times, always check your ammunition. Do they listen, these menfolk of ours? The parlor at the house was jammed with people in black, helping themselves to casserole and cookies from the groaning table, sipping glasses of sherry or tumblers of whiskey. Annalisa stood by the mantel, about as lifelike as a waxwork. Jordan was never going to forget the sound that had come out of her when she saw her husband in the hospital bed. It was before bandages hid the full extent of his injuries, the missing fingers on his right hand, the wound to his neck, the horror that was the right side of his face. Annalisa had let out a choked whimper at the sight, like an animal in a trap. If Jordan had had even the remotest suspicion that Annalisa didn't love her father, that would have put paid to any doubts right there. She'd seen the tears overflowing Annalisa's eyes as the doctor went on and on about extensive shrapnel damage to the mandible and teeth, and destruction of the eye orbit and the zygomatic arch. She didn't seem to have any tears left now. She and Jordan both stood in the parlor, dry and stiff as pillars of salt. At least your dear father didn't suffer, some well-meaning twit said. No, Jordan said through gritted teeth. How did it happen, dear? A hunting accident. No one's fault, Jordan repeated, all the while wanting to scream. Of course he suffered. He hung on for 2 weeks after the accident. You think he didn't suffer? The party of hunters who had found her father just after the accident might have saved him from bleeding out in the woods, but they hadn't saved him from suffering. The doctors had kept saying in jocular tones, "Your dad's a tough one," as if that helped to see him lying in the hospital bed, looking more and more shrunken as the infection set in. At least his family was with him at the end. Yes. All those hours they sat stroking his hands, Annalisa on one side and Jordan on the other. Can he hear us? Jordan had asked the doctors, and they said something about blast injuries to the eardrum, which seemed to be their way of saying they weren't sure. He seemed to pass in and out of consciousness. He couldn't speak, not with the broken jaw and mangled tongue, but sometimes he tried to move. "He threw my hand away," Annalisa had cried once, and Jordan had climbed into the bed and put her arms around her father until he quieted. "I can't stand to see him in pain," Annalisa said, white as frost on a window. "Keep him asleep. As much sedation as he needs." Only 2 weeks' worth, as it turned out. The doorbell rang. Jordan went down, greeted more well-wishers, took another casserole into the kitchen. Every surface was already overflowing with casseroles and potato salad. "Go away, all of you, and take your food with you." But these people were here for her father, she reminded herself. Rare book dealers and auction house owners, neighbors and church acquaintances. A cluster of fellow antiques dealers come from New York with hearty booms of, "Fine fellow, Dan McBride. A thing like this happening, such a careful man." Garrett's voice in her ear as he wrapped her in a hug. "How are you?" "I don't want to be hugged," Jordan wanted to cry. "I don't want to be asked how I'm feeling. I want to be left alone." But that wasn't fair. She made herself hug him back, trying not to feel smothered. "You poor dears," a neighbor clucked. "Jordan, you poor child, not having your father to give you away at your wedding." Jordan's hand stole up to the Lalique pearls in her ears. Given for a wedding, worn for a funeral. Garrett, seeing she wasn't going to speak up, said, "The wedding's been postponed till spring." A sudden explosion of tears at the other end of the parlor. Ruth's voice, so unexpected because Ruth never had tantrums. "She wants to come in!" Pink-faced and tearful, wrenching at the door to the back room where Tara whined and scratched, locked up for the afternoon. "I want my dog!" Her voice scaling up to a wail as Annalisa cut swiftly through the crowd and took her by the wrist. "It's time you went to your room, Ruth." "Not without my dog!" Ruth shrieked, yanking away. Jordan shook off Garrett's arm and moved to scoop up her sister. "I'll put her to bed, Anna." "Thank you," Annalisa said in a heartfelt murmur, heading off an incoming batch of neighbors as Jordan carried Ruth upstairs. Ruth was sobbing, flushed from heat and emotion. "It's all right to cry, Cricket. Just take off this heavy dress and climb in bed." Can I have taro?" "You can have anything you want, Ruthie Pie." Ruth and Taro were soon snuggled up together, Ruth's swollen lids drifting shut despite herself. "Hund," she whispered as Taro nuzzled her elbow. "Hubischer Hund." Jordan paused as she pulled the bedroom curtains, disquieted. Ruth hadn't lapsed into German for years. "Thank you," Annalisa said wearily as Jordan came back into the parlor. "I couldn't think what to do if she started screaming." "She'll sleep now." Jordan rubbed at her eyes. "Ruth's the lucky one, getting some peace and quiet. How much longer do you think this will last?" "Hours." Annalisa massaged her forehead. "Why don't you sneak out for a while, walk around the block, have Garrett take you for a drive?" "I can't leave you with all this." "Jordan." Annalisa's blue eyes were steady. "I would not have managed at the hospital those 2 weeks without you taking care of everything. Let me take care of this." A small smile. "It isn't so very hard after all. Keep a handkerchief and a thank you ready, and answer all questions with a hunting accident, no one's fault." Jordan felt her eyes burn. "Anna, shoo." Giving a small shove. "Go find Garrett. I'll make excuses." But Jordan didn't go find Garrett. She saw his broad shoulders across the room, and with a guilty glance she edged out of the parlor, grabbing her pocketbook as she wrenched the front door open. "Jordan, dear," a plump, motherly-looking neighbor clucked. Black-gloved finger poised over the bell. "I brought some lemon meringue pie.
Your father's favorite. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dunn. You'll find my stepmother upstairs. There was such a nice article in the paper about your father. What a pillar of the community he was. A pity they got his dates wrong. Yes, I saw. It got her dad's age wrong. It said Anna McBride was born and raised in Boston, and not that she and Dan had met in Boston. Probably my fault, Annalisa had said. I was in such a muddle when I was being asked for the details. You just take this pie, dearie, and I'll whisk on up. For a moment, Jordan stood on the doorstep with her pie in her hands. She wanted to dash down to the dark room and hide until everyone went away, but Garrett was sure to come looking if she went there, and Jordan didn't think she could take one more bear hug. You want to ride, miss? The taxi driver, who had dropped Mrs. Dunn on the doorstep, leaned out the window of the cab. Yes, Jordan said, half stupefied. Yes, I want to ride. Clarendon and Newbury. It wasn't until halfway to the shop that she came out of her daze in the back seat and realized she was still holding a lemon meringue pie. She almost burst out laughing, or maybe burst out crying. Dad's favorite. Jordan scrounged enough change to pay the driver and climbed out in front of McBride's Antiques, pie dish still in hand. The door had a black crepe bow on the knocker. Jordan tore it off, fishing her keys out of her pocketbook. The shop was dusty in the late afternoon sunshine. It had been closed up nearly 3 weeks. Jordan flipped the sign to open without thinking, setting the pie down on an antique ceramic bird bath, and wandered behind the counter. She traced her father's initials in the dust, biting back an almost irresistible urge to call out, "Dad?" Because surely that meant the backroom door would open and she'd see him there, smiling as he said, "What can I do for you, Missy?" All she had to do was call out. It hadn't been him in the hospital bed. It was all a mistake. The sob that broke out of her was huge and noisy, echoing in the tomb-silent shop. Jordan gripped the counter, welcoming the tears. "Jesus, Dad," she whispered. "Why didn't you buy the right shells? Why did you have to use that old gun instead of a new one that wouldn't blow up in your face?" The bell over the shop door tinkled. "Excuse me." Jordan looked up from the counter, heaving a breath around the solid wall in her chest. "What?" Through the blur in her eyes, she could see a young man in the doorway, hands in his pockets. "Do you work here, miss?" He closed the door behind him with another jingle of the sweet-toned bell. Her father had polished that bell every week, keeping it bright. "I'm here about a job." "Job?" Jordan echoed. She couldn't seem to focus. She blinked hard, once, twice. Why did I come here? "There's a help wanted sign." The young man jerked his thumb at the window. "I saw a German fellow last week as he was coming in." "Mr. Kolb?" "Right. But he said I'd have to speak with the owners." Help wanted. Her dad had put that sign up the week he died, looking for a clerk. Some suave fellow or pretty girl to work the counter. Jordan blinked again, focusing on the man standing on the other side of the counter now. Olive-skinned, dark-haired, lean, about Jordan's height, maybe 4 or 5 years older. Annalisa wouldn't like that loose collar, the rumpled dark hair without a hat. Sloppy, she'd say, with that Germanic tut-tut. "Anton Radomovsky," he said, offering his hand. "Tony." "Jordan McBride," she replied, shaking it automatically. "What position are you looking to fill?" he asked after a moment's silence. "You've got your German fellow. What's he do?" "Mr. Kolb does restoration work. My father—" Jordan stopped again. "So you need a clerk, maybe?" Tony smiled, lean cheeks creasing. "I know absolutely nothing about the antiques business, Miss McBride, but I can work a register, and I can sell ice to Eskimos." I don't know if we're hiring. There's been a death. The owner..."
Jordan stopped, looking down at the dusty counter. "Try back next week." Tony looked at her a long moment, smile fading. "Your father?" Jordan managed to nod. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." She nodded again. She couldn't seem to move, just stood like a pillar in her ugly black dress behind the counter. "There's a pie and a bird bath over there," he said eventually. "Everyone keeps bringing me pie," Jordan heard herself say. "Ever since he died, like lemon meringue fixes anything." He picked Mrs. Dunn's pie up out of the bird bath, deposited it on the glass counter, then went to a display case where a set of 13 apostle spoons had been laid out in a fan. He brought back 2 spoons, offering one to Jordan. Jordan's chest felt like it was about to burst. She dug a heaping spoonful out of the middle of the pie and jammed it into her mouth. It tasted like absolutely nothing. Ashes, soap shavings. My father is dead. She ate another heaping spoonful. Tony levered up a bite of his own, chewed, swallowed. "This is very good pie." "You don't have to lie." Jordan kept eating. "It's terrible pie. Mrs. Dunn never uses enough sugar." "Where can you get good pie in Boston, then? I'm new in town." "Mike's Pastries is pretty good. The North End." Tony jabbed the apostle spoon back into the meringue. "Looks like I'm going to Mike's Pastries to get you something decent." "You don't have to." "I can't bring your father back. I can't make you feel anything but sad. I can at least make sure you don't have to eat a lousy pie." "I don't want any more goddamn pie," Jordan said, and burst into tears. She stood there crying into Mrs. Dunn's crummy meringue, hiccuping and gulping. Tony Rodomovsky fished a handkerchief from his pocket and pushed it quietly across the counter, then went to turn the shop sign around from open to closed. Jordan wiped her streaming eyes, shoulders heaving. "My father is dead." "I'm very sorry to intrude, Miss McBride," Tony said. "I'll leave you alone now." "Thank you." There was a fresh explosion of sobs building up in her chest, making its way through the chink in the bricks. All she wanted to do was cry it out. But she stamped it down for a moment, pushing her damp hair off her forehead and looking squarely at her Good Samaritan. "Come back Monday, Mr. Rodomovsky." "Sorry?" "My stepmother will want a proper application and some references," Jordan said, scrubbing at her eyes. "But as far as I'm concerned, you've got a job." Chapter 26. Ian. May 1950. Boston.
Success!
Tony burst through the door of their newly rented apartment.
"I have officially made contact."
Ian grunted acknowledgement, stretched out on the floor between window and table, halfway through his daily set of 100 press-ups.
"How?"
He pushed out between counting. 92, 93. His shoulders were burning.
"What target?"
Nina sat on the sill of the open window with her feet hanging out over a 4-story drop, eating tinned sardines straight out of the tin.
"McBride's Antiques."
Tony flung his jacket over a nail by the door, which was all they had for a hat rack.
Frau Vogt said the Boston shop dealing documents to war criminals under the counter was McCall Antiques, McBain Antiques, McSomething. The only remotely close match in the city is McBride's Antiques. You are looking at their newest clerk.
Ian started to get up, but Nina swung her legs back inside the windowsill, dropping her boots on his back.
7 more.
"Bugger off," he said, but lowered himself down toward the floor again. 94, 95. Tony flung himself down at the table, moving a paperback of Nina's called The Spanish Bride.
"I'll need to supply references. Write me something glowing, boss?"
Ian finished the last press-up, shoved his wife's boots away, and flopped on his back on the floor.
"What name?" "Run him for my real name." Tony R., born and raised in Queens, enlisted right out of Grover Cleveland High School the day after Pearl Harbor. What's more trustworthy than that?
Tony struck a patriotic pose.
I can stake out the shop, and we can use the salary. Yes, we can.
Between Ian's annuity and Tony's savings, they'd managed to rent a top-floor 2-bedroom apartment overlooking Scully Square, which mostly seemed to be crammed with drunken university students pressing into Joe and Nemo's for hot dogs, and drunken sailors on leave pressing into the $50 bar. The apartment smelled like grease and shoe polish, but it was cheaper than a hotel, and worth putting up with the broken door lock and the 3-legged table whose corner sat on a non-functional radiator. Any income would, Ian had to admit, be welcome.
That twitchy German clerk I ran into last week at the McBride shop?
Tony grabbed a pen, began scribbling notes.
I've got a name now. Kolb. I hate to play the game of let's automatically blame the Kraut, but that Kraut was twitchy as hell. He does the shop's restoration work. How you find that out?
Nina swung her legs back outside the windowsill. It made Ian queasy, watching her swing her boots over a 4-story drop.
You don't start work yet.
The owner's daughter told me, the one who offered the job. A man good at restoring antiques might mean one good with documents. This Kolb could have a sideline going under the table, hooking money out of war criminals. Lorelei Vogt's mother told us people like her daughter could get papers there. Identification, new names. Why would they need new papers to begin with?
Ian rose, thinking aloud on something that had been nagging at him since this chase took its America-bound turn.
The United States is more obsessed with communists than Nazis. There hasn't been a single extradited war criminal, and they've welcomed war refugees from Europe since '48. As long as they aren't Jewish war refugees, Tony muttered. Oh no, we don't want the Yids here, anyone but them. So anyone who came here under their own name wouldn't need to bother with new papers.
Smart ones would.
Nina sounded matter-of-fact.
You keep your name, it's on file. If someone wants, they look you up, including your war record. Today, no one cares about looking. Tomorrow, who knows? Next year, 5 years, 10 years, he's still there, if anyone looks.
My wife is a professional paranoid, Ian observed.
I'm Soviet.
Same thing, you teapot desecrator.
A name gets on a list, it stays there forever in a drawer. Maybe nobody ever looks at it, or maybe someone decides list matters. Then the black van rolls up for you.
Nina shrugged.
If I leave my country with things to hide, I would change name, background, everything, to be safe.
You did leave your country with things to hide, Ian thought. He and his wife had spent most of the Atlantic crossing rolling around the sheets, but that didn't mean he knew much more about her. She wouldn't sleep next to him, looked wary at any sign of affection outside of bed, and was not interested in answering most of the questions he wanted to ask, like why she'd left her homeland.
Well, whatever McBride's antiques might be dealing out of the back room to paranoid war criminals, Tony said. I'll bet my next month's salary Kolb's the one dealing it. See what you can find out.
Ian sat, tilting his chair back on 2 legs.
Check out the owners as well. They might be complicit. They might not. A peaches and cream Boston co-ed helped the Huntress get a new identity and disappear?
Tony linked his hands behind his head.
I'm doubtful.
You think girls of 21 can't be dangerous?
Nina drank off the last of the oil in the sardine tin.
In war, I know plenty. Call most of them sestra. Don't discount just because she's pretty.
Who said she was pretty? Tony countered. I have no idea if she's pretty. She was crying her eyes out over her dad. I was passing her handkerchiefs, not eyeing her up and down like some street corner Lothario.
But you already think she can't be involved. Is what you want to think.
Nina looked at Ian.
Mean she's pretty, yes?
Definitely, he said, pulling out the notes they'd made on the McBride family.
I resent that,
Tony remarked.
I am not some slavering GI who turns to jelly at the first pair of shapely female legs that walks by. I am perfectly capable of objectivity here."
"Shapely," Nina said.
"Telling," Ian agreed. "Now that you two are screwing, you gang up on me. Completely unfair."
Tony flung a wadded-up scrap of paper at Ian. Nina bounced the sardine tin off his chest.
"Fine. I'll keep an eye on the daughter. Look at the mother, too."
Ian's notes on the McBride widow were brief, coming from the obituary and the brief newspaper article about the deceased antiques dealer and his family, including one Mrs. Anna McBride, born and raised in Boston.
"And the shop files. There could be records of the others helped under the table. We know there are more besides de Jägeren. Would they be stupid enough to keep records for something illicit?"
Tony kept scribbling.
"You always keep records,"
Nina said firmly.
"He's not stupid. He's something to trade. Someone to throw out of the sleigh for the wolves if the police come knocking."
More Stalinist paranoia.
Despite all the banter, Ian could feel the crackle of energy whipping through the room now that the chase was underway. It was a new office here, a new feeling in the air. In Vienna, there had been a separation between work and leisure. In the evening, Tony went home to his rented rooms, and Ian retired upstairs to his cot and violin. Here in Boston, there was no separation. They were all underfoot from dawn to dusk. Once they'd exhausted the topic of Herr Kolb and how to proceed, they elbowed the scribbled notes aside and made room for bowls of soup, heated up from tins, and ate with elbows knocking. And even then, the fierce concentration in the air still hummed. Lorelei Vogt belonged equally to all three of them, and now there was no ocean in the way. "We are going to find her," Ian thought. "She is no match for the three of us." It was nearly dawn, and Nina was up on the roof. Ian and Tony shared the one bedroom, which had 2 cots against opposite walls. Nina insisted on the couch under the skylight in the sitting room.
"I don't sleep next to anyone,"
she told Ian when he offered her the other bedroom cot, rather hoping they could push them together. Now it was 4 a.m, the sitting room was empty, and the skylight was open. Ian climbed onto the arm of the couch. It would be a jump for Nina, but he grabbed the lip of the skylight and levered himself skyward. The rooftop was a flat, barren square with a raised edge running around at knee-height. The sky was still dark overhead, a creeping edge of pink starting to outline the city horizon. Nina lay on her back on the ledge, gazing up at the fading stars. Wearing, Ian saw with amusement, her own patched trousers, one of Tony's old sweaters, and a pair of Ian's socks.
"Will you stop collectivizing the laundry?"
he demanded, not moving toward her. He wasn't getting anywhere near the edge. His stomach was already churning at the drop on Nina's other side.
"You have nicer socks than me."
"Harrods," Ian said. "The key to surviving most of the things life throws at you is taking care of your feet. Something I learned tramping around in Spanish mud in the 30s. They're going to fall off," he added as she stretched her feet up into the air, her toes flexed and arched like a bird's tail fanning.
"No, I won't."
Nina extended her arms out on either side, moving them dreamily up and down as if on air currents. Ian averted his eyes from the edge. The sounds of morning traffic drifted up, tires on pavement, the occasional shout from a drunk heading home, shouts back from respectable people heading for work. This was a young city, brash and confident, and Ian liked it. Nina's eyes were still on the stars above.
"Tvoje mat,"
she sighed.
"I miss the night sky."
"From your pilot days."
Getting information out of Nina was like interviewing a porcupine, all prickles and defensively lashing tail, but he couldn't help probing anyway. The journalist's urge to ask questions, which hadn't died along with his urge to write articles.
"You haven't said much about your flying days in the war."
"Was a navigator."
I fly bombing runs in the 588th Night Bomber Regiment, later known as 46th Time Guards Night Bomber Aviation Regiment.
She sat up, slanting an eyebrow.
You look surprised.
I am, he said honestly.
What? You think girls don't fly? I know perfectly well that women fly. I am surprised you were a navigator because it's a job that relies on obedience, teamwork, and precision. Not exactly qualities that spring to mind when I look at you, you little anarchist. I was good navigator.
Nettled into reacting, as he hoped, she peeled off his socks, showing the tattoos on the soles of her feet, a red star across the arch of one, spiky lettering across the arch of the other. Ian had asked about them before, but received only a shrug. Now she stretched out her left foot, placing it in his hands as he came closer, and translating the letters.
616, Nina said, is how many bombing runs I flew in the war. You cannot be serious.
English bomber pilots were considered lucky if they survived 20 runs.
616, Nina smirked. Us little Soviet girls worked harder than your English flyboys.
Ian meditated a cutting retort. He'd devoted much newsprint ink to those English flyboys. But Nina pulled her foot out of his hands, replacing it with the foot that had the red star.
Order of the Red Star, awarded January 43.
Ian looked from his wife's tattooed foot up to her amused, knowing eyes.
I'm impressed, comrade. The Hitlerites said the squadron of U-2s at night sounded like witches on broomsticks.
Her sharp teeth showed in a smile as she pulled her foot out of his hands.
So they called us the Nachthexen. Night witches? That sounds rather grandiose to have come from pragmatic German imaginations. We scared the piss out of them.
She pretzeled her feet under her on the rooftop ledge, propping her elbows on her knees. She had a scar on her forearm, a knot of old scar tissue, like something had pierced all the way through her arm. Ian knew how to make her back arch if he ran his lips along that scar, but nothing else about it.
What about that? He asked. Since we're telling stories.
Are we?
I certainly hope so, Scheherazade.
Who's that?
The fascinating tale-telling wife of another fellow who didn't know what he was getting into when he married her.
Nina snorted, but inspected the scar.
Just a flying accident. 2 weeks I wasn't allowed to fly. Also, she added, the reason I met Comrade Stalin.
Chapter 27. Nina. January 1943. Moscow. They had all cried, weeping into one another's shoulders at the aerodrome on the North Caucasus front. From Major Bershanskaya to the newest little mechanic, they wept.
To Marina Mikhailovna Raskova,
Bershanskaya said at last. Wrung with grief, the regiment she had founded echoed the toast.
Marina Mikhailovna Raskova.
Dead at 33, her PE-2 crashing on its way to an airfield near Stalingrad, surviving so much only to die in a common aviation accident on the banks of the Volga.
She will be buried in 2 days' time,
Bershanskaya said later.
Full military honors in Red Square. The first state funeral of the war to be held in Moscow, awarded to our commander.
3 fierce nods answered her. Nina and the 2 other regiment pilots grounded by injury had been summoned to Bershanskaya's office, and she was scribbling a set of passes. The Night Witches had flown off for tonight's target. A mission couldn't be put off just because their founder was dead. But Raskova herself would have been outraged at the thought. Bershanskaya had no tears in her eyes now when she addressed Nina and the other 2.
An honor guard will stand watch over her remains during the vigil,
Bershanskaya went on.
It is unthinkable that our regiments will not be represented. I will not pull active flyers from their duty, but the 3 injured officers with the best records are to be sent from each regiment. You 3 will depart tomorrow.
A new dress uniform landed on Nina's bed by dawn. She unfolded it and stared in horror.
Fuck your mother.
She was struggling into it, yanking at the stiff buttons, when the night witches trailed in, exhausted and frost-rimmed.
What's this?
Yelena walked around Nina.
Are they finally giving us uniforms designed for women?
Smiles came out over tear-smudged faces as a dozen women in bulky overalls contemplated Nina in her dress uniform, complete with skirt and heels. Nina stared back at them in utter panic.
I've never owned a pair of heels in my life, she wailed. I'm going to fall on my face in the middle of Red Square.
It brought the laugh they all needed so sorely. A watery laugh, but still a laugh.
Ninochka needs us rabbits,
Yelena announced, rummaging for her sewing needles.
It's time for the night witches to work some magic.
Dusha hemmed the too-long uniform skirt. Buck-toothed Zoya transferred Nina's insignia and polished everything diamond bright, and a lanky navigator who had once been a hairdresser in Novgorod produced combs and towels.
We're doing something with this hair, Nina Borisovna.
Fluffing the flyaway mane that had grown out to Nina's collar.
You aren't representing the 588th under a mouse-brown haystack. Irusha, I know you're stashing a bottle of peroxide. Hand it over.
Who cares about hair, as long as it's tidy? Nina demanded, wobbling on her new heels. But the girls had the bit between their teeth. Their grief for Raskova, too raw for more tears, but demanding some kind of focus.
Let them fuss,
Yelena advised.
They need some way to help, even if it's only hair.
Nina surrendered, and by the time it came to depart, she stood resplendent and steady in her heels, newly blonde hair pinned in a swoop, lips reddened with a navigation pencil. Her 2 companions, also assigned to the honor guard, were just as splendid. The girls in their dormitory had been hard at work, too.
You 3 will do us proud, everyone said. You'll do her proud.
They loaded Nina and the others with dried flowers to lay with the wreaths a grateful motherland would already be heaping up in Marina Raskova's memory.
Bring me something from Moscow,
Yelena said.
Anything, even a pebble. I miss it.
Why? Nina thought back to her haphazard glimpse of Moscow when she first came from Irkutsk.
It's ugly. You have to see it as what it will be, not what it is. It's a city on its way to glory. Our future home, after the war.
Nina's stomach flipped. She couldn't look ahead past the next bombing run, and here Yelena was making plans for after the war. Nina tried out the words experimentally.
After the war, we're going to live in Moscow? Where would anyone live but in Moscow if they had the chance? Somewhere that isn't a pit?
Yelena swatted her. The train whistle was blowing.
You'll see Moscow in all its glory this time, all for Raskova. Promise me you'll love it.
Nina opened her mouth to promise, but it was time to leave. A squeeze of the hand and Yelena was gone. Nina intended to get a look at the countryside in between here and the city, but the exhaustion caught up with her, and she slept almost the entire journey. All 3 of them did, cheeks pressed against glass compartment windows and slatted wooden partitions. Stumbling bleary-eyed into 3 Station Square in Moscow, Nina had the sensation that time was doubling back. She was getting off the train from Siberia, not the Caucasus Front. The 588th had not even been formed yet, only Aviation Group 122. Marina Raskova was up ahead somewhere, alive and well, waiting to give Nina her chance. But Marina Raskova was nothing but a ceremonial urn filled with ashes, sitting in state in the great domed hall of the Civil Aviation Club, and to Nina's eyes Moscow still looked like a gray wreck.
The doctor gave me these.
One of her companions took out a bottle of tablets, seeing Nina yawn.
They'll keep us alert during the vigil. Coca-Cola pills.
Rolling the American slang. Nina swallowed too, and after that the world was both sparkly and hazy. The events of the funeral jumbled like confetti tossed in the air. They made their way to some office only to be greeted by a flurry of gray-faced functionaries barking orders. Nina's arm throbbed in its sling as they were shepherded into the domed hall of the Civil Aviation Club, past the urn where Raskova's honor guard would stand watch, breathing in the stifling smell of roses from the massive bank of funeral wreaths. No time to exchange more than a fast murmur with the other women of the honor guard. Women Nina hadn't seen since Engels.
Marina,
they whispered to each other, a greeting and a toast all together.
Nina held herself rigid through the long vigil, keeping her eyes straight ahead as most of Moscow shuffled past. Women with bent shoulders, bony children, men with boots held together by twine. Then came another confusing shuffle of functionaries in suits, and suddenly it was the next day, the world still sparkling and floating as Nina took her place in the vast stately procession into Red Square, past draped bunting and more wreaths. The only face coming distinct among the masses was Raskova's. Her dark hair and wide smile reproduced 100 times over on photographs, printed large and held aloft over the crowd, the way Nina's father said peasants used to hold up their icons. The Coca-Cola buzz was wearing off by the time Raskova's ashes were laid to rest. Nina was swaying on her high heels as Lieutenant General Sherbakov gave the funeral oration, echoing as he was broadcast across the land, talking about the highest standards of Soviet womanhood and credit to the motherland. Who were they even talking about? Speeches like this could be made at any funeral. Nina remembered the squadron commander who had died on the very first sortie, how the night witches had toasted her memory under the stars and sung soft songs that echoed across the airfield. That was how Raskova should have been remembered, not with rote rhetoric and mournful broadcast beats of the Internationale. It should have been women talking about Raskova today, not these old men. Two down, Nina found herself thinking. First the squadron commander, then Raskova. Who's next? Which was stupid because the regiment had lost more besides those two. But the thought still echoed in Nina's brain. Who's next? Yelena's face flashed before her eyes, along with a heart-stopping kick of terror. Marina Raskova's ashes were formally interred in the Kremlin wall. Banners dipped. Officers held their salute. A single plane droned low and mournful over Red Square. It was done. Raskova's eaglets. At the sound of that famous voice, heard from so many broadcasts and radio speakers, Nina thought every sestra beside her was going to faint. Women who kept calm while being peppered by anti-aircraft guns were blushing and shuffling like schoolgirls, hardly able to look up at the great Comrade Stalin. There had been endless receptions after the funeral, more suits, more droning. Nina had swallowed another trio of Coca-Cola tablets, and now the world sparked bright colors again. They had all been lined up in some featureless anteroom, waiting over an hour. Somewhere nearby, Nina could hear champagne corks popping. Suddenly a door opened and people flooded in, flashbulbs making everyone blink but Nina. I'm used to enemy searchlights. I won't flinch at a camera. She looked through the flash, and there was Comrade Stalin emerging from his crowd of dignitaries, like a wolf from the underbrush, hard-fleshed as concrete in a glittering uniform. More rustling as an aide droned. Marina Mikhailovna Raskova's honor guard would be honored themselves with the Order of the Red Star. Applause rippled. Nina gave an inward shrug. What did a medal matter? A dozen women in the 588th flying right now had better records. She was only getting this because she'd been grounded when Raskova died. She didn't think Comrade Stalin cared all that much about the medals he was giving out either. He stood scrawling at a notebook with a pencil stub, making notes of the latest 100,000 dead in Leningrad, maybe.
How strange it was to lay eyes on a person who was so familiar, yet at the same time a stranger. Like peasants in the Tsarist days getting a glimpse of God. Only Comrade Stalin had more power than God. 9 flashes rippled, camera clicking as each beaming woman stepped forward to be pinned with the 5-pointed red enameled star. The flash went off in Nina's eyes as the pin pricked through her uniform. A little bit like stepping forward one by one to be shot. If Comrade Stalin had decided to do that right here in this anteroom, stick a bullet instead of a medal into each woman's chest, no one would have stopped him. Nina looked at the general secretary over the shoulder of the aide pinning her. His mustache, grayer than it looked in all his portraits. Pockmarks on heavy cheeks. Teeth stained by pipe smoke. His eyes were lidded, almost sleepy as he watched them receive their medals. But you aren't sleepy, Nina thought. Not at all. Somewhere in the next room, another champagne cork popped. Would everyone get champagne or just party members? Party members only, Nina guessed. Comrade Stalin came forward to take each woman by the shoulders in hearty congratulation.
You do honor to the state.
I kissed each cheek, the peasant way, the proletarian way, then the next in line. No one said anything in return. Cheeks burned red as fire and eyes glowed. Nina looked past them to the aide who had taken Comrade Stalin's notebook and was now shuffling an armload of folders. The notebook fell face up to the ground, and the aide picked it up, but not before Nina caught a glimpse. The general secretary, with his important frown, scrawling away as though lives depended on every pencil stroke, had been doodling wolves. Wolves in red and black, slavering from the page. Heavy hands grasped her shoulders.
You do honor to the state.
The wiry stiffness of Comrade Stalin's mustache brushed her cheeks. With Nina in heels, they were almost the same height. Such a giant in your portraits, Nina thought. And you're hardly taller than I am. The thought made her smile in genuine amusement, and she saw an answering smile quirk under the graying mustache.
This one,
the great man said to his aide.
This eaglet looks Comrade Stalin directly in the eyes. Comrade Stalin is a lying pig who shits on the common man.
Nina's father commented inside her head, so loudly she wondered if the man breathing tobacco in her face could hear it.
Tell him he's a murdering sack of shit,
her father advised. Not helpful, Papa, Nina thought. The heavy hand still rested on her shoulders.
What makes you smile, Comrade Lieutenant Markova?
This wolf could smell lies, of that she was certain. My father spoke passionately and often of Comrade Stalin, she said with utter truth. He liked that.
Your father was a great patriot.
He cut many Tsarist throats, Comrade Stalin. Also utter truth.
A good servant of the state, then.
Comrade Stalin smiled. The whites of his eyes were yellowed, like Papa's. Nina thought of her father looking at her speculatively, right before he tried to drown her. Comrade Stalin's gaze was speculative, too.
How many enemies of the state have you killed, Nina Borisovna?
Not enough, Comrade Stalin.
Fucking Georgian swine,
her father hissed.
Drag him under, Rosalka bitch.
And Nina couldn't help but think how easily she could kill the most powerful man in the motherland, right here and now. She had the razor in her sleeve. She never went anywhere without it. She could drop it into her palm, flick it open, and open that heavy throat with one slash. She smiled, amused by the thought.
Good hunting, eaglet.
Comrade Stalin kissed her again on each cheek, then stepped back. His gaze withdrew from her like a needle. More cameras flashed. Then he was gone.
Red stars!
The cry went up at the barracks, and everyone curtsied as if 3 tsarevnas had come back to the regiment.
"It's all due to you,"
Nina shouted over the tumult.
"Comrade Stalin gave me a red star because he liked my new hair."
"I like your new hair," Yelena admired in the shed afterward, as soon as they could sneak off alone. They lay spooned together in the back corner, Yelena's back against Nina's chest. Threaded through her collar was a drying rose plucked from one of the funeral wreaths behind Marina Raskova's urn, the only memento of Moscow Nina had had time to take home. "You belong as a blonde, Ninochka. It makes you stand out, and you should stand out. Then I'll keep it blonde just for you." Nina tipped Yelena's head back for a lingering kiss. Their escaping breath puffed white in the frigid air. "Did you miss me?"
"Not a bit. Zoya never tries to climb out on the wing."
Yelena grinned, and Nina swatted her. "You saw the girls from the other regiments. What's their news?" "Both of the other regiments are integrated. Did you know that? Men and women. Necessity, they said. The 588th is the only one still just us ladies."
"It had better stay that way. The male pilots slack,"
Yelena said, scornful.
"They actually go in for meals between bombing runs. When was the last time any of us had dinner outside of a cockpit? No wonder our numbers are so much higher."
Squirming face to face so she could touch Nina's star, Yelena whispered, "So what was he like?" No need to ask who he was.
"Short. And he pretends he's such a big man. It's the height of his soul, not his head."
Yelena smiled.
"I would have fainted if it had been me."
Nina had heard that kind of awe from the others, but Yelena had always been quick to smile at party drolleries and contradictions.
"He's not God, Yelenushka. Just another sack of party horseshit in a suit."
Yelena sat up straight.
"Don't say that."
"I don't. Not in public. I'm not stupid." Nina sat up too. "I don't want the black van coming to my door."
"But you actually think such things?"
Yelena sounded horrified.
"That the General Secretary is a pig-spawn schemer who stamps on people?"
Nina shrugged.
"My father's been telling me that my whole life. Of course he said the same thing about the Tsar, but—" "Exactly. You said your father was as crazy as a vodka-mad boar. I didn't think you agreed with him about anything."
"Crazy doesn't mean wrong." It popped out of Nina's mouth.
"I think Comrade Stalin's a fake."
Yelena drew her knees to her chest. "What do you mean?" Nina thought of the city all decked out for Marina Raskova, who probably would have been happier with the sweet voices of her pilots harmonizing the peasants' chorus from Eugene Onegin, which she'd once sung with them on the way to Engels.
"All the parades and the speeches. It's like a stage front, or—"
Nina shrugged.
"I don't know. I'm just a little navigator from the old man. I don't know anything." "No, you don't."
Yelena's voice was sharp.
"Maybe it's all ice and taiga out on the lake and nothing ever changes. But I remember Moscow the way it was, growing up. And before that, the way my grandfather told me it was. Because of Comrade Stalin, things are different." "Better?" Nina challenged. "Queuing at 3 a.m. to buy shoes, the way you told me your mother did when you were little?" "It will be better. Comrade Stalin has a plan for it, for all of us. I look at Moscow and I can see it the way he sees it, the way it's going to be after the war."
Nina stared at her.
"He's a yellow-eyed wolf in a man's skin," she wanted to throw at her lover. "And you look starry-eyed because the wolf decided to pin a medal on me rather than eat me?"
"I missed you every moment I was gone," she said instead, speaking through stiff lips.
"Are we really quarreling an hour after I get back?" No.
Yelena sounded just as stiff.
You don't understand, that's all. You don't see. You grew up so differently. Uncivilized, Nina thought. Just a little savage who doesn't understand anything.
Silence fell.
I wasn't really in any state to see things as you do, Nina offered finally. Moscow or Comrade Stalin. I had double vision all through the funeral, thanks to those pills.
The tablets had given Nina a ferocious headache when they finally wore off.
Coca-Cola. If that's what Americans serve in diners, no wonder they're all crazy.
Yelena melted at once, as Nina had hoped she would.
I didn't mean to bite your head off.
She unwrapped her arms from her knees, reached for Nina's hand.
I'm so tired, that's all. We've been flying such long nights. 14 runs, 15 runs. They're moving us soon. Did you know? Somewhere near Krasnodar.
A sigh.
They say it will be even worse there.
She looked exhausted, tar-black circles under her eyes, the dried rose at her collar her only flash of color.
My Moscow rose, Nina thought. Is the Rosalka fighting fit again? Yes, the mechanics finally cleared her. They talked easily then of the Rosalka, of flying, of the things they loved. Is that why we never quarreled before? Nina wondered. Because we only talked of war and flying and each other.
Well, they weren't going to quarrel again. It wasn't like Nina wanted to come back into the shed and talk party politics. All she wanted to do was cuddle and laugh and make love.
Just give me Yelena and the Rosalka, she thought. That's all I need in this world. So which of you is next? Came Comrade Stalin's amused voice. Yelena, the Rosalka, or you, a little eaglet?
Nina shivered as if a Rosalka's webbed green hand had wrapped wetly around her heart. What did you see? She wondered in the direction of the general secretary, even as she and Yelena bundled up and crept out of the shed back to their beds. What did you see? Maybe nothing. Maybe it was just the Coca-Cola pills, making her fearful. Or maybe he saw that the last of Marina Raskova's eaglets didn't believe the horseshit stories he wove for girls like Yelena, the stories about how the motherland was on its way to a glorious future. Did he see that? Nina always wondered. He must have seen something, enough to remember her name. Maybe he'd jotted it as an afterthought into his notebook, beside the running wolves. Because the investigation came within the year. Chapter 28. Jordan. June 1950. Boston. Jordan's father sat holding a piece of sandpaper, looking over one shoulder. The image shimmered through the fixer bath, ghostly in the red light. Jordan heard his voice from that afternoon, as clearly as if he were standing here in the dark room.
What are you up to, Missy?
Pretend I'm not here, Jordan remembered answering. I want a picture of you in the workshop. These were some of the last pictures of her dad she'd taken. Jordan felt a tear slide down her chin, wiped it away. She'd been crying on and off for the last hour, since she'd come banging down into the dark room at 11 at night to develop the prints. Why not? She couldn't stand the thought of lying in bed staring at the ceiling. Couldn't bear to think about tomorrow, another day working in the shop now that it was open again, helping train the new clerk, and coming home to one of the funeral casseroles Annalisa had pulled out for them to eat in total silence. Just 3 of them around the table, not 4. Jordan blinked hard, standing back from her row of prints. That one. A low-angle shot of her father peering down at the tarnished card tray. That's the real you. Daniel Sean McBride at work. The essential Daniel Sean McBride. It was him. It was good. Jordan realized the tears were coming fast now. She let them fall, going onto the roll of shots she'd taken at the tiny airfield the day Garrett took her flying. She knew she should call Garrett. He'd been leaving messages. So had his mother, gentle hints about springtime dates for the rescheduled wedding. The thought of plunging back into wedding plans made Jordan want to shriek. "I'll call you tomorrow," she sighed as she cleaned up her chemicals and trays. As Jordan let herself back into the house, a slim, pale figure moved out of the darkness at the foot of the hall stairs. "You couldn't sleep either." Jordan started violently at Annalise's voice. "You scared me." "I'm sorry." Annalisa pulled the sash tighter on her pale blue dressing gown. "I was going to make some cocoa. Would you like some?" "Sure. Did Ruth wake you up again?" "Her night frights are getting worse." Annalisa moved into the kitchen on those soundless feet, pulling down 2 mugs. Taro patted in, keeping a watchful eye for any food that might hit the floor. Annalisa scratched her black ears fondly. "I don't know how to deal with Ruth when she's in such a state. She's always been so biddable. I don't know what to do with her when she's not." "She just misses Dad." Jordan sighed. "Is she asleep now?" "Yes, finally. Now I'm the one tossing and turning." Jordan's stepmother looked fragile in the bright kitchen light, dark hair loose for once. The face naked, without its smoothing of powder and lipstick. "No, sit down," she said as Jordan began to help with the stove. "You must be so tired, all those shifts you've been working at the shop." "The new clerk will be ready to manage on his own soon. That will help." Jordan managed a smile, pulling out a chair at the kitchen table. "He told me he could sell ice to Eskimos, and he can." "What's his name again?" "Tony Radomovsky." Jordan had thought she'd find it embarrassing, working with a man after he'd first encountered her sobbing into a lemon meringue pie. But it hadn't been. The new clerk had taken his handkerchief back the following week with light good humor, made no reference to her fit of weeping, and treated Jordan exactly as he treated everything else female he encountered in the shop. Namely, he flirted with her. The kind of meaningless, undemanding flirtation that was soothing. "How pretty you are," his smile said. "Please, let me take care of the customers. In fact, let me take care of everything." The female customers certainly responded to that smile. He knew next to nothing about antiques, but he was so rueful about his own ignorance it didn't seem to matter. You know, he actually got Mrs. Wills to buy something, not just spend an hour criticizing every piece. "That is a charmer. Have I met him?" Annalisa massaged her forehead. "It's all been such a whirl. I can't remember." "Not yet. His references were excellent. Do you want to meet him before his trial period is up?" "I'll look in soon," Annalisa sighed. "I don't even want to set foot in the shop. I had my little ideas here and there to help sales, but your father was so proud that his wife didn't have to work. Going there now seems like going against his wishes. I can take care of the shop, truly. You have Dad's other things to sort out. What to do with his clothes, his shoes, his belongings. Whether to move his shaving brush and razor in the bathroom. All the things to be decided after a death. He was very organized, thank goodness." Annalisa began warming the milk. "I don't want you to think we have to worry about money. There was insurance. We won't have to scrimp to make ends meet. I'm meeting with the lawyer about the will." Jordan couldn't even begin to contemplate the official details. "If I can help, between the two of us, we can handle everything." Annalisa smiled over her shoulder, stirring the milk. "I'm so lucky you're such a capable girl, Jordan. More than a girl, really. I shouldn't keep calling you that. Having a grown woman at my side is a great comfort at a time like this." The compliment warmed Jordan more than the cup of cocoa Annalisa placed in her hands. "Thank you." Annalisa sat in the chair opposite, pushing her hair back over her shoulders. and Jordan saw a faint pink line of a scar disappearing around the back of her neck below her collar.
Did you hurt yourself?
Jordan indicated the scar. She didn't think she'd seen it before.
Childhood accident.
Annalisa made a face.
I always thought it looked so ugly, so I cover it up first thing in the morning. American makeup is a wonder. It's not ugly. It's hardly noticeable. That's what your father said.
Annalisa touched her mug to Jordan's.
To Dan.
To Dad. Jordan savored the chocolatey warmth. Annalisa's cocoa was better than anyone's, something extra she put in it, and found herself appraising her stepmother across the table.
How are you, Anna? How are you really, I mean? You put on a very good face for the neighbors, but you're also drinking cocoa at 1 a.m.
Annalisa massaged her temples.
There's a dream I've been having for years, since the war. It mostly went away when I came to live in this house, but now it's come back. Your father was a good antidote to bad dreams. A very...
She paused, said a German word, tried to find its equivalent in English.
A very... of this earth. I could wake up next to him reassured. He was solid. Nothing could follow me out of a dream with him there.
Jordan felt her throat tighten, but it was a good tightness.
I remember him sitting on the edge of my bed when I was little, telling me the bats couldn't come out of the dream and get me. Is that what you dreamed of?
Annalisa smoothed a lock of hair back.
Bats aren't so bad. I was only Ruth's age. Bats were bad enough.
What's your nightmare?
Annalisa hesitated. It can't hurt to tell me.
Her stepmother looked as if she wasn't going to speak, but her hand drifted up under the dark fall of hair, rubbing the back of her neck, and the words started seemingly despite herself.
The dream always starts beside a lake. A woman is running straight for me. She's small and ragged, and I see her hair flashing through the shadows, and I know she wants to kill me.
Why?
I don't know why. You know dreams, they don't make sense. But she's filled with hatred.
Annalisa shivered.
I chase the woman toward the lake. It's open there. She can't hide. But she does. She disappears into the lake. It swallows her up, pulls her in like it's helping her hide. I stand there on the edge, waiting for her to come for me.
Jordan shivered herself. Annalisa's voice was slow, dreamy, as though she were half asleep.
I wait for a long time, and finally I know it's all right. She's gone. I'm safe.
Annalisa lifted her eyes.
And that's when she rises out of the lake, streaked with blood, and drifts across the water toward me. Her teeth are so sharp, and her nails glint like razors. And that's when I wake up, before the night witch cuts my throat.
That is ghastly, Jordan couldn't help saying.
It is. Her stepmother lifted her cup, trying to smile. Hence cocoa at 1 a.m.
Who's the woman in the nightmare?
No one I ever knew.
Tara laid her long nose on Annalisa's knee. Annalisa stroked her and said something loving in German.
I think she comes from one of those gruesome fairy tales I heard too young. Erusalka.
You said that word before. Jordan hunted for the memory. When we first went to Selkie Lake.
Yes, that's right.
Annalisa's tone was lighter now.
A Selkie comes from a lake too, but she's the Scottish version, not quite so malevolent. In Germany, they have stories of a Lorelei who sits on a rock above the water, combing her hair. Go farther east, though, and she becomes much more dangerous. Erusalka.
Annalisa's blue eyes dropped to the table.
Erusalka only comes out in the night, dressed in the lake. And if you cross her, she will kill you." A little silence fell. "Well," Jordan offered at last, "I feel lucky I only ever had bad dreams about bats, and about walking down the school hall in nothing but my brassiere, like a maiden foremad. And now I've given you ideas about night witches. I'm sorry, Jordan. I should never have told you something so gruesome. At the witching hour, too." Annalisa glanced at the clock, rueful. "I'm not myself after these dreams. They make me very fearful, and I babble, very unlike me." "Did it help?" "I think it did." Annalisa drank off the rest of her cocoa. "I might be able to sleep now." "Then I'm glad you told me." Jordan rose, collecting both mugs to put in the sink. "Can I just say—" Her stepmother paused halfway to the kitchen door, Taro padding behind her. "Yes?" "I'm so glad I have you." Jordan met those blue eyes square. "We didn't exactly get off on the right foot, thanks to my wild imagination, but I don't know what I'd do without you now." "You'd be just fine without me, Jordan." Annalisa reached out and touched her hair. "You're a tower of strength, just like your father." They hugged fiercely. Just us now, Jordan thought. Us two holding everything together for the sake of Ruth and a dog and a business. The notion was perhaps not as frightening as it had been. "Maybe you could walk me down the aisle next spring," Jordan said as they broke the hug. "What do you think? Should we shatter tradition?" "Of course, if you like." Annalisa's lips quirked. "There's only one small problem." "What?" "You have no desire at all to marry Garrett Byrne." Annalisa kissed Jordan's cheek goodnight. "There. I've given you something to dream about, rather than night witches crawling out of lakes." Chapter 29. Ian. June 1950. Boston.
"Bad news, boss."
Tony's voice reverberated at the other end of the phone, like he was on the bottom of Nina's Siberian lake, rather than a short distance away on Clarendon and Newbury. Ian shifted the receiver from his bad ear to the good, still doing up the buttons of his shirt and wincing at the scratches Nina had left down his back.
"Let's have it." "Befriending Kolb has been a dead end. He won't get drawn into talk. Just a grunt and then some excuse to skitter away."
Disappointing, Ian thought, but not surprising. Tony's efforts to charm their suspect had been met by a stone wall for weeks now. Nina wandered in from the bedroom, wearing one of Ian's shirts and nothing else, and looked inquiring.
"I hate to admit failure," Tony concluded, "but the carrot approach has officially failed."
Nina stood on tiptoe so she could cock her own ear to the receiver. "Is our turn?"
"Have at it," Tony answered. "Right now Kolb thinks I'm just a dumb yank, too thick to notice I'm getting the cold shoulder. But if I keep on, he'll get suspicious. I'm down on strikes. You're up to bat."
Ian fumbled for a pencil stub.
"Is that a baseball metaphor? You're in the land of the brave and the home of the free now, boss. It's time to abandon cricket. I'll be here until closing. The pretty Miss McBride is bringing her stepmother to give me the nod of approval, but Kolb is off work this afternoon. 2 more hours, if you want to take a run at him." "Why not?"
Ian looked down at Nina.
"We don't have tickets for the symphony this evening, do we, darling?"
"I am not your darling, you capitalist mudak." Ian grinned.
"Give me Kolb's address."
By the time he rang off, Nina had located her trousers in the trail of clothing that led toward the bedroom. Ian scrutinized them, patches and all.
"Do you own anything that would make you look like a pinch-mouthed secretary?"
She stared as though he were speaking Chinese.
He sighed.
I suppose as a married man, this moment was inevitable.
Nina sounded suspicious.
What? I'm taking you shopping.
Bliet,
Nina breathed as they entered the spacious double doors of Filene's at Downtown Crossing. Ian could only imagine how strange it must look. How strange this whole noisy, prosperous American city would look to a woman who had spent most of her life either on the far eastern edge of the world, in the Red Air Force, or in ration-locked, war-torn England. She'd been astounded enough by the corner dime store off Scully Square. Now her eyes nearly glowed.
Everything just lying here. For sale. To anyone.
That's the idea.
No lines out the door. No haggling, no rationing.
She stared at the perfume counter.
Even in England, it's not like this. Shelves are empty, things are scarce. This is like...
She said a Russian word.
Cornucopia,
Ian guessed.
Overflowing bounty.
Decadent industrialist filth. Everything my Komsomol meetings ever said, how the West is wasteful and corrupt. Dermo, I wish I'd come sooner.
Try not to comment on capitalist or socialist anything where anyone can hear you.
Ian deposited his wife with a salesgirl in the ladies' department and grinned to watch an exceedingly dubious Nina hauled into a dressing room with an armload of skirts.
Men always think women take too long, the salesgirl twinkled,
seeing him check his watch as she went off to find more clothes. Ian barely heard. Herr Kolb would be arriving home in 2 hours. If they could surprise him at his door, tired and off guard after a long day...
Is what secretaries wear.
Nina came out of the dressing room in a flowered summer dress with a froth of crinoline.
Definitely not. You need to look like a joyless, soulless cow who hates everyone and everything, especially ungrateful little foreigners who lie about their war record. Surely you've met someone who...
My Komsomol leader from Irkutsk,
she said at once.
Perfect. Turn yourself into her.
No, ladno.
Nina vanished back into the dressing room, her voice floating out.
Here's another reason I like it here. No political meetings.
I assure you the decadent West does have them, and they're every bit as boring. You've never been a cub journalist, taking notes in the gallery as the MP for Upper Snellgrove drones on about combating district root rot.
The salesgirl bustled back with an armload of blouses.
She'll look ravishing in these.
No pink, no bows.
Ian rifled through the frilly stack.
Do you have anything in puce?
Your wife doesn't have the skin tone for puce, Mr. Graham. To be honest, I don't think any woman has the skin tone for puce.
The salesgirl headed off shaking her head, and Nina came out in a flat brown skirt and short-sleeved blouse.
Yes?
Longer sleeves. Something that covers up the fact that you spent years being strafed by Messerschmitts rather than taking stenography courses.
Ian knew more of the history behind those scars now. Nina had been so entertained by his astonishment when she told him about meeting General Secretary Stalin. She'd unbent into telling a good many more stories up on the rooftop.
I see other men in this store sitting outside dressing rooms.
Nina vanished inside hers, already pulling the blouse over her head.
Is a thing American men do. Look annoyed while women try clothes.
Not so much an American thing as a marriage thing.
Ian leaned against the wall, realizing how much he was enjoying himself.
Russian men don't wait for 4 hours while their wives try on dresses.
Russian men only wait 4 hours queuing for vodka.
A snort.
At least it's better vodka than here. You Westerners, you don't know how to drink.
You have clearly never seen a room full of war correspondents playing 7 cards stud in Weymouth.
Get some good vodka, and I drink you under the table, the chick.
Make it Scotch, and you're welcome to try, you little Cossack.
Nina swept out in a navy blue blouse, long-sleeved and high-necked.
Yes?
She set hands on hips and face in a steely scowl, narrowing her eyes.
You look like an executioner who knows her shorthand,
Ian admired.
is this hateful fucking blouse," she agreed, looking in the mirror. "Deserves to die in an Arctic gulag, this blouse. Deserves to wrap fish guts on a whaler and filter gasoline into jerry cans."
The salesgirl bustled up with something bright over one arm.
"Are you sure you don't want something more colorful, Mrs. Graham?"
She held up the dress by Nina's face, red as a Soviet flag, and a hem that would show a lot of strong, curved leg.
"Isn't she just born to wear red?"
"She certainly is," Ian said, straight-faced. "We'll take it."
Nina scowled.
"Why?"
"Can't I buy my wife a dress?"
"We divorced, remember?"
"Wear the dress to the divorce," Ian said, and bought it.
He couldn't afford it, but he didn't care. Soon after, he and his pseudo-secretary were walking down Summer Street, looking for a cab. The street was wet and shiny. While they were inside, a shower of rain must have passed over in one of those fleeting summer storms, so common in Boston. Nina noted the sky with her usual upward glance.
"Good flying weather?" Ian asked.
"More rain coming. Not good. But clouds for losing messers. Very good."
She smiled.
"What it is good hunting weather."
He offered his arm.
"So let's go hunting."
When Herr Kolb opened his door, Ian knew exactly what he saw, because a good many guilty men had seen the same thing over the past few years. A tall inquisitor in a knife-ironed suit, smiling with no humor whatsoever. Kolb did what most of them did when confronted by that man, took a nervous shuffle sideways as if he already wanted to hide. Ian liked it when they did that.
"I like it far too much," he thought.
Can I help?"
Kolb was a small man inside a suit that hung badly on thin shoulders. He blinked rapidly. They'd timed it well. He hadn't even had time to remove his jacket.
"Sir?"
Ian let the silence stretch. They had to be nervous before he said a word. Too nervous to ask for identification. Too nervous to think about whether he had authority to be here. Too nervous to think about what their rights actually were.
"Jürgen Kolb?"
he asked at last in his most superior English tone.
His father's voice, the too loud, too confident drawl Ian had grown up hearing as a boy.
The voice of a man who assumed the world was his oyster because he'd gone to the right schools and mixed with the right people. A man who knew the sun never set on the British Empire, and you had to make the Krauts and Wops and Dagos remember that, by God.
"I'm Ian Graham of—"
Ian rattled off a meaningless series of acronyms that he counted on Herr Kolb and his spotty English, not absorbing, and flashed his passport, which had enough seals and stamps to intimidate anyone with a guilty conscience. Kolb's hand stretched out for the passport.
"May I—"
Ian stared coldly.
"I don't think that's necessary, do you?"
For a moment it hung in the balance. Kolb could have shut the door in their faces. He could have demanded to see proper credentials. But he folded, stepping back. Ian sauntered in, Nina following with a steely glare, as if prepared to ship Kolb to a gulag on the spot. A rented apartment, stifling hot and smelling of cooking oil and rust, furnished with little more than a cot, a table, and an icebox.
"What is this?"
Kolb summoned some indignation.
"I have done nothing wrong."
"We'll see about that."
Ian took his time, strolling about, hands in pockets. A bottle of cheap scotch on the table, a drink already poured. He'd poured a drink as soon as he got home, before even taking off his jacket.
"I have a few questions for you, Fritz. Do be a good chap and cooperate."
"My name is not Fritz. It's Jürgen. Jürgen Kolb."
"No, it isn't,"
Ian said pleasantly.
"You runty little kraut."
"Ich verstehe nicht."
"You verstich just fine. Show me your identification."
Kolb slowly dug out his wallet, his passport, his various bits of paper. Ian flipped through, passing everything to Nina, who took notes as though copying down state secrets.
"Good fakes,"
Ian said, admiring the passport.
Really top-class work.
It was. Either Kolb was the man's real name, which Ian doubted, or his guess that the McBride shop clerk was some kind of documents expert was looking better and better.
Ich versteh nicht,
Kolb repeated, sullen. Ian dropped into his accented but fluent German, which made Kolb twitch miserably.
Your papers are false. You're a war criminal. You came to the United States without reporting your crimes in Europe, which imperils your legal status here.
The man stared at his lap.
No. Yes. You're helping other war criminals like yourself, probably in the back room of that antique shop on Newbury and Clarendon.
Kolb's eyes flicked to the drink sitting on the table, then back down to his lap.
How'd you get the job, Fritzy?
Ian picked up the glass, swirling the scotch to draw Kolb's eyes to it.
Bamboozle the widowed mother into thinking you were a rare books expert. Take a backroom key out of the daughter's purse while she's off canoodling with her fiancé, so you can carve out a backdoor operation getting money out of your old National Socialist friends.
Ian shook his head.
Funny thing about Americans, they don't care much about ex-Nazis. They get more worked up these days about the Reds. But for all their fuss about give me your huddled masses, Yanks don't really like the refugees, especially the kind who take advantage of widows and orphans.
Pause.
Like you. It isn't true,
Kolb muttered. Nina shook her head as if she'd never heard such lies.
It is true. It's just a question of what I decide to do about it.
Ian swallowed the scotch, grimacing.
Bloody hell, doesn't forgery pay well enough for single malt? Tell me who you've helped, whom you've made papers for.
Kolb's chin jerked, but his lips stayed pressed shut.
You don't seem to realize you're in luck today.
Ian picked up the bottle, watching Kolb's eyes go to it.
I'm not really interested in you, Fritzy. Give me some names, and I'll forget I know yours.
The German moistened his lips.
I don't know any names. I come to start a new life. I wasn't a Nazi. Ich bin kein Nazi, ich bin kein Nazi.
Ian looked at Nina, setting down the bottle.
They all say that, don't they?
She nodded ominously, pencil flying.
I was a member of the party,
Kolb burst out in German, suddenly talkative.
But it wasn't like you make it sound. You had to be a party member just to get by. I was just doing my job.
Ah, the sweet sound of justifications. Once they started to justify themselves, you knew you were getting somewhere. Ian sat back.
What job? An assessor. Rare books. Musical instruments. My advice was salt.
Straightening his tie.
I examined antiques that had been gathered and sent to Austria on the way to private collections in Berlin. That is all. Gathered? That's a nice word for stolen. That wasn't my job.
Stubbornly.
I only assessed items that came to me, restoring anything damaged, seeing it crated for travel. I wasn't responsible for confiscations. That was someone else's job,
Ian sympathized.
Of course. Well, a man who can spot a forgery usually isn't too bad at making them. I use my skills honestly to make a living. That's all. I want names. Who you helped. Where they are now.
Lorelei Vogt. The name was on the tip of Ian's tongue, but he swallowed it. He didn't want Kolb knowing there was someone specific they were looking for, if there was even the remotest chance he might warn her. He might warn her anyway that someone is sniffing for war criminals. But that was a chance they'd have to take. Without Kolb, they had no lead at all. The German moistened his lips again.
I helped no one. I am hiding nothing. Then you won't object if my secretary is a look around.
Kolb opened his mouth, but Ian gave a freezing glare.
An innocent man would give his permission without hesitation.
Kolb shrugged, sullen.
There's nothing to find. All entirely cricket, eh?
Ian said as Nina slapped her notebook down and stamped into the bedroom. Kolb looked scared, but his eyes followed Ian, not his supposed secretary. Ian's hopes that Nina would find something incriminating began to sink.
"Have a drink,"
he said instead, pouring a splash of scotch into the glass. Just enough to wet the tongue, get a drunk's thirst really roaring. And from the eager way Kolb grabbed the glass, Ian suspected he was a thoroughgoing boozer.
Let's go over this again. Your real name to start. Why hide it? It's not illegal here to take a new name. Normally you Jerrys go for Smith or Jones. But I suppose, given your pathetic English, you didn't see the point in trying to pretend you weren't German."
Ian let contempt filter into his voice.
"Or maybe you just shortened your real name. Was it Kolbaum or Kolbman? There are a lot of Jews in the antique business. Are you a Jew, helping out the Nazis to get yourself a pass?" "I am not a Jew."
That pricked Kolb's Aryan outrage as Ian had thought it would.
"I'm Austrian, pure descent."
Even a small apartment like this one took a long time to search thoroughly. Nina checked every floorboard for loose nails, every cupboard for false backs, every bed spring and dinner plate and item of clothing, as Ian hammered at Kolb. He put a third of the bottle of scotch into the man as he alternated between cutting sarcasm and a whip-snap roar that had Kolb cringing in his chair. Ian learned his real name was Gerhard Schlitterbahn. Ian learned a tedious amount about the business Kolb had done in Austria for the Third Reich, assessing Blüthner pianofortes and first-edition volumes of Schiller confiscated from Jewish families. Ian learned how Kolb nearly starved after the war, how Daniel McBride had agreed to sponsor him in return for lending his expertise to the shop, and that was where the man clammed up. It didn't matter if Ian threatened to come back with an arrest warrant, if he put money on the table, if he threatened to get Kolb sacked by informing his employers that the man they had sponsored was a Nazi. Kolb ignored both bribes and threats, mouth sealed shut. He was drenched in sweat, half drunk, sniffling and flinching whenever Ian came within arm's length. But he wouldn't admit he had aided any fellow Nazis, and he wouldn't list names. Nina stood behind him, fists on hips, shaking her head. She'd torn this apartment apart with the kind of brutal efficiency Ian envisioned in secret police raids, and found nothing. If Kolb had incriminating lists or documents, they weren't here. Disappointment rose sharp and bitter in Ian's mouth. Kolb gnawed his lip, eyes yearning for the scotch. "You know," Ian thought. "You know where she is." So much knowledge locked behind that clamped mouth.
"You're severely trying my patience, Fritz," he said at last. "I have nothing to tell you."
Kolb spoke in a righteous, rising whine, so very hard done by, so wronged.
"I've done nothing at all."
Ian didn't mean to move. He didn't realize he'd risen until he swatted the bottle of scotch to the floor in a shower of glass, sank a hand into Kolb's collar, dragged him out of his chair, and hoisted him up against the wall.
"You catalogued stolen books while the people who owned them were shipped off in cattle cars," Ian said. "Don't tell me you did nothing, you little Nazi shit."
Kolb squeaked, eyes huge. Ian hoisted him another inch off the floor, so the man's face abruptly started turning purple.
"Tell me who helped you get here."
Ian heard the blood rushing in his ears.
"Tell me who you're protecting." "Lorelei Vogt. Give her to me."
Kolb just stared, whimpering, and Ian had never wanted to hurt a man so badly in his life. Fling him to the ground and give his face a few good stamps till he was spitting blood and tooth splinters out along with names.
"He won't talk,"
the thought whispered. However much Ian scared him, Kolb feared something else more. Very possibly Diegeren.
"If I were a cringing paper pusher nursing a bottle of scotch, I'd be quite scared of what a woman like that could do to me. A woman who killed 6 children in cold blood."
Ian heard the thought come cool and ruthless.
"You'll have to hurt him quite a lot to make him more afraid of you than her."
At that point, though, information couldn't really be counted on.
People in enough pain would say anything to make the pain stop. But Ian didn't care. He wanted to do it anyway. He wanted to beat this man to a pulp. He heard a snick behind him, and he didn't need to look back to know Nina had unfolded the razor from her sleeve. Anything he did, his wife wasn't going to stop him. Ian took a long breath and lowered Kolb back onto his straining toes. He stepped back, fishing his handkerchief out and wiping his fingers clean of scotch splatters as Kolb sagged, gasping against the wall.
"Maybe I believe you, Fritz."
Ian fought to keep his voice light, conversational.
"Maybe you're just a sad man left over from a bad war, trying to make his way in the world. You're lucky my colleagues,"
waving a hand, implying hordes of faceless associates from the police department, the immigration bureau,
"have other names more interesting than yours."
Ian collected his hat, Nina her notebook. The razor had been stowed. Only the smell of liquor, the crunch of glass underfoot, and the fear in the little German's eyes gave away what had almost happened.
It still could happen,
Ian thought. A fist to the gut. Then, when Kolb doubled over, bring the knee up and break his nose. The crunch would be glorious.
"Do I need to mention that you shouldn't think of leaving Boston?"
Ian asked instead.
"No,"
Kolb said at once.
"Good. Innocent men don't run. You run, I'll come after you, and I won't be so friendly next time."
Ian clapped his fedora over his hair. The rage was draining, leaving a sick feeling in the gut.
"Bloody hell, Graham. What did you almost do?" "Have a good day,"
Ian managed to say, and fled. Chapter 30. Nina. July 1943. Russian front near Taman Peninsula.
"Drink your Coca-Cola, Rabbit."
Nina yawned, stepping up onto the wing and passing Yelena a pair of stimulant tablets.
"There'll be 8 runs at least."
8 runs over the blue line, the stretch of German fortifications between Novorossiysk and the Sea of Azov. A razor-edged thicket of searchlights, anti-aircraft batteries, enemy airdromes, fighters on alert. The Night Witches had been hammering at the same stretch since they'd been transferred here in the spring. They'd been so jubilant, sweeping into their new post flushed with pride, because by now everyone knew that they were pushing the Fritzes back. The swastikas were falling back before the red stars, and the 588th had their part to play. The 46th, Nina reminded herself as the Rosalko was cleared to take off. The 588th had been renamed the 46th Taman Guards Night Bomber Aviation Regiment in February.
5 other regiments of you 2 flyers in our next division, ladies,
Bershanskaya had said with pride.
"And not one has been named a Guards regiment. The men don't have our sortie numbers,"
Nina had called from the back of the crowd. And even as Bershanskaya cut her hand downward to quell the resulting laughter, she smiled, because they all knew it was true. The other regiments flew hard, but they didn't push their planes and themselves to the absolute limit. They hadn't fought to come to the front, only to be called little princesses. It had been a very long time since anyone called a night witch a little princess, but Nina didn't think any of them had forgotten. Yelena was saying something, Nina realized, pointing at the U-2 lined up ahead of them.
"Worried about her,"
Yelena said, nodding at the other plane's pilot who was staring blankly out of her cockpit.
"Irina hasn't been right since Dusha died."
"Irina didn't bring her pilot down alive," Nina said. In April, Dusha had taken a shot through the floor of her cockpit from a Focke-Wulf, clipped through the skull, dead in an instant. Her navigator, Irina, had had to land, stiff with shock, but she'd gone back to flying the next night.
"She thinks she should be dead too, not sitting in her pilot's place."
"Don't tell me you think that."
"No, but she does."
Promotion from the rear cockpit to the front happened over the body of another pilot. You lost a sestra. You had to slot another into her seat and keep flying. Nina shivered, touching her star-embroidered scarf for luck. A smooth ascent into the cloudless sky. Tonight they took off 4th. Nina felt her pills kick in, giving the world its slowed-down, razor-edged clarity, the glass-clear alertness. She'd pay for it later, jittering and blinking and unable to sleep. But it was worth it to feel this awake and alive, sliding immortal through the sky. "Searchlights!" Nina called through the interphones as they approached their target. Yelena had already seen those 4 searching columns, had already started her descent. Nina saw the lead plane in the crossbeams, a white spot bleached colorless. And then it turned from white to red in a sudden burst of flame. For a moment Nina thought her ears had burst, that she had gone deaf. The guns, she thought. Where are they? There were no shells exploding in the air. The batteries below were silent. And yet a U-2 was falling out of the sky in a shower of glowing red and gold fragments. "Drop!" Yelena was screaming to the next plane in line, but strange flashes were already arrowing in, straight through the dark, rather than from the ground. The second plane exploded, falling apart mid-air, and 2 more girls were dead. Bile crawled up the back of Nina's throat. "Night fighters!" she heard herself shouting through the interphones. "They're lining us up with night fighters!" They had never been hit with that before. The tracer fire was setting the U-2s alight like dry kindling. The third U-2 in line should have been sidestepping, diving out of the line of flight, but it sailed straight into the lights, undeviating. Irena was in the cockpit, Nina thought. Irena, who had brought Dusha's corpse down, then sat frozen for hours afterward. She must be shock-frozen now, Nina thought, shouting fruitlessly at the plane. Shock-frozen, the way Yelena had been that time she imagined Messerschmitts where there were none. Because Irena didn't even try to evade the tracer fire. She flew on, straight and slow as a stone lobbed gently into a river. And then she was burning in the air like a sheet of paper. The next fighter to make its pass would target the Rusalka. Yelena had already thrown them into a nosedive. "Get under the lights!" Nina yelled through the interphones. They were sinking fast toward the ground, and from the corner of her eye she could see the flaming wreckage of Irena's plane, charred fuselage, half a wing, a horrendously bright flare that might have been burning hair on a dead woman's head, settle over the earth in glowing embers. The Rusalka's altimeter fell, Yelena forcing them down under 600 meters. 5, 4... "We're over the target!" Nina shouted. "Keep straight!" Normally Nina would have released the bombs, but they were far too low. 200 meters now and still falling. Nina looked back and saw the U-2 behind them tumble out of the sky midway through its own evasive maneuvers, a burning propeller whirling into the night like a star, the navigator's flares going off in colored bursts, even as the plane's wings broke apart. Nina saw the shape of a German night fighter for the first time, lit jaggedly by the green light of the flares. "Under 100 meters!" Yelena called, bringing the engine back to life, even as the altimeter needle scraped the bottom. The Rusalka roared, nose lifting as Yelena brought her around, still hugging the ground. "I can't see!" Nina struggled to get her bearing for the new heading, back to the airdrome. This mission was done. The searchlights were still stabbing the air, but the night witches had scattered to the wind, run for cloud cover, turned for home. The ground below glowed with burning fragments. 4 planes, Nina thought numbly. They had never, ever lost so many at once. Losses came singly, a plane at a time, perhaps 2, not 4. She could hear Yelena crying in the front cockpit, even as she took them up to a safer height to jettison their bombs. "Tell me where to go," she was weeping. "Tell me the heading. Take me home." How did the Fritzes know our target? Even they get lucky. Who knows? 10 minutes. 8 girls. One moment they were immortal, the night witches descending on their targets. The next moment, burning like candles. "I've been promoted to pilot." Nina mumbled the news into Yelena's hair, standing outside the schoolhouse that now served as their barracks. "Moved up with 3 other navigators." She should have been raging to be moved away from Yelena, but all the rage had been drained out of her. "It's where you belong," Yelena said valiantly. "The regiment needs you in the pilot's cockpit, not steering me around." But her face crumpled. Nina pulled her closer, openly kissed her wet eyes and her wet cheeks, not bothering to look for privacy. Ever since coming back to the barracks and seeing the 8 folded cots against the wall that would not be filled that night, all the women were embracing, clinging, comforting each other. The most disastrous night in regiment history had bloomed into a beautiful summer morning, and they all knew they would be going up again tonight. The word had come down that they'd have night fighters of their own flying, if any German night fighters reared their snouts again. "They've given you a U-2 already?" Yelena asked, wiping her eyes. "For tonight?" Nina nodded. "Bershanskaya's pairing you with Zoya for navigator. She's good. You were right about that. She'll take care of you. Not like I can." But she didn't say it. This was the time to fill her pilot with confidence. "Who's your navigator?" Yelena asked. "Galina Zelenko." "Little Galia? How is that skinny prat supposed to keep you out of trouble?" Yelena sounded unaccustomedly savage. "She looks about 12, 18, and terrified of me. Am I really that frightening?" Nina's attempt at levity fell flat. "I don't want to leave you," she wanted to cry. "I can't fly with anyone but you." But this was the way of it. Lose a sestra, slot another into her cockpit, keep flying. They stood in the sunlight, clinging to each other. "I just want this war to be over," Yelena whispered. "I want an apartment in Moscow, overlooking the river Ninochka. I want to sit at the window with a glass of tea and hold your hand and watch babies play on the floor. I want to sleep 10 hours every night. I never want to kill even a spider again." Peace and tea and sunlight. Nina tried to imagine it, an apartment with a wide gray river outside, children laughing, tea sweetened with cherry jam. But all she could see was planes falling through the night like burning flowers. "I want to kill Nazis," Nina thought. "Whether this war ends tomorrow or in 100 years, I don't think I will ever stop wanting to kill Nazis." "Aren't you tired of it, Nina? The dark, the jitters, the bad dreams?" "Never," Nina thought. She was heartsick and grief-sick and staggering with exhaustion. She had the usual post-flight headache and a ferocious crash coming when her Coca-Cola tablets wore off. But she already wanted to get back in the air, back to the hunt. "How is it?" Galina asked anxiously, passing Nina her tea. She really did look about 12. "What do you mean, how is it? It's airdrome tea. It's ice-cold and tastes like gasoline." Nina signed off on the release the mechanic had stood on the wing to thrust under her nose. "Can we give her a name?" Galina gave their U-2 a pat as she climbed into the navigator's seat. "Some pilots do." "She's just a U-2. Take the stick when we reach altitude. We'll give you some practice." And they were off, following Yelena and the Rusalka up into the clouds. "Light touch. Don't yank." They were flying missions over the peninsula all that month, coming back to barracks near Krasnodar. Not even a repurposed shed this time, but dug-out trenches with plank beds, lines strung up so wet underwear and stockings could dry above the mud. Nina took to sleeping on the airfield under old plane covers, arm thrown over her eyes to block the light, hoping Yelena could join her. Long days and lack of proper barracks meant fewer places they could meet alone. "I'm being sent out on detail," Yelena said in August, looking bleak. 8 crews are joining the Black Sea Fleet battalions. Nina's heart clutched. "When will you be back?" "When we take Novorossiysk." Yelena kissed her, soft and reassuring, but Nina wasn't reassured. That was rough flying between sea and mountains, storms blowing off the water.
She pulled Yelena to her fiercely, burying her face in that delicate collarbone. "Promise you'll come back," she thought. But no one promised that. Yelena went off to Novorossiysk, and Nina stayed on flying runs over the peninsula, the Crimea, the wave-shattered coast along the Sea of Azov.
"Nina Borisovna, you will assist the training squadron in your off hours," Bershanskaya informed her, scribbling at a stack of paperwork. The 46th trained replacements within the regiment, pilots training their navigators, navigators training their mechanics, mechanics training their armorers. Any position could be filled within the regiment. They took pride in that. 4 mechanics have just moved up.
Nina saluted.
"Get some sleep, Comrade Major."
They were all frank-spoken with each other, regardless of rank. It shocked the officers from other regiments, but the Night Witches just shrugged. Bershanskaya smiled, stubbing out her cigarette in an ashtray made of a flattened shell case.
"We'll sleep when we're dead."
"We're dying off fairly fast now," Nina thought. That night it was almost her. Galina read off the headings that evening, giving the night's target along the peninsula coast. Nina still felt strange to be the one listening to the headings rather than giving them. A night's uneventful flying, 7 runs.
"Very low overcast coming in off the water,"
Galina began as Nina made the wide returning turn on the last run.
"I see it."
Nina dived down, but the grey masses of cloud snowballed before her eyes as the wind picked up. She pressed the U-2 lower through the dense cloud. Lower.
"Correct course 60 degrees west."
Galina sounded nervous.
"We're pushing too far. I need to get under this cloud."
The U-2 bounced like a ball in a chute. 300 meters, 200, and finally the plane bottomed out under the low hover of cloud. Fuck your mother, Nina thought in a sudden drench of panic. They were over the sea. Nina craned her head frantically, but there was nothing in sight but lashing, roiling water, no land visible in this dense overhang.
"Find me a heading. Find me land. We came too far east, over the water instead of—" "I don't care where the water is. Just get me off it."
The clouds whirled, shaking the U-2, pressing them down. Under 100 meters, 50. Nina watched the altimeter, hypnotized.
"West!"
Galina was shouting through the interphones.
"Set a heading west!"
But the winds blew dead east, pushing them back as they strained forward, controls fighting Nina's grip. The U-2 sat almost motionless in the air, the forward kick of the engine cancelled by the backward thrust of the wind, wobbling just to maintain altitude. If we run out of fuel and fall into the sea, she thought in stark terror, we'll sink and drown before we can fight out of our cockpits.
"Pull yourself together, Salka, bitch,"
her father growled. But all Nina could think was that she had run thousands of kilometers west to get away from the lake, had run clear into the sky to get away from the lake, and she was still going to die by drowning. The altimeter needle lay flat at the bottom of the dial. 8 meters, she thought. We are at 8 meters height. Hovering just above the roiling dark water, roiling dark clouds pushing down from above, squeezed between a giant's palms.
"We're not going to drown!"
Galina shouted through the interphones. She had, Nina realized distantly, been shouting it for quite some time.
"We're not going to drown!"
Yes, we are, Nina thought. The bigger waves were splashing up and wetting their wings. She could actually see it.
"We're not going to drown!"
Yes, we are. Her stick arm was a stiff screech of pain all the way up to the shoulder. It would be easier to stop fighting the wind, give the rudder a good hard yank to one side, and plant them propeller first into the water. Do it hard enough, and they'd both be unconscious before they drowned. Nina stared at the sea, hypnotized.
"We're not going to drown!"
Galina repeated it, a monotonous, rhythmic chant.
"We're not going to drown!"
She repeated it until the ferocious tearing of the wind relented just a little. Repeated it as Nina still sat frozen.
It was Galina who bore the U2 around into the teeth of the breeze and clawed some wobbling height, still chanting, "We're not going to drown!" She was still repeating it when Nina came out of her terrified daze and took the stick, bringing them down on the first available spot on the abandoned coast. They both sagged in their cockpits as the engine spun down, and finally Galina shut up. Nina clawed free of her safety harness and turned to look at her navigator. The girl was ghastly pale, head thrown back and eyes closed. Her cockpit was spattered with vomit. "We didn't drown," Nina told her weakly. "No thanks to you, Roselka," her father said. Nina knew she deserved the contempt. Shivers of terror were still coursing through her, but that terrible deep freeze that had held her motionless and staring at the water was gone. She wondered if Yelena had felt like that when she'd hallucinated the Messerschmitt. "You had a panic. Everyone has them." Nina had been the one to tell Yelena that. "Thank you," she told her new navigator now. "Yelena Vasilovna said you hated flying over water," Galina said surprisingly. "She said if we ever got in a bad way overseas, I should tell you we wouldn't drown and be ready to jump on the stick." "She told you that?" "I asked her everything that would help me fly for you. You're my pilot," Galina said, as though it were obvious. Nina felt herself smiling. "What are you afraid of, Galia?" calling her navigator by nickname for the first time. A long pause. "The black vans." Nina nodded. Normally one didn't speak of such things, but here on the barren edge of the sea, there was no poisonous listening ear to hear and report. "They came for my uncle 7 years ago," Galia went on. "His factory foreman denounced him as an agitator. He went to Lubyanka and never came out. My aunt had to denounce him too, or be taken herself. That's what I fear. The van stopping at my door." "I can't protect you from that," Nina said. The van could come for anyone, for the smallest of reasons or no reason at all. "The van can't come for you in the air, Galia. So what do you fear up here?" "Those new German shells, the ones with red and green and white tracers. When they split into dozens of little projectiles in the dark, I think of flowers." Galia shuddered. "Well, if we see flowers and you freeze, I'll get you out of it," Nina promised. "We stall out over water again, you'll get me out of it. In the meantime, you can fly home." Galina brightened. They wobbled home, and it wasn't till they returned that they learned another U-2 had gone down in the sea, in the same low-rolling overhang of cloud. 16 women died in all over that summer and fall. Nina hoped all this territory was worth it, this unseen ground they were clawing back from the Germans. She couldn't even see the gains they were dying for, just that it was soaked in blood. "Who are these new girls?" Yelena asked in bewilderment when she came back from Novorossiysk in October, looking around the barracks. "They're so young." "New arrivals." Girl volunteers to the front, every one of them round-eyed at the sight of the gaunt female pilots in their bulky overalls, more and more of which were pinned with orders of the Red Banner and orders of the Red Star. Nina and Yelena both had one of each now, and there were whispers that the first set of HSUs were going to be passed down, the gold stars of Hero of the Soviet Union, highest decoration in the motherland. "My pilot sleeps with a razor under her pillow, and she knows Comrade Stalin," Nina overheard Galina bragging to one of the new recruits, who looked both terrified and impressed. And Nina would have laughed herself sick if she hadn't been already sick with worry over Yelena. "You look terrible," she said frankly. "That's a nice thing to tell a girl." Yelena made a face, teasing. She was skin and bone, her complexion ashy. The autumn dawn was icy, but cold was their friend. No one now lingered on the airfield when the night's flying was done. Everyone had retreated to the dugout, warming hands at the oil drum fire.
and Nina and Yelena drifted back out to the Rusalka, lying entwined under the wing. Always the Rusalka, never Nina's new nameless U-2. She was a nice plane, tough and reliable, but she wasn't their plane. Was it bad, flying over Novorossiysk? Nina persisted, turning over so they lay nose to nose. Because Yelena's hands had a fine tremor they hadn't had 2 months ago. Not so bad. I heard things got rough here. Nothing difficult, Nina said. They smiled at each other, both lying, Nina knew. What else do we lie to each other about? She thought, but pushed that away. The war will be done soon. Yelena sounded more certain than she had in the summertime. And then we'll have it. What? Us together in Moscow. I picture it whenever I need something to keep me on course. Don't you? She nudged Nina. Imagine us, sleeping at night again rather than during the day, chasing babies around the floor after breakfast. Do I have to tell you how babies happen, Miss Moscow Goody? Because if you think anything we do is going to help on that front... Tickling Yelena between the breasts. Yelena laughed, swatting her hand away. There'll be so many orphans after the war who need mothers. Don't you want children? She asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No, Nina thought. I never thought about it, she hedged. I know what you're thinking. I doubt it. You're thinking we won't be able to hide things out in real life. Hide this. A little swirling gesture encompassing the two of them, their private world under the Rusalka's wing. But we can, believe me. It's not like when men go together, people being suspicious. There will be so many widows living together after the war, pooling supplies and pensions. As long as we're raising children for the motherland, and we each have a story about a fiancé who died in the war, no one will look at us twice for sharing an apartment. We could be civil pilots, or teach aviation. Her voice was eager, her cheeks pink. She'd been thinking about this a long time, Nina realized with a sinking stomach. It won't be like how we grew up, Ninochka. Shortages, queuing for fuel, never being able to get shoes. The world's going to be different after the war. Moscow's going to be different. Worse, Nina thought. After years of starvation and war, it's going to be worse. And we're not just air club flyers anymore. We're decorated officers of Marina Raskova's eaglets. You've met Comrade Stalin. That damned awe in Yelena's voice again. We'll have no shortage of recommendations when we apply to join the party. You'll see. Then we can pull strings for an apartment we don't have to share with 3 other families. Get plush jobs at the Zhukovsky Academy or anywhere we like. She was gabbling now, all hope. Such good, normal, usual things to want. Probably most of the women in the regiment cherished similar dreams for after this war was done. It's not too much to want, Ninochka. You, me, a home, a baby or 2, a job flying civil routes instead of bombing runs. Yelena leaned forward, brushed her lips over Nina's. All we have to do is survive the war, and we can have it. Maybe it isn't too much to want, Nina said. But what if I want something else? What? Yelena stroked her cheek. Do you not want to live in Moscow? We don't have to. I know you don't like it. I don't like Moscow, or Irkutsk, or the old man, Nina thought. I've come thousands of kilometers across Russia, and I haven't seen any part of it I liked except the skies. She was happy flying over it because then she didn't have to look at it. A land of implacable crowds and draped bunting, bread queues, and the eternal droning of loudspeakers, ruled over by a wolf. When the war is over, what do you want? Yelena was still waiting for her answer. Such a simple question, surely the simplest question of all for soldiers at war. Everyone dreamed of what came after the bloodshed was done. Everyone, apparently, but Nina, who could honestly say she'd never given it a single thought. Who had never thought at all beyond the present, beyond the night spent flying and a morning spent kissing Yelena. Who would take this strange, perilous, nighttime life in the regiment over any other in the world, even with all its griefs and its terrors. "What do I want, Yelenushka?" Nina thought, looking at her lover's eager smile. "I want to fly missions, hunt Germans, and love you. And the only thing on both your list and mine is you." Chapter 31. Jordan. June 1950. Boston. "You have no desire at all to marry Garrett Byrne." Annalise's wry comment still reverberated even as Jordan tried to busy herself behind the shop counter. "Of course I want to marry Garrett," she told herself. "I've got a half-carat's worth of sparkle on my left hand, proving how much I want to marry him." Ruth's voice drifted up from the nearest display case. "May I hold the violin?" "It's not a toy, Cricket," Jordan said absently. "It's a late 19th century copy of a mare." "But it's small," Ruth begged. "It's my size." "That's a half-size violin, Mr. Kolb says." "Very pleased to meet you at last, Mrs. McBride." Tony Rodomovsky's voice issued from the front of the shop, where he stood with Annalisa in her black suit. "My condolences for your recent loss." Annalisa murmured some reply as Jordan bent back over her own work, trimming down one of the prints of her dad she'd made late last night. It was a good portrait, very good. She could judge her own work well enough to know that. "You should do something with that shot," the thought whispered. "Something professional." "Like what?" she answered herself. "You aren't a professional." She was a girl with a nice job behind this counter and an entertaining hobby in the basement. In spring, she was going to be a wife with a nice husband going off to work every morning, and an entertaining hobby kept in the spare room. "I've prepared the weekly report if you would like to see it, Mrs. McBride." Tony came back to the register behind Annalisa in her full black skirts, black jacket, and little black hat with the spotted net chicly angled over her eyes. "Just a moment." "What do you think?" Jordan asked her stepmother as Tony vanished into the back room, remembering Annalisa had dropped by to give the new clerk a final look. "He seems quite charming. If you're satisfied with his references, I see no reason not to keep him on. You're a good judge of character." Annalisa gave Ruth a quick hug and looked at the shop clock. "I'm meeting with your father's lawyer about the will. Can you keep Ruth until closing?" "Oh, my." Seeing the photograph of Dan McBride. "Isn't it him to the life?" Annalisa nodded, tears in her eyes. Jordan gave her black-gloved hand a squeeze across the counter. Tony came back with the report, and Annalisa took it distractedly. "We're glad you've joined us, Mr. Rodomovsky." And she was gone in a waft of lilac scent. "Phew," Tony said. "I was shaking." "You were not. You think there isn't a lady on earth you can't charm, Mr. Rodomovsky?" "Tony," he said, as he usually did, "every time you say Mr. Rodomovsky, I look around for my father and start counting up my most recent sins." He was leaning on the counter, giving Jordan the same smile he gave all the ladies who set foot in this shop, though it came, she had noticed, with variations. The boyish grin went to ladies over 60, who pinched his cheek, then bought something. The roguish grin went to ladies over 40, who lidded their eyes speculatively, then bought something. The full grin included both the crinkled eyes and creases in the cheeks, and it went to ladies over 20 who blushed, then bought something. Even Annalisa had gotten the modified grin with the sympathetic edge, given her widow's weeds, and had responded to it. Tony Rodomovsky probably flirts with a hat rack if there isn't anything else around, Jordan thought with considerable amusement. She was glad Annalisa had approved him, because he was certainly good for business. "Princess Ruth!" Tony exclaimed, as he saw the small nose press against the violin's glass case. "Are you to favor us with a recital?"
Ruth was usually shy with strange men, but Tony, upon meeting her, had gone down on one knee and intoned that it was well known that Princess Ruth of Bostonia spake not to her knights errant until they had earned her favor with supreme deeds of gallantry, and that he would fain ride to the ends of the earth to win her regard. Whereupon Ruth had come out of her hair with a cautious smile. She let him kiss her hand now, then poised an imaginary violin and began to play. Jordan wondered where she had ever seen a violin played. She certainly had the stance right. Her mother. Jordan answered her own question. Her real mother. Ruth must have seen her mother play. They'd never know how or where, young as Ruth had been. She'd seemed to forget about it for years, but here it was coming up again, making her gaze at the child-sized violin as if mesmerized. Was Ruth remembering it now because the only man she'd ever known as a father was suddenly gone? The way her musical, mysterious mother had disappeared? Jordan's gaze fell back to her dad's eyes in the picture. He was solid, Annalisa had said of him last night over her cocoa. Nothing could follow me out of a dream with him there. Maybe that was why Ruth had bad dreams. The solid, foursquare father who had anchored her world for the past few years was now gone.
"You're in a daze this afternoon, Miss McBride."
Tony's gaze had turned serious. Jordan braced herself for the usual solicitous "are you all right" that she had heard from neighbors and acquaintances and friends every day since her father died. Then she mustered the usual bright "I'm just fine."
"Would you like me to go away?" Tony asked instead. "I have a handkerchief or a listening ear if you want, but I can also leave you alone for some peace, quiet, and a good cry. In whatever order you need them. Alone being the important part."
Jordan couldn't help a laugh, startled. "I have wanted that quite a lot the last few weeks." That was why she kept drifting down to the dark room. People didn't usually follow her down there.
"Right then." Tony straightened. "Shall I bugger off?"
"Bugger off? Did you suddenly turn English?"
"I spent too many years working with a limey."
A quirk of a smile.
"Here's an idea. Why don't you bugger off, Miss McBride? Take Princess Ruth home early. Have some time to yourself."
Jordan opened her mouth to refuse, but the bell jingled and Garrett's voice sounded.
"Jaw! There you are."
He dropped his arm around her shoulders, giving a searching look as if to make sure she hadn't been crying.
"Are you—"
"I'm just fine."
"I'm trying to persuade Miss McBride here to go home early," Tony broke in. "Maybe you'll have better luck, Mr. Byrne. Garrett Byrne."
Offering a hand.
"You're the new clerk?" "Guilty. Tony Radomovsky. You're the fiancé?" "Guilty."
An exchange of handshakes. Jordan wondered if there were two young men anywhere on Earth who could shake hands without the size-up that went with it, who had the stronger grip, who was taller. Garrett stretched to his full 6'2". Tony slouched against the counter looking amused. "I can't go home early, Garrett," Jordan broke in before they could start on the next part of the ritual, which was to figure out who had been in the war and who hadn't. "Anna is seeing the lawyer, and I'll have to stay until closing."
"I can close up for you," Tony said unhelpfully. "See?"
Garrett reached down, tousled Ruth's hair. She ignored him, still playing her imaginary violin.
"We could go to the movies. Take Ruth. I've missed you."
"I've missed you too." "I have," Jordan thought. "I have."
"Mr. Kolb's already gone," Tony said. "There won't be much to do here."
Jordan hesitated. Her father wouldn't have left any new clerk alone in the shop until they had a good month under their belt, and he was absolutely certain he hadn't hired a thief. But Tony had worked a flawless 3 weeks, and Annalisa had given her seal of approval. "You know how to close up," she told Tony, handing over the keys. "Come on, Ruthie. Want to go to the movies?" Ruth's imaginary bow stopped mid-arc. She had been mesmerized by Cinderella early that year. She'd driven Annalisa mad, begging for pet mice. "Cinderella?"
Get your glass slippers, princess.
Tony put her imaginary violin into a case with great care.
You just leave that with me. I'll keep it safe for your violin lessons.
Garrett was holding the door, smiling, but Jordan paused, struck by a sudden idea.
Don't forget this, Miss McBride.
Tony held out the print of Jordan's father that she'd left on the counter, trimmed and ready for framing. He lingered a minute, looking at it.
Your father?
Yes. Jordan felt a lump in her throat. She could mention him with ease 100 times, and on the 101st, for no reason at all, her throat would close up. She wished she understood it. Maybe it would hurt less. Probably not.
It's a good picture.
Tony passed it over.
You should keep it here.
Why?
This was his shop.
Nodding at the photograph.
In that, he looks like the quintessential antiques dealer at work.
That's what he was, Jordan said. And click, there was another idea. Slowly she smiled.
Joe.
Garrett sounded puzzled.
Miss McBride.
Tony cocked his head.
I like making a girl smile, but normally I've got some idea why.
If they hadn't had a counter between them, Jordan would have hugged him. She beamed instead, yanking her black straw hat off the stand and clapping it down over her hair. "Tony," she said, forgetting Mr. Radomovsky. "Thank you. Twice. Anna, I've just had the best idea." Jordan stopped, coming out onto the tiny balcony where her stepmother stood looking out at the street. "I didn't know you smoked."
I used to like a cigarette before dinner.
Annalisa took a drag, tilting her face up to the long summer twilight. She still wore the black suit she'd donned to visit the lawyer, but her pump sat on the deck beside her handbag.
You know how your father felt about women who smoked, so I stopped. Would you like one?
Sure. Annalisa took out a silver case and lit a fresh cigarette from her own.
Where's Ruth?
Playing with Taro upstairs. Garrett just dropped us off. He came to take us to the movies, but nothing was playing. Jordan inhaled smoke, coming to lean on the balcony railing. I had an idea today. Something Tony said. Let's get Ruth violin lessons. For a moment, Annalisa looked almost shocked.
Why?
She can't look at a violin without being mesmerized. It would make her so happy.
A child who shrieks and lashes out doesn't need more indulging. She needs discipline. We've been too lax with Ruth.
She's not spoiled, Jordan protested. She's sad and angry, and she misses Dad. Why not try something different? Something to remind her she can be happy.
Not the violin, though.
Annalisa took another drag.
Whatever those memories of her mother are, they aren't pleasant. I don't want her even more stirred up. Better if she forgets about violins altogether.
If she doesn't like it, we'd stop the lessons, but
no, Jordan. I don't want her remembering more.
Annalisa smiled, as if to apologize for her refusal.
Besides, it's a rather Jewish thing, isn't it, being obsessed with music? And one of their nicer qualities, of course. They make fine musicians. But we don't want Ruth tarred with that brush. With a name like Ruth Weber, she was undoubtedly Jewish. Thank goodness, at least she doesn't have the looks.
Anna, really? Jordan exclaimed. Every other little girl in Boston has piano lessons. Music is hardly a Jewish thing. And even if it was,
everyone sympathized with the Jews after the war. But that doesn't mean anyone wants to live next door to them. I don't want that for Ruth.
Annalisa moved on, clearly done with the subject.
There's something else I should tell you, Jordan. You know I saw the lawyer today about your father's will. All in order. The shop to me for my lifetime, or until I remarry. Then to you and Ruth jointly.
Yes.
Her father's voice. I wanted to make it into something special for you. A real future.
What did you want to tell me? That you don't have to want it. Jordan looked up, startled. What? Fathers want to build something they can leave their children. Sometimes they don't stop and think if what they've built is anything their children want to be saddled with. Annalise's blue eyes were steady, sympathetic. You've been such a dutiful daughter, working at that shop, but I know you never wanted it. You should have gone to college instead. I advocated for that, but your father didn't favor the idea, as you know. It wasn't right to contradict my husband, so I let the matter drop. But I thought he was wrong. I still do. He wasn't wrong, Jordan said, defensive. I didn't need college. I had a future already. I had Garrett. I had... Annalisa waited for her to name everything else she already had. When Jordan trailed off, she went on. I'll keep up the shop as your father would have wanted. Don't fear. An income from me, an inheritance someday for you and Ruth. Lighting another cigarette. But that doesn't mean it should burden you now, Jordan. You don't want to be stuck behind a counter selling apostle spoons to old ladies. I know you don't. What would you rather do? I'm marrying Garrett in the spring. It came out of Jordan automatically. Annalisa smiled. Jordan felt herself blushing. What about college? Annalisa went on, gently ignoring both marriage and Garrett. You could try for Radcliffe or Boston University, but I think a young woman benefits from leaving her hometown. You could go all the way to California if it took your fantasy. A new school, a new state. College. Jordan thought how much she'd wanted that at 17. I don't think I want that anymore, she said slowly. I'm 22, starting next to all those 18-year-old girls, half of whom are just there to get engaged. Annalisa didn't look surprised. You could go to New York then, get a job you enjoy, not a job you think you should enjoy. Jordan felt her hands clench around the balcony rail. Was this conversation happening? Was it really happening? Don't think I'm trying to drive you away, Annalisa smiled. This is your home, but you don't have to be tied here because of the shop and your father's wishes. I want you to be happy. Would it make you happy to go abroad, find work as a photographer? I don't know if I'm good enough for that, Jordan heard herself say. But you won't know unless you try. Annalisa rested a black-sleeved arm next to the ashtray. Take that camera of yours and find things to snap in Europe. It's another way to learn besides university courses. I can't leave. Jordan said it reflexively. Leave what? The shop? Annalisa waved a hand. You don't really want it to begin with, and it will run just fine without you. Leave Garrett? If he loves you, he'll wait. Leave Ruth? If you get married in the spring, she'll have to adjust to your being gone anyway. But I'd still be in Boston, able to see her, not a state away, or an ocean away. Ruth's already lost too many people. Ruth will adjust. Children do. She's your sister, not your daughter. You don't have to build your life around her. Pause. And you don't have to feel disloyal for wanting something different than your father wanted for you. I do, Jordan wanted to say. I changed everything I wanted because of what he said. But her imagination was already running far, far ahead of her. She thought of slinging the Leica over her shoulder and grabbing a bus for New York, walking into the big offices of life and applying for a job as errand girl, darkroom assistant, anything at all to get her foot in those doors. She thought of trekking through Spain to see where Robert Capa had snapped his famous falling soldier. She thought of the project that had leaped into her mind just that afternoon, after Tony's casual comment seeing the print of her father, the second idea for which she'd thanked him, the project drumming away inside her head and its urgency to be started. Taking the time to do it, not just tell herself she didn't have time because doing a big, ambitious photo essay was silly when the camera was just a hobby.
to never think the word's just a hobby again. "What I'm saying is that I can help you." Annalise's voice went on warmly. "This is your inheritance, Jordan. You're entitled to it. Do you want to travel? I can give you an allowance. Do you want to take an apartment in New York? Work as a photographer? I can help with expenses until you start earning a proper wage. It's not an offer I'd make to any 22-year-old girl, but you're of age, and you have a good head on your shoulders. Leave the shop to me. Leave Ruth to me. Leave Boston to me. It's too small for you." Her stepmother faced her, smiling. "What do you want?" Jordan opened her mouth to answer and instead burst into tears. She heard Annalisa stub out her cigarette and then move closer, slim arms folding around Jordan. She cried into that small shoulder as the sky darkened from twilight to night, a half moon beginning to rise, and there was one final stab of resentment. That Annalisa, whom she had met at 17, knew her so well, and not her father who had known her whole life. "What do you want?" For the first time in a long while, Jordan thought, "I want the world." Chapter 32. Ian. June 1950. Boston.
"How did it go with Kolb?"
Tony's voice crackled through the payphone.
"Nothing,"
Ian said flatly, watching the rising half-moon. In the time he and Nina had been inside Kolb's apartment, late afternoon had become full dark.
"You finally met the McBride widow. Anything of note?"
They hadn't technically ruled out that the shop owners might be involved with Kolb's activities.
"Pleasant woman, blue eyes, dark hair, classic Boston clip on her R's. No scar on the neck. Hey, no harm checking. She was in and out with a few questions. No attempt to talk to the employees or customers. I'll keep an eye, see if Kolb makes any effort to speak with her or give her anything. But she seems to be hands-off with the shop. And my first guess is that she wouldn't know if he's got a racket going."
"He does," Ian said shortly. "We just can't prove it yet." He hung up, returning to the diner on the corner where Nina already sat with a Coca-Cola, keeping watch through the window. Not much of a diner, empty except for an ancient waitress whose cigarette ash nearly fell into Ian's 5-cent coffee. But the corner table by the window had an unobtrusive view of Kolb's building, and that same building didn't have a rear entrance beside an illegally defunct fire escape. Ian didn't see the aging forger swinging down from a fire escape by his hands, so the diner was where they settled to keep watch.
"You should go home," Ian told Nina.
There was a part of him that was sorry, very sorry, that he hadn't beaten Kolb into a mass of blood and bone splinters. He wanted to sit here and drink bad coffee until that part was thoroughly strangled.
"You did well tonight,"
he added. He'd worried her flair for chaos would spill into the work, but she'd cleaved to the plan, watched for clues, been useful.
"Spasibo."
Nina began taking out hairpins, shaking her hair out of its grim knot.
"What if Kolb runs?" "I'll follow, see who he meets. Watch him until he leads us to something or someone new."
Nina picked up the menu.
"If he doesn't?"
In cases past, we'd make the decision at some point to move on.
Her eyes narrowed.
"Not here." "No."
There was an ocean in the way, not to mention an obsession. Ian took a sip of coffee, grimacing.
"There are probably going to be a lot of hours spent in this booth. They have hamburgers. Something at least."
Nina flagged the waitress. Ian knew she found hamburgers a miracle of American life, far more compelling than freedom of speech.
"Kolb runs. He maybe gets away for good,"
Nina said when the waitress plodded out of earshot.
"New city, new name. He's a forger. Maybe he make himself no papers."
Ian nodded, remembering various failed tail operations of the past. It wasn't easy for a tiny team to mount a comprehensive watch.
"There's only 3 of us," Nina said, reading his mind. "We can't sit on him every breath."
"We can try. I'll take him from dawn until he arrives at work."
Ian hadn't been sleeping much anyway. He might as well come here at 4 a.m. and sit watching a door.
"Tony will watch him at work, and you—"
"I take nights."
"Agreed, Night Witch."
Ian felt the anger draining out of him, being replaced by shame.
"You lost your temper. You threw a witness up against a wall and choked him."
He'd never done that before, no matter how much he was tempted. Bloody hell, it had felt good. Ian looked at his wife.
"I believe I owe you an apology."
She raised her eyebrows.
"I threw you out of my office in Vienna because you said you'd take violence over legality. Yet I'm the one who just threw a man up against a wall simply because he made me angry. There's an analogy about pots and kettles that isn't making me particularly happy at the moment."
"Kettles? Kolb didn't have kettles."
Never mind."
Nina's hamburger arrived. Ian watched her tear into it. The door of Kolb's building stayed closed. It was always even odds what a guilty man did after being accused. About half bolted in the first hour, and half decided to stay put and pretend they had nothing to hide. He would have bet Kolb for a bolter. Ian sighed. It was going to be a long night, he could tell. One of the sleepless ones, where the parachute drifted at his shoulder.
"There's lake I dream about,"
Nina said. Ian blinked.
"What?" "Lake. Drowning in it. Sometimes is my father holding me under. Sometimes is the Jägerin. Always lake."
She shrugged.
"Your lake. What is it?"
There's no lake. Like there's no kettle. Your English is very peculiar, comrade."
Nina took another huge bite of hamburger.
"His parachute?"
she asked thickly. His blood went ice cold.
"Antochka says you mutter in your sleep. Something about parachute?"
"It's nothing."
That came out sharper than Ian intended.
"He's something," she replied. "Or else why is it your lake?"
He said nothing. Nina said nothing either, just looked at him.
"His name was Donald Lundsey,"
Ian said, wondering why he was telling her. He hadn't told anyone.
"GI from San Francisco, 18 years old. He called me Gramps. I probably looked ancient to him. He looked about 12 to me."
"Sounds like my navigator after I was promoted to pilot."
Nina smiled.
Little Galia looked like she should have been on young pioneer hikes, not flying runs over the Black Sea.
"What happened to her?"
Ian asked. Nina's smile vanished.
"Dead."
"Donald Lundsey, too. March 45, American troops parachuting out into Germany. I begged permission to hitch a ride on the jump."
"Why?"
"It's what you do, if you want to be any good as a war correspondent," Ian tried to explain. "At the front, no one likes journalists. The brass worry you'll see something you shouldn't, make them look like idiots. The poor bastards in the ranks think you're a ghoul, sticking your notepad in their faces, looking for a story as they're trying to stay alive. The only way they don't hate you is if you're in the thick of it too. Bunk with them, drink with them, jump out of planes with them, run into fire with them. You share the danger, they'll share their stories. It's the only way to do the job right."
Ian had chatted up Private Lundsey when they lined up to jump. One of those narrow, beaky faces, ears that stuck out like jug handles, a big smile.
"We jumped," Ian went on. "The rest came down safely and went on to their mission, but Donald Lundsey and I splattered off course, hooked our rigs up in some German wood."
Another woman would have taken his hand. Ian's wife just looked at him steadily. He'd snagged badly about 12 meters off the ground in the branches of a massive oak, hanging breathless and tangled under his lines. He'd had a knife, But the overhead angle was so awkward, the blade slipped, spinning to the ground below, before he could cut a single line. His straps were too badly knotted to slip out of without cutting. But he was lucky compared to Private Luncey, who had hit every branch on the way down through the tree that eventually snagged him up short. A shattered rib had pierced his lung, or at least Ian guessed that was what had happened. It killed him slowly over the course of 7 hours, shredding his lung as he hung there screaming. Ian remembered every moment of those hours, first telling him to be still, not exacerbate the injury, then trying and failing to pendulum swing close enough to help. Finally just hanging there listening as the boy's voice ran out, from screams to the occasional monotone mutter of Gramps. "By the time he died, I was hallucinating," Ian managed to say. "Dehydration and shock. It turned Donald Luncey into my brother, into Seb. I knew it wasn't him. I knew Seb was sitting in a stalag in Poland, but it was still him, down to the last freckle. My little brother was hanging dead in the tree next to me." Hanging there for most of a day as Ian, mouth leather dry, shivering in the cold sweat of horror, stared at his corpse. Ian had tried to focus on the ground below instead, and that 12 meters under his swaying boots seemed to double, an impossibly long fall into darkness. "Ah," Nina said, "is why you have your thing, the thing about heights." "Foolish, really. I didn't even fall. I was found soon after. They rigged me down safely. Quite lucky." Lucky, but maybe not entirely sane, Ian sometimes thought. It was 5 years after the war was done, yet he still had the dream, and in the dream it was always Seb, right from the beginning. Donald Luncey wasn't even there. Start to finish, it was his brother he couldn't save. "Don't brood, Luchik." Nina appended ketchup over her hamburger, like she was drowning it in blood. "Brooding is no good." "You never brood, do you?" For all that she moved in such a cloud of anarchy, Nina was very even-keeled. Rather remarkable, Ian thought, considering what she'd lived through. He wondered if flying in combat had drilled that into her, or if it had already been there, in her and in her fellow night witches. "Most assume women have no place at the front lines, but after hearing about your friends in the regiment, women are good in combat," Nina said matter-of-factly. "We don't compete like the men do. It's all mission, no proving who is better with stupid stunts." "You told me you once climbed out on a plane wing at 800 meters, you little Cossack." "If you want to talk about stunts." "Was necessary." She smiled, but there was a shadow behind it. "My pilot yelled at me for that." "Good for her." Ian studied Nina's lively face, suddenly gone still. "I can see how much you miss them. Your friends." "Sestri," she said softly. He could guess the word meant sisters. "Were they all like you?" She shrugged, and he imagined hundreds of Ninas, handed planes and set loose on the Führer's eastern front. Bloody hell. No wonder Hitler lost the war. "No one ever did what we did before." Nina picked up her hamburger, dripping ketchup. "We pay for it, what we do. Dreams, twitches, headaches." "I know what you mean." Ian tapped his left ear. "It's never been quite right after that bombing run in Spain nearly did it for me." "My ears too, not so good as they were. U-2 cockpit is noisy, and those years being awake all night, every night. I still never sleep all night through." "Don't be ashamed of it. You were a soldier." "Not like me with my pointless nightmares," Ian thought wry. She seemed to catch his unspoken thought. "You went to war too, Luchik. You go to war, you have a lake or a parachute after. Everyone does." "Soldiers do. They've earned it. I wasn't a soldier. Nightmares are for those who fight, not those who scribble. Maybe I was at the front, but I could leave any time I wanted.
They couldn't. So? Nina asked. Same risk for either soldier or hunter. Hunter? Hunters, Nina said. You and me, well, I was soldier and hunter, but important part is hunter. Very different from soldier. I don't quite follow. Soldiers fight wars. It gives them nightmare, a lake, a parachute. It makes them want to stop, go home. The hamburger was gone. She sat spooning up ketchup by itself, like soup. Hunters in war face same risks, same fight, so they get a lake or a parachute too. But we don't have the thing soldiers do, other people do, the thing that says stop. We have nightmare, we hate it. But if war ends, soldiers go home while we need a new hunt. Ian looked at her. That does not make sense. Does. Calmly. Soldiers get made. Hunters get born. You either need to track danger, or you don't. I don't need to track danger, Nina. Not all Englishmen go pounding over fields blasting shotguns. Nina sighed, impatient. Those boys you wrote about, GIs, airmen, what did they want? They talked about home, like all soldiers. Films, backyard barbecues, going out for girls. Then the war ends, and they go back to that, yes? The lucky ones. The unlucky ones ended up like Private Luncey, like Seb. But some don't, like Tony. He doesn't go home to get married, find work. He stays, finds a hunt. You don't go home either. Your war ends, you start tracking Hitlerites. Nina licked ketchup off her thumb. The girls I fly with, they're mostly like your GIs. They dream of peace, babies, all the borscht they can eat. Their war ends, they get peace, they're happy. But me? A grimace. During the war, I have my bad nights. I dream the lake, but it never makes me want borscht and babies. My war finishes, you get me to England. I end up at the airfield in Manchester. Loops on old biplanes, no target, going crazy. Until I get the message about the Jägerin. It's good then, because I have target again. Nina pointed at Ian, then at Kolb's door. You, in war you hunt stories, in peace you hunt men like him. Pointing at herself, then at Kolb's door. Me? In war I hunt Nazis to bomb. In peace, I hunt Nazis to make pay. Ian shook his head. If you and I are hunters, if we have the urge to chase down prey and we give in to it, that makes us no better than the Jägerin. And if that is the truth, then I will go home and put a bullet in my own brain. Niet. Nina was very certain. The Jägerin, she's different kind of hunter. A killer who hunts things because she likes it. Maybe she has excuses, is orders from her Reich, is because her mudak of a lover tells her to, but it's just excuses. She kills because she likes it, and she hunts what she thinks are easy targets. Children, people on the run, those who can't fight her. Would you do that? Bloody hell, Nina, no. I don't either. We don't hunt the helpless, Luchik. We hunt the killers. It's like villagers going after a wolf gone mad. Only when the wolf is dead, villagers go home and we find the next mad wolf. Because we can keep on. Others, they try keeping on, they just... She mimed an explosion. It's too much for them. They come to pieces. Not us. Hunters, they are different. We can't stop, not for bed sleep or parachute dreams or people who say we should want peace and babies instead. It's a world full of mad wolves, and we hunt them till we die. It was the most thoughtful thing he'd ever heard her say. Ian sat back, looking her over. I had no idea my wife was a philosopher. It's a Russian thing. Sit around, drink too much, talk about death.
She pushed her empty plate away.
It makes us cheerful. Hunters chasing a huntress.
Ian rotated his cup of now cold coffee.
This is your first chase, Nina. Normally our targets aren't terribly impressive. They may have done terrible things, but in the flesh they are pathetic men full of excuses, not unlike Kolben there. The Jägerin isn't. She had the nerve to hide in plain sight in Altersee, even while it was being combed for Nazis. She managed to come to America on a new identity. She covered her tracks.
And now she is target, Nina said.
She's a very clever target, Ian stated bluntly. It will not be easy to catch her.
Hunters tracking a huntress?
Nina reached across the table, hooking what would be her trigger finger through his trigger finger.
I like our odds.
It was the first time she'd ever touched him outside a bedroom. Normally, Nina was prickly as a thorn bush when it came to giving or receiving any sign of affection. Ian smiled. Fingers still linked, he fell into silence, watching Herr Kolb's unmoving doors. The moon was higher up in the sky. They'd been sitting a long time in this diner.
I think Kolb stays where he is tonight, Nina said, also watching the doors.
Ian agreed.
Go home. No sense for us both to be bored here.
Isn't boring.
Staring at a door. Draw comparisons all you like between flying bombing runs and tracking Nazis, but this kind of hunt involves a great deal more paperwork and waiting. I'm surprised you aren't bored stiff. Or...
An idea struck him.
Is it that you like having a team again? Not like your regiment of Sestri, of course, but you have Tony and me, and we all share a target. Is that what you...
She jerked her hand away from his, something black bolting through her eyes too fast for him to follow.
Am not your team,
she flung at him, every word like an ice bullet.
Is one hunt. One, only because of the Jägerin. We find her, and is all finished. We divorce, I go home, is done.
It doesn't have to be, Ian heard himself say. Even after we divorce, you can still stay on at the center, Nina. You work well with Tony and me, you enjoy it. I know you do. Why not stay on?
He realized how much he wanted that. Under her recklessness, she had a navigator's discipline and total dedication. And having a woman on the team, the places a woman could watch where a man couldn't.
Stay with us after we catch Lorelei Vogt, Ian urged,
putting all the vehemence he could into the words.
Stay, Nina.
No team,
she repeated, eyes like stones, and stamped out of the diner. Chapter 33. Jordan. June 1950. Boston. Garrett looked back and forth between the two prints lying on the darkroom table.
You've been working all week on 2 pictures?
I finally got them right. A week's worth of slaving in the darkroom, developing, enlarging, cropping, like as not scrapping and starting all over again. 2 prints, but 2 prints to be proud of.
Huh.
Garrett looked back and forth between them. He'd come from the office, tall and pressed in a summer weight suit. Jordan knew she looked like a complete wreck in comparison, hair tied up with a scrap of yarn, old shorts splashed with developer fluid.
They're nice, Garrett said, clearly hoping it was the right thing to say.
First, a low-angle shot of her father in the workroom, holding up a silver card tray. She'd played with exposure and cropped the image till it showed just his hands, his forehead creased with concentration, the scrolled back of the tray, the outer edge of his smile. An antique dealer at work, she'd titled it with a quick pencil scroll. That's the essence of Dad at work, but it's also the essence of any antique dealer at work. It's why I cropped the image to show just a sliver of his face. It's not just him, it's anyone in that job. The second photograph was of Garrett at the airfield outside Boston, gesturing in front of the biplane. She'd cropped this image to its essence, too. It wasn't her fiancé looking handsome for the flash, but a pilot, any pilot, every pilot. A wedge of image that showed Garrett's outward-stretching arm against the outward-stretching wing. Garrett's grin, as man and machine alike, yearned for the air. A pilot at work.
Very nice,
Garrett said again, looking lost. Jordan looked at the two prints, for a moment wondering if she'd been wasting her time. You're seeing things that aren't there, the old critical voice scolded her, the one that told her not to dream wild things. But a cooler, more analytical voice said, they're good. The photo essay will be called Boston at Work, a series of 15 or 20 portraits, all pared down close-ups. The idea had refined itself over the last week, since the evening on the balcony with Annalisa. What do you want? I'm going to spend the entire summer on it. Garrett scratched his jaw.
What about the shop?
Dad's old clerk, Mrs. Weir, offered after the funeral to come back to the shop if we needed help. Annalisa gave me leave to hire her full-time to replace me. Jordan was already teeming with ideas. People doing their jobs all over Boston, just waiting to be photographed. The bakers at Mike's Pastries in the North End. Some pictorial slice of the flour and kneading fingers. Father Harris at Mass, the way his hands made a cradle as he elevated the host. Garrett touched the biplane and the print of himself, looking wistful.
What's it for?
My portfolio. I don't have job experience yet, so I need solid work to show. I'm going to spend summer photographing everything I can get my hands on. Jordan took a deep breath. This fall, I'm going to New York to try to get work as a photographer.
This fall?
Garrett looked puzzled.
But the wedding's next spring.
Jordan made herself look up, met his eyes squarely. I'd like to put the wedding off for a while. She braced herself, but his face cleared.
It's just nerves, he reassured her. My mother says bridal nerves are completely natural. She wants you to come over soon and choose flowers. She said something about petunias, or maybe it was phlox.
I'm not ready for phlox, Garrett. I'm not ready to set a date. I'm not ready. What a relief to say the words, not be forever squashing them down out of sight and out of mind. I don't want to be married yet. I want to work. I want to be a photographer. I want to find out if I'm any good at all. Jordan ran out of breath before she ran out of all the things she had only realized this week that she wanted so badly. To go to France and snap the Eiffel Tower, even if it was the most cliched photograph in the world. To learn what it was like to work on a deadline over burning eyes and cold coffee because some yet-to-be-found editor wanted something done by 8 sharp. She wanted colleagues to bump around a darkroom with, sharing cigarettes and ideas. She wanted to see her name on a byline. J. Bride. Garrett was looking lost now.
We have so many plans.
Plans can change. Come with me, she said, linking her fingers through his. Come to New York, have an adventure. Work for TWA instead of...
Come on, quit kidding.
I'm not. Do you even want to work with your dad at the office? You're bored stiff there. Garrett tugged his hand free, crossing his arms over his chest.
Are you calling this engagement off?
No, I'm saying we should postpone.
We've been together 5 years. Mom's gonna be heartbroken if we postpone again.
Jordan felt bad about that. She truly did. But she stamped the feeling down ruthlessly. She was not going to get pushed down the aisle because of guilt. We are the ones getting married. Don't you want to be sure before we say I do?
I'm sure.
Really? Jordan paused. You've never told me I love you. He looked confused.
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you looked me in the eyes and said I love you when we weren't in bed and in the middle of...
Lower your voice.
We're partway underground. There's no way Anna can hear us.
And what's she have to say about this?
Scowling. Absolutely nothing. And what a glorious feeling that was, to make her own decisions, no input from adults who were absolutely certain they knew better than she did what to do with her life. I'm getting an allowance, the same I'd have gotten if I went to college. And I have my own savings. I'll rent an apartment. Jordan broke off. Too many details for Garrett, who was looking angry again. You know something? He jabbed a finger at her. You've never said I love you either. Jordan leaned against the darkroom table, tracing its edge. Her pear-shaped diamonds sparkled under the harsh lighting. Were you faithful to me, Garrett? She asked. When you went off to war, you gave me your high school ring and made me promise not to go out with anyone else. Did you? He started to say something. Jordan raised her eyebrows. He cleared his throat. I didn't go on a date with anyone else, he mumbled. She waited. But some of the guys, they said those of us who had come straight out of high school deserved a good time. So we wouldn't get shipped overseas and die without ever getting laid, Jordan supplied silently. That's about what I thought. It was just the one time. Okay, it was twice, but I thought you'd be mad, so I'm not mad. Jordan sighed. He brightened. Really? Garrett, Jordan said gently, isn't it a problem that I don't mind? If I loved you madly, wouldn't I be a tiny bit hurt, or jealous, or something? Silence stretched. You like me a lot, Jordan went on. I like baseball, and we always had fun in the backseat of your car, and I didn't push for a ring or tell you to stop flying. You liked that. So many things had crystallized this week, down here in the red glare of the safe light as she worked. So many things. I like you, Garrett, I really do. You're kind and sweet, and you make me laugh, and you never told me I had to stop taking pictures. Or thought I was a tramp because I liked rolling around in the backseat as much as you. But... What are you getting at? Garrett said. We're good together. Jordan made herself go on before she lost her nerve. But is it love, or is it habit? A long silence. Jordan looked at him steadily. Garrett looked at his folded arms. Finally, he looked up. I'd like my ring back. Well, Jordan thought, that answers that. She pried the diamond off her finger, feeling a lump in her throat. I'm sorry, she began, but he turned around and started for the stairs, back straight and angry. He stopped at the door, looking down from the top of the stairs. I'll break it to my family if you break it to yours. Tell your mother I'm sorry. She's been wonderful to me. Jordan stopped before guilty babbling set in. She looked away, down at a pilot at work. Garrett? What? His voice was as stiff as his back. When you took me flying, you looked so happy. She pointed to the photograph of him. That's the real Garrett Byrne. The one in the overalls, not the one standing in front of me now in a suit. You should go back to flying, not... Take your advice and shove it, Garrett said, and slammed out of the darkroom. Jordan let out a long breath, looking down at her naked ring finger. Her eyes burned, and she wondered if she was going to cry. 5 years, she thought. 5 years. Back to work, J. Bride, she said aloud, blotting her eyes. This career isn't going to start itself. Chapter 34. Nina. July 1944. Polish front. The Germans are falling back, clear into Poland. But the Fritzes fought, clawing every step. A frigid winter had gone by, teeth chattering behind mole fur masks on night runs. Nina's navigator, Galia, lost a toe to frostbite, trying to laugh it off. How are my dancing sandals going to look? Yelena got clipped to the calf by ground fire soon after the year turned, and Nina's heart climbed up her throat to see her lover come limping off the field with one arm around her navigator Zoya's neck for support.
It's nothing,
Yelena reassured, even as Nina crashed to her knees and began running her fingers over the exit wound.
Straight through the muscle and out. Stop fussing.
The spring melted into summer, less flying, more sleep, but they all seemed to have lost their ability to sleep longer than a few hours at a stretch.
I get such headaches,
Zoya cried. And Nina tried not to feel the prick of jealousy when Yelena hugged her tight and crooned reassurance. You were close to your navigator when you were a pilot. It was inevitable. You loved her. Don't love her more than me, Yelenushka. Red-haired Zoya, whose husband had died fighting in Stalingrad, who had 2 children in Moscow living with her mother. Children whose pictures Yelena exclaimed over wistfully. She doesn't love anyone more than you, Nina told herself. They still crept off to lie together under the Rusalka's wing, kissing and talking nonsense. Nothing had changed. Only because you don't bring up anything that might upset the balance. They were flying over Poland by summer, a land of smoke and ruin and mud. A land that had been raped, Nina thought. The summer rains had churned the ground into a deep, malevolent glue that sucked on U-2 wheels and bogged fuel trucks. In their crude dugouts, the walls streamed water and the mud came up to the shin.
But look at this.
Yelena held out a fragile red flower.
Corn poppies. I found some blooming in the field behind the aerodrome.
Touched almost to tears, Nina stared at the poppy already wilting on the stem.
I'm so tired.
Does anyone care, Rusalka? Nina's father sneered. So she kissed Yelena, threaded the poppy through her overall front, swallowed another Coca-Cola tablet, and kept going.
It should be a crystal glass, not a soup can. We don't have a crystal glass. We're lucky Bershanskaya let us have the vodka.
The night witches laughed, oil-smeared and radiant, exhaustion evaporated. The word had come down as they trooped into the canteen at dawn. Nina Markova and 4 other pilots were to be made heroes of the Soviet Union. It wouldn't be official until the ceremony, but that didn't mean they couldn't make a traditional toast. Yelena and 4 others had been the first to get their HSUs a few months back. Now they jostled to the front and stripped off their stars. Yelena dropped hers with a clink into the small empty soup can in Nina's hands, and Nina's 4 fellow pilots held out soup cans to receive borrowed stars too. The entire regiment filed past grinning, everyone bearing a tin cup with the daily 200 grams of vodka allotted to pilots. Normally they let the alcohol go to the men, Bershanskaya's orders. But today the night witches poured all their vodka into the cans of the incipient heroes, until the gold stars were covered to the rim.
Drink! Drink!
The cry went up, and Nina downed the canful of vodka in one gulp, Yelena's gold star clicking against her teeth. She surfaced dizzily, and Yelena and the other heroes lifted cans of their own, crying, "Welcome, Sestra!" and bolting down the rest of the regiment's vodka. The others didn't grudge it. They all crowded around cheering. Nina felt herself kissed so many times her cheeks glowed. She was dizzy with vodka and love. "It's just a medal," she thought as she tried to press the star back into Yelena's hand. But Yelena pinned it crookedly to the breast of her flight overalls, laughing.
"Wear it for the day. Get used to the weight."
Yelena looked so beautiful with her cheeks flushed like corn poppies. "You're beautiful too," Yelena whispered back. Nina realized she must have said it aloud. When the alarm blared, she looked up almost sleepily, too warm and content to be startled. But the canteen doors flung wide, and there were 3 panting ground crews shouting,
"Fighters coming over the field! The U-2s haven't been camouflaged yet! Get them up!"
And pilots and navigators alike jostled out of the canteen, sprinting into the pink-streaked dawn. Nina dropped the soup can and ran blindly after her pilot's flying dark hair. Yelena was already in the cockpit and the Rusalka's engine roaring when Nina toppled herself nearly headfirst into the rear. Someone shouted, and the first spider shape of a Messerschmitt appeared. A U-2 to their left took off east over the nearest line of trees. Another lifted to the north and dived up for cloud cover. And then there were U-2s rising into the sky in every direction. No orderly conveyor belt, everyone simply flinging the planes into the air and escaping every which way. The Rusalka rose like a bird, straight into the rising sun. "Do we have the night's coordinates?" Nina nearly asked. Sheer rote habit, and blinked. Something wasn't right here. She fumbled with the interphones. "Was that?" Yelena sounded curiously fuzzy. The Messerschmitt passed over the airdrome. The strafing roar of its fire followed, and Yelena was yanking the Rusalka upward as fast as she could. "What?" "Oh," Nina figured it out. "I'm in the wrong plane." Gallia had headed for their U-2, but Nina had tracked blindly after Yelena and the Rusalka. It struck her as funny, and she giggled. "Nina?" Nina's ears buzzed. Was the plane weaving? "Fuck your mother," she called out. "I'm drunk." She'd always been able to hold her vodka like a Siberian, like a Markov, but she hadn't swallowed a drop in months. The whole world was slipping and sliding. "Are you drunk?" "No," Yelena called back. The Rusalka was definitely weaving. The airdrome had fallen away rapidly below. They were rising into tatters of pink cloud. Disappear in the sky, and they'd be safe from any more messers. They had the fuel to wait it out in the air, not like the time they were chased down. Safe, Nina thought as the airfield disappeared. "What heading are we on?" Pause. "I don't know. The compass is all blurry." Another pause. "I'm drunk," Yelena said, and suddenly they were both howling with laughter in their cockpits. A can full of vodka on an empty stomach after a long night's flying and no sleep. We're drunk as polecats, Nina thought. And that was even funnier. Flying with Yelena instead of Gallia, flying in the day instead of the night. Everything was upside down. Then Nina realized they actually were upside down. Yelena was looping over a tail of cloud. "Got it!" she whooped. They were up above the cloud floor now, flying along in the rosy morning. Nina squinted over the side of her cockpit, wondering how long it would be before the messers abandoned the attack. "Another U-2 below!" Yelena waggled her wingtips, and the plane below waved back. Nina took the stick. Why not? They had to burn some time before risking descent. And they played with the other U-2 for a while, chasing back and forth. The other plane always stayed below, rippling along the cloud floor. "Oh," Nina realized. "It's not another plane. It's our shadow." They went off into gales of laughter again, and Nina fought her way out of the safety harness and half stood up, leaning into the rigid airstream. "Don't you climb on the wing again," Yelena shouted. But Nina stood up just enough to tug Yelena's hair back and kiss her dizzily, warmly, besottedly in the morning wind. "Let's land," she shouted back. "Because we're so drunk we'll end up over Berlin." Yelena brought them down with a lurch, jouncing along the muddy runway to a halt. "Was that a landing?" Nina wondered, climbing out. "Or did a German shoot us down?" "Shut up," Yelena giggled, sliding from her cockpit, and would have slid straight to the ground in a puddle if Nina hadn't caught her around the waist. "Get up, rabbits!" Nina dragged Yelena down the runway as the ground crew hauled camouflage toward the Rusalka. "We can't go back to the canteen like this. I can't look Bershanskaya in the eye." They managed to sign off what was necessary, then slunk off, giggling behind the temporary airdrome. "Puppies," Yelena breathed. The field behind the airdrome was a weed patch, but red blooms had threaded themselves throughout. She bent over a patch of red flowers and staggered, toppling headfirst among the poppies and taking Nina with her. They couldn't think of a reason to get up, so they just lay there in a patch of rye, twined up and kissing. Nina on her back, staring up at the sky. Everything she had seen of Poland had been made hideous by mud and smoke and ruins. But here in this tiny frame of vision, staring straight upward, it was beautiful. A pure blue sky, framed on either side by fronds of rye and waving poppies. Yelena's head resting heavy on her breast. "We should get back," Yelena whispered eventually. "Don't want to." Nina twined her fingers through Yelena's hair. "We have to, Rabbit." They disentangled and made their way back to the airdrome. The vodka had, for the most part, worn off. "I could sleep for a week," Nina said with a yawn. But before they could turn for their barracks, Nina heard herself being hailed. "Comrade Lieutenant Markova!" She turned, saw the approaching figure of the regiment's deputy commander, saluted with a smile. The other woman did not smile back. She was grave at the best of times. Nina wouldn't have wanted to carry the burden of being deputy commander and chief of the commanding staff. But now she had a face like winter. Nina felt the last of her vodka euphoria drain away as cold tendrils of dread crawled along her veins. "You're to see Comrade Major Bershanskaya at once." "What's wrong?" Nina took a step forward. She couldn't think of anything that would cause such an expression of death. You two crashed or missing? "Has someone not returned? Did Galia—" "Report to Comrade Major Bershanskaya." The order was repeated. Nina was suddenly aware of eyes on her all over the airdrome. Heart suddenly pounding, Nina tugged her hand free of Yelena's puzzled arm and turned toward Bershanskaya's temporary office. Where she stood at attention in her flight overalls, pinned with a borrowed gold star, crushed poppy petals still tangled in her hair, and learned that her world was at an end. At first she didn't know what was happening. She stood baffled as Bershanskaya gazed down at her desk and talked in circles. "I'm sure you understand that in times of war, there is increased vigilance, Nina Borisovna. Enemies of the state uncovered every day." Nina nodded, since a response seemed to be required. "The enemies of the motherland are found even in the most remote regions. Distance is no protection. We must all continually manifest the greatest vigilance." She was clearly quoting someone, Nina didn't know who. "In relation to the enemies and spies that secretly penetrate into our ranks." Pause. Nina nodded again, confusion mounting. "Very recently there was a denunciation as far east as Baikal. A man denounced as an enemy of the state." Still, Bershanskaya would not meet Nina's gaze. "A tiny village not far from Listvyanka." Alarms began blaring through Nina's skull. "Oh? Perhaps you knew him." Bershanskaya lifted her head at last, her eyes bored into Nina. "I feel certain you do. Isn't everyone family in such small places?" She emphasized family with nothing but a flare of her eyes. Nina stood gripping her sealskin cap as implications crashed like exploding shells. "Not everyone is related out by the old man," she managed to say. "It's a huge lake, after all. Many villages. Did the man have a wife? Children?" "Grown children, I'm told." Again that emphasis with the eyes. Children. Though any children would be wise to distance themselves from a father accused of speaking anti-communist rhetoric and making inflammatory statements about Comrade Stalin. "Your father has been denounced." The words hung there, silent and hideous. "Papa," Nina thought. So often he spoke up in her head, snarling and spitting. Now he was silent. "What did you say? Did the wrong someone finally overhear one of your rants?" Nina supposed, remotely, that he was lucky it had taken this long for his mouth to bring him down. "A warrant has been issued for the man's arrest." Bershanskaya cleared her throat.
Enemies of the state must be punished with utmost severity. Is it known who denounced the man? No. Was it my fault? Nina had met Comrade Stalin's eyes at Marina Raskova's funeral, had thought of cutting his throat, and he had paused. Not long, but he had paused. Had he noted her name in passing beside the running wolves sketched in his notebook? Or simply remembered that name when he saw it raised beside an award for a gold star? Was all this happening simply because the General Secretary disliked the way the smallest of Raskova's eaglets had met his eyes? He'd ordered men killed for less. Nina swept the thought away. What does it matter how it happened? It happened. Whether from the boss's intervention or a simple report from a neighbor, her father had been denounced. Nina's ears buzzed with the sound of that word, as though she'd been deafened by tracer fire. Bershenskaya's voice faded in and out. The innocent, of course, have nothing to fear at the hands of... Nina almost laughed. Innocence did not mean safety. Everyone knew that. Her father was doomed. Bershenskaya knew it. And Nina's father wasn't innocent. Any of his ranting monologues over the years were bad enough to earn a bullet. Papa. Where is he? The words rasped out of Nina, cutting Bershenskaya off. This enemy of the state. Speak no names, utter only vague generalities. That was how you talked of these things. A conversation could happen, and yet at the same time, not happen at all. Bershenskaya hesitated. There are sometimes difficulties as enemies of the state seek to evade their due arrest and retribution. Nina did laugh then, a one-note bark of laughter that hurt her throat. And so they had not been able to scoop up her wolf of a father. He had probably melted into the taiga as soon as he saw it coming. Would they ever find him, those mass-produced men of the state, with their blue caps and endless paperwork? Run, Papa. Run like the wind. Her ears were still buzzing, but she could hear the drip of water from a leaky corner of the roof. Drip, drip. What does this mean? She managed to say. For those related. You understand that in such cases, warrants are frequently issued for the arrest of an enemy of the state's family. Bershenskaya's gaze bored into Nina again, unblinking. Due to concerns that anti-Soviet attitudes may have taken root in the family unit. Would that be the case here? Yes. Yes, it would. Drip, drip, drip. The leak was slowing, and Nina stood frozen. A moment ago she had been wishing her father luck. Now she thought, I should have cut your throat before I left home. Her father had eluded arrest, so they'd take his family instead. For the first time in years, Nina thought of her siblings, scattered to the four winds, probably now being rounded up and lobbed into cells. She couldn't see a troika taking pity on the Markov brood, the feral offspring of an avowed enemy of the state. Hooligans. That was how they would all be categorized. The state was better off without hooligans. Children are not all like their father, she managed to say. A war record would speak for itself, surely. Lieutenant N.B. Markova, Order of the Red Banner, Order of the Red Star, 615 successful bombing runs to her name, soon to be hero of the Soviet Union. Surely it counted for something. With a substantial record of service. But Bershenskaya was shaking her head. The state does not take chances. Well then, Nina thought. For a moment they looked at each other. Then the Major sighed, folding her hands on her desk. Even a good Soviet citizen feels fear at the prospect of an arrest, she said, more conversational. But a good Soviet citizen would know to bow to the will of the sentence, join in denouncing her father,
and thus have a chance at saving herself.
For what? Nina asked. Instead of a bullet, getting 10 or 20 years in a labor camp near Norilsk or Kolyma? Bershanskaya switched tack.
We have been lucky to have sterling records among the regiment. If any of my pilots transgressed, I would not be able to speak for them.
She didn't flinch from Nina's gaze.
Though it would grieve me.
Nina jerked a nod. The regiment came first. For any officer, it had to. Bershanskaya already had to be sick with worry over the regiment's future. Since the very beginning, the ladies of the 46th had to justify their existence with every bombing run, had to be perfect. And now they had a rotten apple in their midst, the tainted daughter of an enemy of the state. What would it mean for the regiment? They no longer had Marina Raskova to speak for them as Comrade Stalin's favorite aviatrix. Nina nodded again with bitterness. Bershanskaya couldn't speak for her, not one word.
Acquittal, of course, is entirely possible. You are not wrong that a sterling record of service will weigh in favor.
It doesn't matter, Nina thought. Even acquitted, she would never return to the 46th. She'd be tainted by association with treason. She was finished here. She'd never fly again with Galia at her back. She'd never sip oily tea in the cockpit between runs. She'd never line up a target behind Yelena and the Rusalka. That was when the agony hit her in the gut as though she'd been stabbed by an icicle. Yelena. What would she do when the van came for Nina? When would it come? It must be soon if Bershanskaya had sniffed out advance notice of the arrest. It was always in the small hours of the night that enemies of the state were dealt with. The noise of the car stopping, an officious rap on a door. Yelena and the Night's Witches would be halfway through a night's bombing run at the time Nina was taken away with a guard on each side. Dimly she wondered how this was happening, how a day beginning with vodka and laughter and kisses in a pink dawn had come to this evasive recitation of horror and condemnation.
For the regiment, Bershanskaya was saying in guarded tones, things must happen quietly. There mustn't be trouble.
The words triggered Nina in pure reflex. She felt her every muscle snap taut, felt the individual hairs on her head like hot wires. Her teeth locked down a feral hiss before it could escape. She remembered Comrade Stalin's not one step back. The weight of her father's razor sat just inside her sleeve. A flick of the wrist would drop it into her hand. She didn't know what Bershanskaya saw on her face, but the major stiffened. Nina forced the words out through the gate of her teeth.
I am no good at quiet, Comrade Major. But you are good at trouble,
her father whispered in poisonous amusement, evidently deciding to speak up again.
You're Markov. Trouble always finds us, but we eat trouble alive.
Nina was not going to sit meekly in lockup, grounded from flying, until her accusers arrived to take her away. The moment a thug in a blue cap came to take her by the arm, came to take her east, the razor would drop into her hand and she would paint the room red. They'd get her in the end. Unlike her father, she had nowhere to run. But it wasn't going to be easy, it wasn't going to be clean, and it wasn't going to be quiet. Bershanskaya saw that very clearly. She exhaled behind her desk. Nina stood there shaking, fury copper bright in her mouth. So, she thought, haven't changed much, have you? All the warmth and camaraderie of the 46th, all the softening of Yelena's love. It still hadn't taken very much for Markov's daughter to come out, the Rusalka bitch born in lake water and madness. Not very much at all. Her knees gave out and she sat down abruptly in the chair before Bershanskaya's desk. Looking at the clock on the wall, she was astounded to see it was late afternoon. Briefing would begin soon for the night's mission. She exhaled a shaky breath.
This has been a very informative discussion, Comrade Major. I understand you have been interviewing all your pilots to urge constant vigilance against saboteurs and enemies of the state.
Of course.
Bershenskaya's voice was cautious. All of you.
My navigator is having dizzy spells, Nina said. Comrade Lieutenant Zelenko is unwell and would benefit from a night's rest.
Nina raised her chin, looked Bershenskaya in the eyes.
As a former navigator, I am more than capable of flying tonight's runs alone.
Silence expanded around the words. Nina's mouth dried out, and suddenly her pulse was fluttering.
You may fly alone tonight, Comrade Lieutenant Markova. Inform your navigator to report to the infirmary.
Thank you, Comrade Major Bershenskaya, Nina said through numb lips. Saluted for the last time. Gravely, slowly, Bershenskaya saluted her back. And Nina took her leave. The word had already spread. No one approached Nina as she left Bershenskaya's office on feet that did not quite feel the Polish mud. Everyone watched in grave silence, eyes speaking volumes as she passed. No one reached out, no one spoke, until she came into the derelict barn that served as a barracks, and Yelena rose from Nina's cot with swollen eyes.
Oh, Ninochka!
The violent pressure of those strong arms nearly broke Nina in half. She sagged in Yelena's grip, gulping unsteadily as Yelena stroked her hair.
The word already came that Galya's grounded.
Nina clearly knew what that meant. Her voice was filled with dread.
You're going up alone?
Nina nodded, not trusting herself to speak.
Don't,
Yelena whispered.
Fight the charges. It's all a mistake. They won't condemn a hero of the Soviet Union. If you appeal...
Of course, Yelena, with her shining belief in the system, would think acquittal a simple matter of innocence. Nina just shook her head. No.
Why won't you?
I'm going up tonight, Yelenushka. Her 616th bombing run, Nina thought. Her last. Yelena pulled away, eyes filled with tears.
Don't crash,
she begged.
Don't throw your plane into those Fritz guns. Don't make me watch flames coming up from your wreckage.
I'm not going to crash, Nina said thickly. She freed herself from Yelena's arms. No time to waste. Forcing the chaos of her thoughts aside, she rummaged under the cot for her meager stash of possessions. A pilot at war needed so little: a pistol, a sack of emergency supplies in case of crashing, an old white scarf embroidered with blue stars. Nina stuffed everything into a knapsack, ransacking the barracks for all the food she could find. In Bershenskaya's office, she'd been too stunned to form a plan. Her thoughts stretched no further than the offer to fly alone. Get off the ground. That was all her instincts had told her. Get into the sky before the shackles came. Now what? Despite herself, she envisioned aiming for a battery of anti-aircraft guns, the white flare of the searchlight filling her world like a sun as she dived into it for once, rather than away. The image crooned. Better to go in fire and glory, to sleep.
I'm so tired.
But Nina pushed that vision away. She looked at Yelena, standing in her flying overalls, trying not to weep, and opened her mouth. But she thought who might be listening and put a finger to her lips in warning. Shouldering her knapsack, Nina grabbed Yelena's arm and marched her wordlessly out, across the trampled field to the middle of the runway. The dying afternoon sun beat down, insects droned, and there was no one within 50 meters to hear anything they had to say to each other.
I'm not going to crash my plane.
Nina swung around at last, facing Yelena.
I'm going to run. I'm flying west.
The uncurling quiver of fierce affirmation inside her stomach was all she needed. West, not east. The dream of the girl growing up by the old man. She looked at Yelena's wide eyes and cupped that much-loved face between her hands.
"Come with me," Nina heard herself saying, heart beating in her throat.
This was not planned either, but among the torrent of emotions running riot through her chest, shock at her own coming arrest, rage at her father, stark, liquid grief for the loss of her regiment, something lighter joined the maelstrom, a feather touch of hope.
"Come with me,"
she repeated, and suddenly the words were spilling, eager and blunt. No speaking in vague generalities now. Here under the open sky, Nina was done with party euphemisms.
"Wait until the last instant, then run for the navigator's cockpit. They won't be able to stop us. They'll report us both dead before the time my arrest warrant arrives, and we'll be free as birds with no disgrace attached to the regiment. How far west can we get, the two of us and the U-2 full of fuel? Into Poland?"
Yelena gestured at the ugly, trampled ground around them, the smoke-smudged western horizon.
"It's crawling with Germans. Where else can I go? Anywhere behind our own lines I'll be found. It's west for me, or it's propeller first into the nearest battery of guns."
Yelena winced, turning away from Nina's hands.
"You don't have to go. You'll be acquitted." "No," Nina cut her off. "I flee now or I die later. A few days, a few weeks, even a few years, but I'll die. I can make my way through Poland, maybe even farther, to a new world."
She had no idea what she was going to do, dropped into war-racked Poland, but she knew she and Yelena could survive together.
"Come with me,"
she repeated, grasping Yelena's hands in both her own.
"The West, Yelenushka, where black vans don't come in the dead of night because your neighbor wants your apartment." "Don't say that!"
Yelena cried in reflexive fear of eavesdroppers, but Nina threw her head back in defiance.
"Why not? They've already denounced me. They can't do it twice."
The satisfaction of that was fierce.
"Take me away from my regiment, my plane, my friends," Nina thought, the vast barren country that had sired her. "I'll turn my back on you without a second glance, you frozen, heartless bitch. And I'll take your finest hero with me."
She and Yelena would be so much better if only they could escape the motherland and wait out the war. No arguments about party politics or Comrade Stalin, nothing to divide them.
"She'll see what this place is, if she sees it from the outside. I'll give her everything else she wants, an apartment by a river, and babies playing on the floor."
Nina was ready to tear those things barehanded out of the unknown capitalist world if she had to. Tear them out and lay them at Yelena's feet if only she'd come west tonight. But her heart seized, because Yelena's head was shaking back and forth.
"My mother is in Moscow," she said. "My aunts and uncles are in Ukraine. I can't leave them. They'll all be denounced and arrested in turn, if there's even a whisper I deserted. Bershanskaya will report us shot down, heroes who died fighting. So let them think I'm dead. Let them grieve. I'm the only child my mother has left." "I don't care about your family," Nina thought. "I only care about you."
But she didn't say it.
"It's not just my family," Yelena went on. "I can't leave the regiment." "I'm leaving the regiment," Nina lashed back. "Do you think that's easy?" No, I didn't. I meant..."
Yelena's face contorted, tears shining in her dark lashes.
"Ninochka, I can't leave them for you. I can't betray them. They need me. I need you."
Nina wanted to shout, but it came out a whisper. Her hands were so cold, gripping Yelena's in the sunshine.
"They'll fly on without you. None of us are irreplaceable. Slot another sestra into the cockpit and keep flying. That's the regiment's way. But you are irreplaceable to me."
Yelena tore her hands away.
"You're asking too much," she cried. "Leave my family, my regiment, my oath, my country." "Your country is throwing me away," Nina yelled back.
615 successful bombing runs, and they're going to put a bullet in my head or work me to death in a gulag, all because my father is a drunk with a foul mouth. I don't have a family or a regiment or an oath, thanks to this country. You are all I have left."
Yelena was still shaking her head, but in blind stubbornness.
"They won't shoot you. It's all a mistake. Wake up. This place is rotten. How can you think that? You fought for the motherland for more than 2 years, because it's all someone like me is good for."
Nina realized she was shouting, but she couldn't stop.
"I'm good in the air, I'm good on the hunt, and I'm good at surviving. So I gave it all to this regiment because of the women in it. I'd cut my heart out for any of them, but all I can do for them now is leave and let them tell the world I'm dead. I don't care about the motherland, Yelena. She's a frozen mass of dirt. She was here long before I got here, and she'll be here after I'm gone. She got 2 years of my service, but she's not getting my death. The motherland and Comrade Stalin and all the rest can fuck themselves through 7 gates whistling."
Her Moscow rose couldn't help recoiling. Nina seized Yelena's face between her hands, yanked her to eye level, and kissed her savagely.
"Come with me,"
she said again, against Yelena's trembling mouth.
"Come with me and leave it all behind, or you will die here."
She put her whole heart into those words, everything she had, everything she was. She could feel her pulse thrumming like the Rusalka's gallant little engine just starting to spool up for the fight. Yelena was going to burst into tears. She'd cry her heart out in Nina's arms, and after that it would be all right. There was time. They could go. But though Yelena's long dark lashes were wet, not a tear fell.
"Maybe it is all rotten,"
she said, so softly she was all but inaudible.
"But if the good ones leave, who's here to make it better after the war?"
In Nina's chest, the engine died. Yelena leaned down, touching her forehead to Nina's.
"I know why you have to leave, Ninochka. It's leave or nothing, but I can't give up my homeland and my oath for love."
She managed a small smile under swimming eyes.
"That's the kind of thing that makes men say little princesses have no place at the front."
Silence stretched out between them, vast and frozen as the old man. Nina's lips parted, but she had no more words. Not, "Don't leave me," not, "Go to hell," not, "I love you." Nothing. She took a stumbling step backward, tripping over a clod of earth. Yelena studied her with an outstretched arm, tried to pull her close.
"Ninochka!"
Nina wrenched away. One more kiss, and the huge sob building in her chest would tear loose. One more kiss, and she'd be the one crying her heart out in Yelena's arms and vowing to stay, vowing to denounce her father, vowing to take 10 years or 20 in a gulag if her pilot would only wait for her. One more kiss, and she would be utterly undone. In the old stories, a Rusalka could bring a mortal to their knees, perishing in ecstasy after a single kiss that seared like ice. Maybe Yelena had been the Rusalka all along. Not small, shaken Nina Markova, who felt like she was dying.
"Nina,"
Yelena said again softly. Nina didn't look back. She stumbled to the edge of the airfield, tear-blinded, lips sealed on her own pleas, standing there with her head bowed. She saw the gold star still pinned crookedly to her own breast, Yelena's HSU, and tore it off blindly, hurling it to the mud. The alarm went up to signal the briefing. Pilots would be spilling out of canteen and barracks to hear the night's mission. Nina stayed rooted to the spot, eyes squeezed shut. She heard Yelena move past her, light footsteps in thick boots, and thought desperately, "Don't touch me. I will shatter if you touch me." A single indrawn breath as Yelena stooped to retrieve her gold star. Then she was gone. Nina stood at the edge of the airfield, watching the sun fade, and a quarter moon began to rise, as Bershanskaya delivered the evening's briefing somewhere inside. "I will shatter," Nina kept thinking, the thoughts circling like a conveyor belt of U2s. But she didn't shatter. She just stood numb, waiting for her heart to finish breaking, for that hateful quarter moon to finish rising, for her last flight as a night witch to begin. Chapter 35. Ian. July 1950. Boston. Tony returned from his shift at McBride's Antiques, looking like a cat who had gotten to the cream.
Good news. Did Kolb try to bunk?
Ian looked up from their paper-strewn table, hopeful. He'd had a week of diner coffee and was tired of it.
Not that good, no. Kolb is headed home as usual, Nina ghosting along in his wake. Your little Soviet popsy is a natural tale. My little Soviet popsy is at least speaking to me, Ian thought.
Nina's temper seemed to be of the tinderbox variety, fast-kindled and fast out. The morning after stamping out of the diner in a rage, she'd greeted him with her usual breeziness and showed no compunction about dragging him off to the couch when Tony left. Bloody hell, it was complicated having an affair with your own wife. Ian brushed that aside, looking at Tony.
What did you find? A tattoo gun, tucked away very carefully in Kolb's workshop.
Tony had been using his work shifts to discreetly search the premises for anything Kolb might have hidden. If he kept information on his former clients, and was cautious enough not to stash it at home, what better place than the McBride shop?
I've learned a fair amount about the antiques business in the last few weeks, and there is no reason why that workroom would need a tattoo gun. He's probably covering blood-type tattoos.
Someone paranoid enough to pay for a new name and background would be paranoid enough to cover a tattoo.
Something to hold over his head if we take another crack at him. When? Not yet. I don't want him warning anyone. I just want him nervous.
Nervous people make mistakes.
Start on these while you're waiting.
Tony fished some papers out of his pocket.
Bloody hell, I haven't even got through your first batch. Put your foot on the gas, boss.
Lists were the main thing Tony was looking for on his careful searches through the McBride files.
If I were hiding information in that shop on the location and identities of war criminals, Ian had speculated last week, I'd list the names and addresses as buyers, customers, or dealers. False names tucked among real names.
Lorelei Fogt's new name and address could very well be in one of those drawers, hiding in plain sight. Tony slapped down a stack of lists copied over in his untidy scrawl. He never took the originals. If and when police became involved, Ian had no intention of seeing their evidence muddied up with accusations of theft. Tony asked permission every time he accessed the file cabinets and took nothing that wasn't put back. Gray territory. But they were used to working in those shadows.
Besides, Tony had pointed out, if we need to act legally on any information we find, that's when we go to the McBride family, lay out everything, play on their civic duty in the apprehension of a criminal, and obtain full permission to act on the information we found. My persuasiveness, your gravitas, always works like a charm.
Flipping through the new sets of lists, Ian reached for the telephone. Names of antique sellers and customers. They'd all have to be cross-checked and confirmed that they were what the list said they were. So far, all the names had checked out as legitimate, but they'd only been added a week. The phone bill was going to be astronomical. Slow and steady, Ian reminded himself. Most chases took months.
I'm not combing any shop files further back than last year.
Tony was trying to impose some order on the work table, layered with maps and notes like an archaeological dig.
Kolb arrived in Boston with the early waves of refugees coming after the Displaced Persons Act. I slipped that out of Miss McBride, so it's doubtful he could have helped our Huntress until early 49 at the soonest. According to Frau Vogt, her daughter left Europe late 45.
Ian crossed off a name of an auction house in Dutchess County.
But if the Jägerin arrived in Boston before the Displaced Persons Act, it was probably something shady through Italy or the church routes, Tony finished. No sponsor or family here. She'd have scrambled to establish herself. Unless she came with wads of cash, which isn't likely.
Ian had never yet found a war criminal who had managed to flee his homeland and then set up in luxury.
So Lorelei Vogt spent some years getting by. Kolb came in late 48 or early 49. She found him and learned he could provide assistance. Only then does she write urging her mother to join her. Do you think... No.
Tony interrupted himself, leveling a finger at Ian.
Absolutely not.
Ian paused, reaching up to pin the latest list to the wall.
We're running out of room. Next it'll be taped up photographs and colored string crisscrossing to connect different theories. And before you know it, we're stuck in one of those god-awful flicks where some general is jabbing at a map saying, the Yanks are here, the Limeys are here, and the Jerrys are here. No, Tony repeated, and Ian grinned. You take over the telephoning then.
It had been a while since Ian took out his violin, and playing helped his mind find its way through a thicket of possibilities. He pulled the instrument out, musing as Tony dialed a number and slid into practice disarming patter. One of those names, listed innocuously under the heading of Dutchess County Antiques Dealers, or Beckett, Massachusetts China Sellers, might be a former war criminal, Ian thought. A camp guard fleeing a legacy of violence in Belsen, a paper pusher who had documented the roundup of Berlin's socialists. Or Die Jägerin. It was tedious and it might not turn up anything, but the chase had stalled while they waited for Kolb to lead them to something new. And the rule when a chase stalled was to sift through the ordinary and find something that didn't fit, then follow that. Tony went from one call to the next as Ian began to play, trying to remember the song Nina had been singing on the rooftop 2 nights ago. He'd sat up there with her listening, leaned back on his elbows, wondering why she refused to think of staying with the center when she clearly liked the teamwork, knowing better than to ask. She couldn't storm off a 4-story building like she'd stormed out of the diner, but she might just try. Abandoning that question for now, he switched to Saint-Saëns. The music and Tony's telephone patter must have drowned out the sound of the door opening. When Ian drew out the final note and turned around, he saw a little girl in the doorway, bird-boned and huge-eyed. Even as he lowered the bow in puzzlement and Tony turned around mid-call, the blonde child took a step into the room, gaze fixed on the violin as though hunting for where the music had gone. "Ruth!" A woman's voice called from outside, floating up the stairs. But the girl ignored it, looking at Ian. He looked back. The name he was hearing was Ruth, but the name imprinted in his mind was Seb. "What was that?" the little girl said. 7 or 8 years old, blonde hair falling over a crisp blouse. Ian's dark-eyed, dark-haired younger brother had looked nothing like her, so why the painful stab of familiarity? Then Ian remembered Sebastian standing before their father one Christmas, looking stricken as he heard he was being sent away to school a year early. "Aren't you a lucky chap?" That was the similarity. Both his brother and this little girl were 2 bandbox-neat children with well-shined shoes. Yet the forlorn puzzlement in their eyes was like the war orphans Ian later saw in Naples, in London. Children gripped in the throes of shock, huddled in hospital cots or bombed-out buildings, eyes searching for their homes. Sebastian had looked up at their father, blurting out, "Can't I go live with Ian instead?" Seb got a clip on the ear for that, and a lecture about not letting down the side like a pansy. "I wish you could live with me, Seb," Ian had said. "But he's our father. Until you're of age, it's his roof." "But it's not home," Seb had muttered. The little girl standing in front of Ian now was staring at the violin as though she thought it was home. "What was the music?" she breathed. "Saint-Saëns," Ian heard himself reply. "The Swan Movement, from Carnival of the Animals. G major,
6-foot time. Who might you be?
Someone who has already been failed in her rather short life, Ian couldn't help thinking, even though he knew nothing about this girl. He thought later that he was already predisposed in that moment, whatever Ruth McBride asked, to say yes. Chapter 36. Jordan. July 1950. Boston. Ruth beat Jordan to the door of Tony Radomowski's apartment, racing up the stairs as soon as she heard the faint strains of music. By the time Jordan made it to the top, Tony was standing in the doorway looking down at the little girl, bemusedly. Behind him was a man Jordan didn't know, standing with a violin tucked under his chin. Jordan gave an apologetic smile for interrupting, turning to Tony. "I'm sorry to intrude."
Not at all. The lock on that door is so flimsy it opens with a jiggle.
He smiled, still puzzled. "I was so busy bringing the shop manager up to date on my routine, I didn't see you'd left without your paycheck," Jordan said. "You're lucky I had your address on file and didn't mind a detour on the way home." Handing the check over, she turned to call Ruth, mind already racing ahead to the open afternoon beckoning, now that the capable Mrs. Weir had returned to manage the shop. Not just today, but for the rest of the summer. Jordan could finally sink into those rolls of film waiting to be developed, the bakers at Mike's Pastries, all those shots of white aprons and kneading hands. But then Jordan saw Ruth's face and stopped short. "How long has it been since you've smiled like that?" The older man had lowered his violin, clearly answering some question of Ruth's. His voice was deep, grave, crisply English. Ruth erupted into more questions, face alight. This was Ruth, the happy chatterbox, Jordan thought, not the miserable silent child she'd become since their father died. The child who woke up whimpering every other night, muttering half-asleep fragments of German, refusing to be soothed. "I don't know about leaving in the fall," Jordan had confessed to Annalisa 2 nights ago, worrying. "Ruth's going to take it so hard." To which Annalisa, in a burst of unusual frustration, exclaimed, "Ruth will be fine. Make your plans and go, Jordan. It's best for both of you." Jordan couldn't deny it was also what she wanted, more and more every day. But to leave Ruth so unhappy... Ruth didn't look unhappy now, as she showered the stranger with questions. Jordan caught her hand, caught at her manners too. "I'm sorry if my sister is bothering you, Mr.
Ian Graham, a friend of Tony's from Vienna. He's been good enough to put up my wife and me on a visit. I'd introduce my wife, but she's out."
The Englishman shook hands, keen-eyed, dark-haired, lean as a whip, not quite 40. Jordan thought his name sounded familiar. Before she could place it, Ruth reached up. Ruth, so shy around strangers, and pointed at the bow in Mr. Graham's other hand. "Please?" Tony smiled.
"Princess Ruth wants a tune." "If you like," Mr. Graham said. "I warn you, I don't play particularly well." Lifting the violin to his chin, he played through the slow melody again. Ruth inched across the floor as if the music was pulling her, eyes fixed on his long fingers on the fingerboard, and Jordan's heart squeezed. She heard Tony moving some papers on the table behind her, but ignored the rustling, raising her Leica. Click. Her sister's small, rapt face. "I heard that on the radio," Ruth burst out as the final note sighed away. "It sounded different. Darker." "Quite right. That Saint-Saëns piece is written for a cello."
Is that a bigger violin?
They're related, shall we say. Played between the knees rather than under the chin.
The Englishman demonstrated. She mimicked him, babbling questions. Jordan took another snap, thrilled. Soon Ruth had Mr. Graham's large instrument in her small hands, and he was showing her how to tuck it under her chin and support it on her shoulder as he held her body steady.
You need a half-size violin, but try this anyway. A whole tone, A to B, like so.
Tense with concentration, Ruth tried.
It doesn't sound right.
He corrected her grip on the bow.
There. Now, first finger B, second finger C sharp on the A string.
He explained what those names meant. A tiny violin lesson in 5 minutes. Ruth barely blinked. She was concentrating so hard. Jordan just stood there enjoying it.
Ruthie,
she said when the violin was finally handed back,
I'm finding you a teacher.
Ruth's eyes lit up as she looked at the Englishman.
Him?
No, Cricket. He was very kind to show you, but he's not a teacher.
I want him,
Ruth said. Ruth, that isn't polite. You don't know Mr. Graham.
I could give her a lesson or two if you liked.
The offer seemed to come out of the Englishman before he could consider it. He looked as surprised as Jordan.
I couldn't possibly presume. You don't know me or my sister.
I don't mind showing her a few scales and basics. I'm no professional, mind.
The Englishman looked down at Ruth, gazing covetously at his instrument, and grinned. His grin was something special, a quick flash of sunshine lightening that austere English face.
One does like to encourage the young toward culture.
Taking a favor from a complete stranger wasn't the kind of thing either Annalisa or Jordan's father would approve of. Jordan didn't care. Ruth never responded to new people like this. Look at her tugging on the Englishman's cuff, spilling questions. For whatever reason, she liked this man.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham.
Beaming.
Of course, I'll compensate you for your time.
Never mind that. Can you get her a half-size violin?
Yes.
Jordan thought of the instrument at the shop, the 19th century copy of a mare.
It shouldn't leave the shop, but it's insured to be played.
Annalisa would kill her for suggesting it, but Annalisa didn't have to know.
The mayor?
Ruth breathed, thrilled. Mr. Graham raised an eyebrow, remarking,
You know Mozart played a mare.
By the time Jordan finished arranging a lesson and bid goodbye to the Englishman, Ruth was nearly levitating.
I'll walk you out, Miss McBride.
Tony followed, shutting the apartment door. On the other side, the violin started up again. Ruth's head turned, tracking the music. But all Jordan had to say was,
Tuesday evening, that'll be you.
And Ruth danced down the first flight of steps. Jordan caught her hand.
Don't tell your mother, Ruthie.
Annalisa meant well, but in this case she was wrong.
Our secret, all right?
Ruth was already nodding, smile flashing.
I like to see her smile, Tony said. You too, Miss McBride.
Jordan, impulsively.
I owe you a favor now for introducing me to your friend. How did you meet?
Nothing too interesting.
They chatted about offices in Vienna and mountains of dull paperwork, as Ruth hopped from step to step, humming the Saint-Saëns melody in perfect tune.
Why stay in Europe after you were out of the army?
Jordan wanted to know.
Because I wasn't ready to hear my mother nag me about settling down with a nice girl. And because it's what I do. Drift. I lack purpose. Or at least that's what disapproving aunts and high school football coaches have always told me. I drifted out of the army without much purpose. I drifted around Vienna working for Ian. Then I drifted home.
Where you drifted into the antiques business?
Exactly. Who knows how long I'll drift along after you.
Jordan grinned. I'm moving too fast for anyone who just drifts.
I can put on a pretty good burst of speed if I'm chasing something I want.
Her grin turned into a laugh as they came out into crowded Scully Square. Jordan headed toward Tremont, where she knew there'd be taxis. Tony sauntering along beside her, Ruth skipping between them.
You don't have to escort us all the way, Tony.
But I'm being gallant, he protested. I'm flirting with you. Or didn't you notice?
Oh, I noticed.
Now that she was without a fiancé for the first time in 5 years, Jordan was free to notice, and flirt back if she wanted. An enjoyable feeling.
You also flirt with every woman who walks through the shop door.
I flirt with them because I want to sell them Ming urns. I flirt with you because I want to take you out to dinner tonight.
Regretfully, Jordan shook her head. I have plans.
Not with your Clark Kent boyfriend, I know that.
He does not look like Clark Kent.
Square jaw, daddy's watch, backbone of the nation. I went to war with about 1,000 of him.
Don't be rude. Garrett was perfectly nice to you the one time you met.
Nice boys are dull, Tony said. Come out with me.
She slanted an eyebrow. I am your employer, you know.
And you said you owed me a favor.
Is that why you chimed in upstairs, telling Mr. Graham to play for Ruth? So you could maneuver me into a date? Jordan certainly hoped so.
I'm trying to maneuver you into a date because it's Friday night, and I'd rather spend it with you than with a sarcastic Brit complaining that Americans serve beer too cold.
Tony caught Jordan's left hand suddenly, thumb sliding over her fourth finger.
And I couldn't help but notice you're about half a carat lighter than you were a week ago.
Noticed that, did you? His grip was hard and warm over hers. No nervous perspiration, just his thumb passing over her ring finger.
Noticed the next day, if I'm being honest.
Tony released her hand before she could tug it free, raising his arm for a cab sailing toward them.
So dinner?
I'm only just out of a long engagement, Tony.
That means you can't eat dinner?
The cab rolled past, not stopping. It means maybe it's a little soon to be going on dates.
It doesn't have to be a date.
His gaze was direct.
It can just be dinner.
Jordan looked at him, speculative. Answer me one question first.
Fire away.
Do you cheer for the Yankees?
Best team in baseball.
Jordan smiled. I don't go out to dinner with Yankee fans. He clapped a hand to his heart.
I'm crushed.
Like we're going to crush you in October.
Let me take you to Fenway, and we'll lay a bet on that.
Jordan dropped her teasing. I can't go to dinner or a game. I'm working. 3 rolls of film. I'll be up till midnight. She liked bantering with him, liked that there didn't seem to be signs of a girlfriend in the apartment upstairs. But she wasn't throwing work aside for a date. The photo essay had to get finished. There was so much to do, and summer was slipping by so fast. He didn't argue.
What about tomorrow?
Saturday movie night with Anna and the cricket here, then Sunday lunch the next day. Weekly tradition. Sunday was the day they all missed Dan McBride the most.
Monday?
Working then too, sorry. I'm going to a ballet studio to get pictures of the dancers. She outlined her Boston at work idea. You helped to give me the idea, you know. Something you said about my father looking like the quintessential antique dealer.
Oh, so that's what that was, Tony said. That time you waltzed out of the shop with Clark Kent after giving me the biggest smile I've ever gotten in my life from a girl who was still vertical. I kept wondering what I'd done to prompt it.
Mr. Radmovsky, Jordan said, pretending to be shocked. Keep your mind out of the gutter, if you please. She tried to keep a stern expression, but Tony quirked an eyebrow and she burst out laughing. He grinned.
Let me accompany you to the studio Monday. I'll carry your bag, hand you film. Don't you want a minion? I thought all photographers had assistants.
Famous ones.
I've seen your work. You're on your way.
He was flattering her, Jordan knew that, but warmth still spread in her stomach at the praise. A cab finally pulled up. Tony opened the door, handing Ruth in with a flourish, and Jordan gave in to temptation. Meet me at the studio, she said, giving him the address.
I'll be there.
He didn't try to squeeze her hand or touch her arm in farewell, just stood there, hands in his pockets, smiling. Something a notch up from his automatic "you're so pretty" smile. Something faintly, frankly wicked. Jordan was somewhat amused to feel a flutter in her stomach in response. He doesn't mean anything by it, she thought. You could take a picture of charms spilling out of him like coins from a slot machine and title it "A Charmer at Work." Well, so what? She had half a summer left here, and she was free to enjoy it with any charmer she pleased. I'll see you Monday, Jordan said, and she made sure she didn't look over her shoulder as the cab rolled away.
You're in the clouds tonight, Annalisa said that evening after supper. That's the second time I've asked for a dish towel.
Sorry.
Jordan passed it over, then reached into the sink of soapy water for another plate. Annalisa studied her.
You look like you're thinking about a man.
Jordan bit back a smile.
I knew it,
Annalisa laughed, sunlight from the kitchen window gleaming on her dark hair and her navy blue dress.
Did he ask you on a date?
Yes. Jordan hesitated, plate in hand.
You don't think it's too fast, do you? For me to be thinking about someone new when things just ended between Garrett and me? And who ended them? Annalisa asked. Which one of you actually said the words?
Well, he did. Jordan hadn't told her the details before, merely that it was over.
I asked if we really loved each other or not, and Garrett asked for his ring back. So he ended it. If your heart isn't smashed in pieces, and I'm glad it isn't, then why shouldn't you move on to someone new if you feel like it?
People call names if a girl gets around too quickly after breaking an engagement. Jordan knew exactly what those names were. She couldn't help thinking them herself this afternoon after leaving Tony's company, even as she told herself she was free now to see whom she liked. As much as Jordan wanted to be a woman of the world, it was hard to shake off the strictures of the good girl.
I don't want people thinking They won't think that of Garrett Byrne if he decides to get over you by dating every girl in Boston, Annalisa pointed out. Things are different for men, and you know it.
Jordan added more soap to the dishwater.
Surely it was just the same in Austria when you were growing up.
Yes. Annalisa leaned against the sink, thoughtful.
Perhaps your father wouldn't approve of you going out again so soon after ending a 5-year engagement. But what about you? What do you think?
Please don't disapprove, Jordan thought.
She hadn't realized just how much she valued Annalisa's good opinion.
Annalisa smiled, looking downright impish.
I think that if the end of a 5-year engagement isn't the time for a frothy summer romance, then what is?
Jordan laughed, relief and delight warming her cheeks.
You are wicked sometimes, Anna. And you're a grown woman of 22 who should enjoy her freedom. Sensibly, Annalisa added,
lifting a rinsed-off saucer out of the dishwater.
I'm enough of a mother to ask that your frothy summer romance be conducted without throwing every caution to the winds.
Jordan sincerely hoped Annalisa wasn't going to initiate a chat about the facts of life. There were some things you did not want to discuss with your stepmother, no matter how marvelous and faintly wicked she might be. But Annalisa just dried the saucer and asked,
So, this new young man who asked you on a date, is he handsome like a movie star?
Jordan thought of Tony's lean, cheerful face.
Not exactly.
Tall?
No, my height. Did he save you heroically from being hit by a car or eaten by a dragon?
No, we met over a pie.
Another laugh. He must have something special, not just pie.
Jordan considered.
He knows how to look. Really look when a woman is talking.
Ah.
Her stepmother sighed. Some men ogle, some men look. The first makes us bristle, and the second makes us melt. And men are at an utter loss knowing the difference. But we do. And we know it at once.
Exactly.
Jordan handed her a plate to dry. Did Dad know how to look? It was the first thing I noticed about him. He could admire a lady as though he were admiring a beautiful porcelain vase, without making her feel he was affixing a price tag.
That's nice. As silent as Annalisa was about her early life, she would always talk about Jordan's father. It eased the hurt of missing him.
Well, I wondered if it might be our new clerk with the black eyes who was making you dreamy. But surely you didn't meet him over pie.
Annalisa turned to put away the gravy boat, missing Jordan's suppressed smile.
Just as well. That new clerk is Polish, isn't he? Poles are hard workers, but they're so emotional and untrustworthy in some ways.
Just when she seems like a woman of the world, Jordan thought, she turns into Mr. Avery on the corner, warning everyone that wops are slippery and mixed are lazy. Jordan had always bit her tongue when it came to such comments from Annalisa, because her father chided, "It's rude to contradict your stepmother, even if you disagree with her." But he wasn't here anymore, and Jordan said tartly, "Anna, that opinion is ridiculous." But Annalisa had already changed the subject, reaching for more soap and looking pensive.
"I don't suppose your mystery admirer is English, is he? Mr. Kolb telephoned me about an Englishman who had asked him some questions. I wondered if you'd seen someone like that hanging about."
Jordan supposed it must have been Ian Graham, dropping in to catch Tony at work. She'd offered to give him directions to the shop for Ruth's lesson, and he'd said he'd been before.
"I'm not going on a date with any Englishman, at least not that I know of,"
making a joke of it to dispense with the subject of Mr. Graham, considering she'd just hired him behind Annalisa's back.
"Well, perhaps Mr. Kolb was being needlessly fearful. Or,"
Annalisa added dryly,
"drunk again."
"I've smelled his breath in the mornings," Jordan admitted. "I didn't want to say anything, considering it doesn't affect his work.
He had a bad war. It makes some people drink, and it makes others see trouble where there isn't any."
Annalisa dried her hands on her apron, still thoughtful.
"Do let me know, though, if anyone comes about asking questions. If Mr. Kolb is in some kind of trouble, I'd like to know."
Jordan blinked. What kind of trouble would he be in?
A man who drinks can always find trouble.
Annalisa still looked pensive, warm kitchen light bathing her dark hair and dark dress. The shot distracted Jordan.
"Stay like that and let me take your picture. You know I hate that. Please let me snap you for my series. The essential you at work. And what work would that be?"
Jordan paused. What did Annalisa do that summed up her essence? Cooking as she whipped up her dense, delicious Linzer sewing, her quick fingers moving over a lace collar. Neither seemed quite right. In the rare photograph Annalisa allowed to be taken, she looked exactly the same, anonymous and pretty, the face turned to the flash like a shield. What was the essential Annalisa?
"I'll find out," Jordan promised.
Annalisa looked briefly amused, then the smile faded to something more somber.
"Jordan, we've talked about you managing Ruth if I went on a buying trip for the shop."
Jordan untied her apron.
"I thought you wanted to hire someone to do the buying. After 4 years with your father, I think I can tell a good bit of China from the bad. I'd like to go to New York for a few auctions."
"I can watch Ruth, especially now with Mrs. Weir holding down my end of the shop. She managed things for Dad years ago, so she'll keep it running like clockwork." "You should go to New York, Anna." Jordan liked the idea of Annalisa heading off to take up the business reins. Maybe her stepmother, too, was eager to stretch her wings, be more than a housewife with her sewing room.
"I'd like to see you try," Jordan thought,
not without a flash of guilt for her father. His love had been so all-encompassing, but it had also confined. Jordan knew she wouldn't ever voice that thought aloud, but she couldn't help having it.
"Then I'll plan a week or so in New York," Annalisa was saying, all crisp decision. "And if you don't mind watching Ruth, I'll take another 2 weeks in Concord after that."
Jordan paused, hanging up her apron.
"Why Concord?" "Because your father and I honeymooned there."
Annalisa traced the counter with a fingertip.
"I want to say goodbye to that memory."
"Oh, Anna." Jordan touched her hand. Yes, there was guilt in Annalisa's blue gaze, too. Perhaps she had also felt caged by Dan McBride's fond, firm hand over her life. Annalisa gripped Jordan's fingers, eyelids lowered.
"I'll have to be the strong one for Ruth once you're gone. Not short-tempered with her the way I've been lately. If I can get a little time to put myself in order, I'll be ready. Anything you need. Annalise's hand was chilly in Jordan's. Well done, J. Bride. Too busy mooning about a prospective date to notice how worn out your poor stepmother is. Jordan gave Annalise's cheek a remorseful kiss, told her to sit down with some sherry, and took Ruth and Taro out to enjoy the twilight. Reassuring Ruth that yes, her mother would be gone for a few weeks, but Jordan would be there for everything. And yes, the lesson next week really would happen. Mr. Graham wouldn't forget. And how much easier it was going to be to get Ruth her music lessons if Annalisa wasn't there to sneak around. Chapter 37. Ian. July 1950. Boston.
Waking up this morning, I would not have bet that by nightfall you'd have a music student, and I'd have a date with a Red Sox fan.
Tony came back into the apartment after putting Jordan McBride and her sister into a cab. Ian tucked his violin back in its case.
I should have known you'd beeline for the first pretty girl to cross your path in this chase. I want her going home wondering if I'm going to steal a kiss Monday morning, not wondering why her clerk is shacked up with an inexplicable limey and an even more inexplicable tableful of paperwork that was mostly, if she'd looked closer, copied from her shop.
Tony flopped into a chair, propping his boots on the dead radiator.
Yes, I saw you shuffling papers out of sight behind her as I was playing.
That was the reason Ian had offered to play. Well, partly. He shut the lid on the violin, still rather touched by Ruth McBride's intense reaction to it. Normally, if anyone cried at his playing, it was because he was butchering the music.
Is that why you were nudging me with your eyebrows to take the little girl on as a pupil, so her sister wouldn't stop chatting and start looking about? Partly.
Tony linked his hands behind his head, studying Ian.
Though you surprised me by offering in the first place. Why did you? I don't entirely know.
That visceral reminder of Seb, as Ruth looked up with her stricken eyes. The offer had just tumbled out.
I tried showing Seb how to play at that age, but he preferred bird books and model trains.
Ian smiled at the memory, and Tony smiled too.
Well, you made that little girl very happy.
The self-same song that found a path through the sad heart of Ruth, Ian thought, the old line of Keats springing to mind. When, sick for home, she stood in tears amid the alien corn. That first impression still lingered, sick for home. No, Ian didn't regret taking the time to make those eyes shine this afternoon. Even in the middle of tracking a murderess, one could take time to be kind to a child. Or else, what was the bloody point of it all?
I like Ruthie, Tony said. Sad little thing, somehow. But don't turn down Jordan's money when she offers to pay you for teaching her. We are already looking at an enormous phone bill.
Ian raised his eyebrows.
Since when is it Jordan and not Miss McBride?
Tony grinned.
Well, if you're taking her out, see if you can get anything new about Kolb. And don't step on any hearts in the name of information gathering.
Though Tony seemed to walk that line very well, just light enough with women that they didn't seem to mind when he drifted away.
You're now the expert in not breaking hearts?
Tony lifted the telephone receiver.
You get to flirt with the next girl in the line of duty, then. Certainly not.
Ian skimmed down the next page of addresses.
I'm a married man. I thought you were divorcing. I am. We are. When there's time.
Tony paused, then put the telephone back down with a tilted smile.
Ian, has it entirely escaped you that you're falling for your wife?
Ian glanced up.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Look, I was glad when you two started sharing more than just a name. You need something in your life besides war criminals and that violin, because whether you'll admit it or not, you're lonely as hell. And Nina's just your idea of a good time, because underneath that starched collar, you like to live dangerously, and your wife is the most dangerous goddamned female you or I have ever met in the flesh. But it's more than just fun now, isn't it?
Tony paused.
Because after 5 years of forgetting you even had a wife, you suddenly missed I'm a married man.
Ian folded his arms across his chest, several replies warring.
I fail to see where any of this is your business,
he said finally.
Because you're my friend, you limey bastard. And if your wife goes winging off into the clouds again when we're done here, is she going to leave you in pieces all over the floor?
Chapter 38. Nina. August 1944. The Polish Front. A lone voice lifted up into the sky, hushed, wobbling. Yelena's voice from somewhere in the throng of pilots, singing the ancient cradle song from the shores of the Old Man, the song Nina had sung on the airfield that first night. Softly, the other pilots took up the song as Nina pressed her burning eyes shut. They knew. Whether by some whispered word of gossip or by the thread of communication that bound them like a shared radio channel, they all knew. The quarter moon was still rising over the auxiliary airfield, the pilots awaiting the order to fly. Nina stood in the squelching Polish mud, sealskin cap dangling from one hand and knapsack from the other, a lump in her throat like a stone. This cannot be happening, she thought. The song trailed away. With a huge effort, Nina looked up. Her fellow pilots had moved closer as they sang, as she stood head bowed, denying the inevitable. They clustered tight around her, instinctively hiding the regiment's distress from any outside eyes who might have been watching. Many cried silently, faces turned to her like flowers, dark eyes and blue eyes, red-haired and brown-haired and fair-haired. Nina took a shaky breath, inhaling the scent of engine grease and clean sweat, mud and navigation pencils, the perfume that belonged to women who lived for the sky. She couldn't see Yelena, but in her mind she heard Yelena's voice, not the implacable voice of an hour ago, crying out, "You're asking too much," the laughing voice of almost 3 years ago as she grasped Nina's arm and said, "Welcome, sestra." Then the memory was blotted out by Bershanskaya's quiet words. "To your planes, ladies." Nina swallowed, pushed one foot forward and then the other. A wordless rustle rose through the throng, and for a moment all the night witches pressed closer. Silent fingers touched Nina's shoulder, her back, her hair as she moved through her sisters. Someone gave her hand a brief, fierce squeeze. She didn't know who. "Tell Galia to keep a lighter hand on the stick," Nina said not too distinctly, and set off across the airfield for her plane, first walking, then running. From the corner of her eye she saw Yelena for the last time, face contorted, bent almost double in red-haired Zoya's comforting arms. Then the regiment lapped around her, hiding her from view before the wrong eyes could take notice of her grief, pulling her along in the mass of boots and overalls, jogging for the line of U2s. Nina's heart kicked, but she didn't look back. She was never going to look back, look east, look in the direction of the Old Man. To look back was to drown. To look forward was to fly. She found herself stepping up onto the wing of the Rusalka. She hadn't consciously decided to take her old plane, but she would leave her own U2 for her navigator. Galia was going to need every advantage a familiar plane could give her, now that she'd become pilot. Yelena wouldn't be fazed by an unfamiliar new plane. Yelena could fly anything. No protest rose behind her, so Nina dropped down into the Rusalka's cockpit. It smelled like Yelena's soft hair, and Nina bit her lip until she tasted blood. She brought the engine to life, and agony subsided a little at that familiar thrum. All around her, the other U2s were awakening. No outsider would be able to say tomorrow that the regiment had deviated from routine. Often they sang on the airfield, always they ran to their planes, and now the pre-flight checks proceeded exactly as usual. If someone asked questions later about tears and sad faces, Nina had no doubt Bershanskaya would bring forth a plausible story about the regiment being downcast because of recent losses outside Ostraenka. The night witches would keep the secret. Ground crew ran to light the runway, just a flicker to mark the point of liftoff. Nina remembered Yelena groaning last month.
Soon they'll be expecting us to land by the light of Bershenskaya's cigarette.
Enough, Nina thought as the Rozalka was waved forward. Enough. Stick forward, speed gathering under the wheels. Nina took the air, feeling her arms disappear into the wings, her blood into the fuel line. Behind her, the night witches followed, an arrow-straight line into the rising moon. Nina knew Yelena would be flying second right behind her. 616th flight. The last flight. Last time rising away from the airfield. Last time leveling off at altitude, skimming through silvery wisps of cloud. Last time descending toward the target. Last time cutting the engine, sinking down in a silent death glide. Nina took a deep breath, held it, keyed the engines back up in a roar, felt the nose rise, and as the blinding white fingers of the searchlight stabbed the sky, triggered her bombs off the rack. She flung her U-2 on its wingtip and sailed on past the target, luring the ground fire and the lights to follow her and leave the ground dark in her wake, perfectly set for Yelena to ghost through with her own load of death. Nina felt the familiar blindness of the lights pinning her against the vault of the sky, heard the chain of explosions below, and saw shells blooming into red and green and white bursts. Nina released her long breath, sinking down and down and down, so the pilots behind her could truthfully witness that their lead pilot had failed to pull up and vanished on the descent. Twisting, she could see Yelena slip out of the lights, turning back. Nina leveled the Rozalka and kept flying low and straight into the blackness. What lies west? A little girl had wondered on the frozen shore of a vast lake. What lies all the way west? Like it or not, Nina was now going to find out. As she climbed back above the clouds and dim moonlight filled the cockpit again, she saw the dried rose wedged into the instrument panel, the rose she'd plucked from one of Marina Raskova's funeral wreaths and brought back for Yelena, carefully dried out and tucked beside the altimeter. My Moscow rose. The first choked sob burst out of Nina. She tore the rose away and pulverized it, raising her hand and letting the rigid windstream carry away the shredded petals. She wept alone in her cockpit on her 616th flight, soaring west, never looking back. By dawn, wolf packs of Messerschmitts and Focke-Wulfs would be roaming this airspace. Until then, Nina had the advantage. I am still a night witch. As long as the dark lasted, she could hide from the whole world. How long would it take to cross Poland? Beyond was Germany, the belly of the beast. Would it be safer to turn south, aim for Czechoslovakia? Wherever she touched down, how was she going to find safety speaking no language but Russian, with no money to her name? She flew through a war-torn world filled with blood and barbed wire, and as soon as the fuel gave out and she had to put foot on the ground, she was quite probably dead. That conviction had shone in the tear-filled eyes of her fellow pilots. Here was trouble even their crazy little Siberian couldn't fly free of. On and on she flew in the murk of cloud, hunched over her controls, west and west and west. Below somewhere would be Warsaw and its dying spasms. Then Warsaw was behind her, or she assumed it was. A malicious headwind kicked up, and the Rozalka labored. Nina eyed the fuel gauge. The altitude and the speed were already eating through her tank. The wind grew rougher, and her heart fell. A U-2 could cover more than 600 kilometers on a full tank in good flying conditions. But in this spiteful headwind, Nina wouldn't make 400. "Fuck your mother," she muttered. But rage wouldn't get her farther west. Nothing would but fuel, and she was nearly out. The night was far from over, and the needle on the gauge scraping near empty when Nina brought the Rozalka down out of the clouds. No lights below of cities or towns, not even any scattered farmhouses. Nothing but a dark swath of forest, stretching as far as Nina's night-trained eyes could see. She brought her plane down until she was sailing along the treetops, looking for a clearing.
A U-2 could land on a dinner plate, the saying went, but you still needed a dinner plate. She supposed remotely that if she couldn't find one, she'd crash among the pines and die spiked by branches or burning in her cockpit. The engine quit. The fuel gauge stood at empty. The U-2 began to drop. Nina glided down silently in her last bombing run, only this time there were no bombs to drop, no engine roar propelling her back up into the clouds, just down and down and down between the treetops. There, a clearing. Part of Nina was disappointed. The siren croon of oblivion hadn't entirely gone away. In the back of her mind, it kept up its seductive whisper. But she couldn't take the coward's way out when a runway stretched in front of her. She lined up the Rusalka and brought her down in a perfect three-point landing, branches cracking as her wings brushed past walls of trees. Flying wires snapped. Something else broke with a judder like a spine cracking. Then, at last, they were still, and Nina sat in the cockpit with her breath coming in short gasps. She heard the rustle of leaves, smelled leaf rot and bark. Her nose had grown accustomed to harsher smells, gasoline and engine grease. But one breath of this tree-laced night and she was back in the vast woods around the old man, trailing after her father as he taught her to track through the taiga. Nina climbed stiffly out of her cockpit and jumped to the ground. A little moonlight filtered down, enough to show that a blade of her propeller was gone. "That's it, then," she said aloud. Her half-formed hope of stealing some cans of gasoline from somewhere and fueling up the Rusalka again spun away. Without a machine shop, there was no fixing a halved propeller. Nina had spent most of her waking hours in the sky since she was 19 and had first slid into a cockpit. But now she'd have to content herself with this rickety human shape and its inadequate feet. The Rusalka would never fly again. "Get out," Nina thought. "Get out of here." Anyone, German patrols, Poles looking for enemies, fugitives sniffing out travelers to rob, could have heard the U-2 land. Anyone could decide to investigate, and until proved wrong, Nina was going to assume everyone she met was an enemy. "Get out of here before anyone finds you." But she couldn't move. Nina thought she'd already left everything behind that there was to leave. Her regiment, her sisters, her lover. But there was one more thing, after all. Her gallant Rusalka with its painted fuselage and assertive little engine, whose wings had carried her through so many missions, whose shadow had embraced her and Yelena in the grass on long summer days. The Rusalka, so alive to Nina's touch that she practically sang. Nina had thought there was no more pain left to feel tonight, but she embraced her plane, as much of its body as her arms could hold, and she wailed her agony into its frame. Then she swiped at her burning eyes and began tearing at the U-2 with her bare hands, stripping cockpit and fuselage as if she were stripping flesh from bones, cannibalizing it of anything that might be useful. She stuffed her knapsack full to bulging, then went to the underbrush and filled her arms with dead leaves and twigs. The woods were damp and muddy from a recent rain, but even if they weren't, she didn't care about the risk of setting the trees alight. Grief was draining away to be replaced by white-hot Markov rage, her father's all-destroying fury that cared nothing for sense or self-preservation. Nina didn't care if she burned half of Poland and crisped her own bones to ash. She wasn't leaving the Rusalka to rot. Filling the cockpit with brush, she struck a match from her supplies and flung it into the tinder. The fire caught, kindled, leapt up. Nina stood back, watching the smoke boil. Only when the Rusalka was engulfed in flame, stiffened fabric curling away to reveal the skeletal wooden bones, did Nina turn away. She shouldered her knapsack and followed her own long, leaping shadow west into the trees, as the Rusalka writhed and died on her funeral pyre. A compass, a loaded pistol, matches, a sack of emergency supplies, sugared milk, a chocolate bar, the extra food she'd snatched from the barracks, the scarf embroidered with blue stars, a roll of stiffened cloth, struts and wiring stripped from the Rusalka.
the razor. That was all. Nina exhaled a shaky breath. "Not all," she said aloud. She had good boots and heavy overalls, her sealskin cap. She had warm summer weather, and she had everything learned growing up on the shores of the old man. Nina walked until she heard the trickle of a stream, drank from her cupped hands, ate half a chocolate bar, then rigged a shelter from the Rozelka's scavenged cloth and struts. She collapsed under it with the razor in one fist, sleep falling like an avalanche, only to wake in the night bathed in clammy sweat, agonizing cramps racking her legs, teeth chattering as though it were midwinter. Nina had never been ill a day in her life, but she was ill now, nose and eyes watering, hands shaking too badly to light a campfire. She huddled under her shelter, trying to rub the cramps out of her thighs, smelling her own rank sweat. And when she looked up, she saw her father gazing down at her with yellowed eyes. "You're not here," she said through clattering teeth. "I'm dreaming." He squatted down.
"How long has it been since you had a Coca-Cola pill, little Huntress?"
2 days? Or more? Somehow another day had come and gone. Nina could have sworn it had only been an hour since the shakes woke her in the night. Yet between one set of shivers and the next, she'd somehow lost a day. That made it at least 3 days since she'd swallowed one of those tablets that flooded her veins with quicksilver, and for months and months she hadn't gone a day without them. Her father snorted, scornful. "Go away." Why did she have to hallucinate him of all people? "I don't want you. I want Yelena." She wanted Yelena so badly, her sparkling eyes and fierce kisses.
"You're stuck with me, Rozelka," her father said. "That lily-livered bitch didn't want you."
"Go away," Nina cried, then cried out again from the pain of her muscle cramps. She closed her eyes for an instant, and when she opened them again it was bright midday. She'd never been so hungry in her life. She drank all the sugared milk and shivered to see how her food stores were all but gone. She managed to stagger downwind of her little shelter to lay a few game traps, hands shaking too much to fashion more than the simplest of snares out of plain wiring. Time kept bending and melding. Her waking hours were full of cramping muscles and watery bowels, heading to the stream to drink, and then back to her shelter to curl around her jittering limbs. Her sleeping hours were full of nightmares. Over and over she lost control of the Rozelka over the surface of the lake, sinking through aquamarine water with lungs bursting. She imagined footsteps outside the shelter and erupted screaming, squeezing the trigger of her pistol over and over as she aimed it into the darkness. Too late, she realized no one was there, and she'd just wasted all her ammunition. She could have wept, but tears were no good. She crawled back into the shelter only to dream of Yelena dying, going down in a blossom of flame. If she dies, you will never know it. Yelena was gone. Nina was never going to know if she lived or died or fell in love with another. She succumbed to tears then, sobbing in the haunted night. She had no idea how long she was ill. The days and nights seemed to flash past in cycles. At some point her father disappeared, and Nina's lethargy abated enough to strip off and wash her filthy overalls. Sitting naked on the stream bank, waiting for her clothes to dry, she flexed her fingers in the sunlight. Grown thin, but they weren't shaking anymore. That damned Coca-Cola, she thought. Her dreams were still terrible. She was still racked with sudden illogical convictions that someone was sneaking up behind her. But the muscle cramps had mostly disappeared, and she was strong enough to set a fire and cook the rabbit she found in her snare. "Time to move," she said aloud, because Nina Markova might want to die, but she was too stubborn to starve in a Polish forest. She climbed into her damp overalls, took down her shelter, began trekking west again. And in the second week, she met Sebastian. Chapter 39. Jordan. July 1950. Boston. Dancers mirrored endlessly across a battered bar. Click. point shoes rubbing through the resin box. Click. Quietly, Jordan moved around the fringes of the Copley Dance Academy's advanced class. A taut pulled bun coming loose mid-plie, a forehead leaned wearily against an arched foot. Click, click.
"Did you get what you wanted?"
Tony asked as they left the studio. "I think so. I won't know for certain until I look at the negatives." Jordan slung the Leica strap over her shoulder. "You were very helpful." It surprised her just how helpful. Shooting pictures with Garrett had often left her annoyed. He kept sneaking kisses or else talking when she was trying to concentrate. Tony had been different. He'd flirted outrageously, not with the dancers, but with Madame Tamara, the 80-year-old instructor who called him a naughty boy in Russian and ended up letting Jordan stay the entire class rather than shooing her out after 10 minutes. Tony had gravely aped the dancers' pliés as they began, and they laughed so much they forgot Jordan was there. She'd been able to start clicking away without waiting for her subjects to relax. Tony had then faded quietly back against the wall, handing her film before she needed to ask for it. "You were an excellent assistant," Jordan said as they swung around the corner into Copley Square. He smiled, lazing along hatless in the summer sunshine. Heat shimmered above the pavement, and through the square, women blotted their palms inside sweaty gloves, and men tugged at collars whose starch had gone limp.
"Can we discuss my fee for the morning's work?"
"Oh, there's a fee now." Jordan adjusted her broad-brimmed summer straw. "What are you going to cost me?"
"A swan boat ride."
No Bostonian would ever be caught dead on a swan boat unless you're being dragged by your little sister. It's for tourists.
"I'm a tourist, and my fee for hauling your bag and buttering up that old dame who claimed she was a white Russian countess who fled the Bolsheviks is a swan boat ride."
Jordan took his arm, turning toward the public garden a few blocks away. "White Russian countess?"
Her accent was Ukrainian, but I was too much of a gentleman to call her a fibber.
"So you spoke Russian just now to Madame Tamara, and French to those Parisian tourists who came into the shop 3 weeks ago." Jordan tilted her head. "And I'm sure I've heard you speak German to Mr. Kolb."
"He didn't like that much. I'd duck that one. How'd your father come across him?"
"He was coming overseas and needed a sponsor. He's twitchy," Jordan admitted. "But he had a bad war, or so Anna said."
"Is she a wicked stepmother, your Mrs. Anna? Poison apples, makes you sleep in the cinders?"
Jordan smiled. "No, she's wonderful."
"Too bad. I always liked stories about wicked stepmothers. My Hungarian grandmother told me ghoulish tales growing up, the kind where the wicked stepmother wins in the end, not Cinderella. The farther east from the Rhine, the darker the fairy tales."
"Hungarian now? Really, how many languages do you speak?"
6 or 7. 8.
Tony shrugged.
My mother's parents were a Hungarian and a Pole, and my father's parents were a Romanian and a Kraut, and everybody came to Queens for a grab at the American dream. That's a lot of languages going back and forth over a dinner table when you're growing up."
"And you just picked it all up?"
"There are 2 ways to learn a language fast, and one of them is when you're under 10 and have a pliable young brain."
"What's the other?" He grinned.
"Over a pillow."
Jordan slanted him a look. He doffed an imaginary hat in apology.
"I apologize. Es tut mir leid. Je suis désolé. Soy nalum. Imparerao. Prespassum."
Jordan stopped, transfixed, assessing him. He left off his multilingual flood of apologies.
"Normally, when a girl stares at my lips, I think she wants a kiss. You're mentally composing a camera shot, aren't you?"
She raised her Leica. An interpreter at work. A close-up shot of that smiling mouth mid-speech, with the gesturing hand to frame. Tony groaned, tugging her along into the public garden, where trees threw dappled shade over crisscrossing paths.
"You cruel dasher of hopes, shooting me instead of kissing me."
"I need a motion shot, so talk." Jordan picked a bench near the entrance, some distance from the swan boats where the tourists would be crowded. "Tell me something about yourself. Anything."
"I'd rather talk about you."
He rested an elbow on the back of the bench.
When did you first pick up a camera?
I was 9, transfixed by winter trees and a little Kodak. He smiled and she clicked 3 shots off, already knowing this would be a good role. Tony Rodomovsky wasn't handsome, but he had a face that photographed well. Dark coloring, bold nose, the kind of inked dark lashes that were absolutely wasted on men who never had to pick up a mascara brush. When did you join the army?
The day after Pearl Harbor. A walking cliché at 17, winking at the recruiter. Yes, sir, I'm of age. Then I got to war and found out that it was just as boring as high school. It was if you got stuck with interpreter duty anyway. What was your war?
Scrap metal drives and emergency drills about what to do if the Japs invaded. As if the Japs were going to invade Boston, for God's sake. A shot of Tony listening. Click. He listened very intensely, backs of his fingers brushing her arm now and then. Mostly my war was daydreaming. I devoured stories about the women journalists and photographers going overseas. Margaret Bork-White got torpedoed and had to ship off in a lifeboat, and I nearly died of envy. I absolutely longed to get torpedoed.
As long as you got away with some good shots of it.
Which would then make the cover of Life, yes? That's exactly how the fantasy went. Then maybe I'd marry Ernest Hemingway and live a life of action and glamour. Jordan paused as a connection drifted into place. The journalists and photographers she'd idolized, all dash and danger and war zones. The names she could rattle off like her friends rattle off movie stars. Kappa and Taro, Martha Gellhorn and Slim Aarons, and... Graham. Is your English friend the Ian Graham? Tony looked amused.
In the flesh.
And he offered to teach my little sister her scales? Jordan shook her head. I used to read his column during the war, after it was syndicated.
I'm going to be jealous if you keep gushing about my boss.
Why? Can't a girl get a crush on an older man? Jordan teased. Especially a tall, good-looking one with a devastating accent who's been to all the places she's ever wanted to go.
He's married. And besides, I'd rather you got a crush on me.
So charm me. Tell me about being an interpreter at a documentation center. Lifting the Leica again.
Not a life of action and glamour. A flood of refugees poured through Vienna. They told their stories to Ian, through me.
Was he writing articles, or...
No. He says he's done with writing. Gave it up for practical refugee work and hasn't penned an article since the Nuremberg Trials.
I can see it might wear your soul away, Jordan said, thoughtful. Year after year, seeing human suffering and turning it into newspaper fodder. Was it like that for you? Translating. Hearing war stories day in and day out, when the rest of the world only wants to leave the war behind?
No.
Tony linked his hands between his knees, smile fading to something more pensive.
An interpreter tries to work a step removed. You're not really there in a way. You're like a set of interphones. You make it possible for the two people on either side to hear each other. And that's everything when you come down to it. That's it in a nutshell. If people would just hear each other.
Tony stopped. They'd what? Jordan asked quietly. He gave a small, crooked smile.
Likely go right on killing each other in swaths.
Click. That's the shot, Jordan thought. Bitter cynicism from a mobile mouth. That same mouth curled in a smile that was still touched with hope, even after all it had looked on. It's not so different being a photographer, she found herself saying. I'm no professional, not yet, but I've had a similar feeling to the one you're describing. The lens removes me from the scene I'm recording, in a sense. I'm a witness to it, but I'm not part of it.
People think it makes you heartless. It doesn't.
A boy walking a beagle on a leash went past. Tony stretched out a hand to the beagle, who lapped his fingers happily before moving on.
It makes you a better set of interphones.
Or a better lens. Jordan tilted her head at Tony. Unexpected depths to her charming clerk. Who would have guessed? You were at war since Pearl Harbor.
And then you stayed and did refugee work when everyone else went home. Why?
You know what my war was?
Tony smiled thinly.
Nothing. 4 years of it. I never fired a shot in anger, never so much as got my boots wet. My entire war was spent in various tents and offices, translating acronyms between high brass of various armies who didn't speak each other's lingo.
So you stayed on for a chance to do more, Jordan said. Why come home this year? It doesn't sound to me like you're tired of it. He took a long time answering, as if parsing out what to say.
I'm not tired of it, he said at last. But I wouldn't mind doing something different. Ian's an avenger. Scales of justice on one hand and sword in the other. I want to do more.
Like what? A group of shopping-laden housewives fussed past, but Jordan ignored them.
I don't know.
Tony ruffled a hand through his hair.
Make a repository for all those stories, maybe, so they aren't forgotten and lost. No one likes to talk about their war after it's fought. They want to forget. And what happens when they die, and they've taken all their memories with them. We've lost it all. And we can't.
You should talk to my stepmother, Jordan almost said. Another refugee who only wants to forget. But it was Annalise's right, surely, because her story wasn't just pain and loss. It was shame. The shame of the SS connection, what her father had been. I'm an American now, she always said firmly if asked about her past. You know why I prefer pictures to words? Jordan asked Tony instead. People can't ignore them. Most find it easier to forget the things they read than the things they see. What's caught on film is there. It's what is. That's what makes pictures so wonderful and so devastating. Catch someone or something at the right moment, you can learn everything about them. That's why I want to record everything I see. The beautiful, the ugly, the horrors, the dreams, all of it, as much as I can get a lens in front of.
And how long have you known that's what you wanted? Tony asked. I'm guessing when you heard that little Kodak go click for the first time.
Jordan smiled. How did you know?
Drive. You've got it in spades.
His eyes went over her.
I don't have any, so I notice it when I see it.
Jordan returned his gaze, letting her eyes go over him just as frankly. You're amusing when you flirt, Tony, she said at last. But when you're being serious, you're downright riveting.
That's too bad. I can't sustain serious for more than 10 minutes.
Maybe you should practice. You might get up to 15.
My record is 12. Who's going to kiss who?
He asked. Who said there's going to be kissing?
You're thinking it. I'm thinking it.
His black eyes danced.
Who goes first? I'd hate to bump noses.
Why do I need to kiss you? I just took half a roll of film of your mouth as you talked. By the time I'm done cropping and filtering the image, I'll know everything there is to know about it, without kissing you once.
But what a waste that would be.
Time in the dark room is never wasted.
That depends entirely on what you're doing down there.
Working. And don't you dare say that all work and no play makes Jordan a dull girl, Jordan added. I hate that saying. Mostly people use it because they want me doing things for them, not for myself.
Besides which, they're wrong. Work doesn't make you a dull girl. Work makes you an absolutely fascinating girl.
He lifted her hand from the camera and kissed the pad of her index finger, the one that spent most of its time lying against the like his button. Click, went something in Jordan's middle.
Swan boats, he said eventually. Or is paddling around on a pond too boring for you, Jordan McBride? I could be persuaded to waive my fee.
You just broke off a long engagement, a voice inside Jordan chided. You shouldn't move too fast. But she told that voice to hush, hooking her finger in the neck of Tony's shirt and tugging him toward her. Maybe an alternative form of payment.
A long, lazy, open kiss under the beating sun, Jordan's fingertips resting against his warm throat, his thumbs stroking along the line of her cheekbone. He kissed with slow, shattering thoroughness, like he could do this all day and not get tired of it, like it could take him a year if that's what she wanted. Right now, she wanted.
"Is there anywhere you have to be?"
Tony said eventually, kissing along the line of her jaw toward her ear.
"Or can we do this all day?"
"Oh, yes, please." Jordan cleared her throat, looking down at her watch to give her breath a chance to slow. Damn it. Annalisa would be packing by now for Concord and New York, rushed off her feet. I promised I'd help at home. Then it's the dark room for me. Work. Tony dropped a last kiss below her ear, then pulled back.
"All right."
No arguing that work could wait. Just assent, and that unwavering dark gaze.
"I'll see you tomorrow. Ruth's lesson. Maybe we could go to the movies after."
Yes, Jordan said without hesitation. How pleasant it was just to enjoy a man's company, his attention, his kisses, without feeling the weight of expectation from parents and neighbors. When are you going to settle down, Jordan? When will you two make it official, Jordan? How pleasant to enjoy a man who was not official. Not in the slightest.